surpassed. We've hit 200,000 additional appointments. I'm really pleased about Health Minister Mike Nesbitt's work on that, and the UK Government is committed to sharing best practice with those in Northern Ireland Executive to continue that work.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, health is a devolved matter, but the fight against cancer isn't. Will you join with me in wanting to praise the work of the All-Ireland Cancer Research Institute, led by Queen's and others, and make sure that our efforts to address cancer aren't done just within Northern Ireland or the Four Nations, but between these islands?
Minister.
It was a privilege of mine to go and see some of the work being done there, and I think any efforts to bring down waiting times and for cancer patients should be adopted, and anything that this government can do in sharing best practice from its own 10-year cancer plan, I'll be encouraging.
Alex Burkhardt, Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. On the issue of public services in Northern Ireland, over the past 10 days there have been a number of revelations about the procurement of services and goods and the provision of sensitive information during the time that Peter Mandelson was a government minister and his work as ambassador in Washington. Given that Mandelson was for 2 years Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, can the Minister assure the House that his department will comb its records to identify any possible wrongdoing?
Minister.
I can absolutely give him that assurance, and that work is underway, and we will update with anything that comes from that work.
Alex Burkhardt.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for that direct response. Will he also commit to return to this House before Easter to update members on the work that his department has done and what it has found?
Minister.
I believe that work will be published by the Cabinet Office, and I'll make sure that through that this House is updated with the records.
Gavin Robinson.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Minister, the Secretary of State and his officials for the constructive engagement they have had in preparation for a reserve claim for the Executive, and that through the work that we engaged in, I know that the figure has doubled, and rightly so. Can I also highlight the Northern Ireland Audit Office's report on the frailty within our Northern Ireland civil service, and within the last 6 years, out of 23 recommendations, only 5 have been progressed, 5,000 vacancies, 3,000 temporary promotions and a sickness level rising. Does he believe it is sustainable for the Northern Ireland Civil Service to ignore such changes for reform if we want to see the delivery of good public services?
Minister.
Well, this government is committed to reforming civil service here. We've said we want to move fast and fix things, and any shared learnings we can give to the Northern Ireland civil service we will do. He mentions the reserve claim as well. He will have seen in yesterday's supplementary estimates that £400 million has been given to the Northern Ireland Executive. This is exceptional. It will be repayable over 3 years and will be accompanied by an open book exercise looking at the executive budget.
Ian Robinson.
Mr Speaker, one of the constraints he knows, and I raised it at last Northern Ireland Questions, was the potential as a result of EU legislative change that an additional 60,000 GP appointments would be required for antimicrobial resistant drugs. That would decimate the delivery of health services in Northern Ireland, and I asked that he and the Secretary of State engage to make sure Northern Ireland was not a casualty as a result of the imposition of EU regulation. Can he update the House?
Can I thank the right honourable gentleman for raising it last month and again this month. He did so powerfully, and we raised his concerns with the European Union, and I am pleased, and I hope he is also pleased, that the latest draft of the EU regulations includes a full exemption for Northern Ireland regarding the prescription status of antimicrobial resistant medicines. I believe this shows the benefit of a grown-up working relationship with the European Union so that we can address issues as and when they arise.
Number 2, Mr Speaker.
Well done. With permission, Mr Speaker, I will answer questions 2 and 6 together. The Government is supporting Northern Ireland through the 4 city deals, the Local Innovation Partnership Fund, an enhanced investment zone and greater economic stability. Economic activity in Northern Ireland increased by 2.9% over the year to Q3, and it has the lowest unemployment in the United Kingdom.
Robertson.
Mr Speaker, the Government is giving a 50% reduction to the emissions trading scheme levy on ferries crossing between Northern Ireland and Great Britain in an apparent effort not to negatively impact the economy there. Yet Scottish Islands are getting a 100% reduction, the Isle of Wight is getting no reduction. What economic assessment has been done to arrive at these figures, or are they simply plucked out of thin air?
Well done.
Well, they have been based on the assessment that there are particular requirements related to the Scottish Islands in terms of services, access to essential care and so on, and that is why that exemption has been applied in relation to Scotland. The impact of this on trade between GB and Northern Ireland will be very, very small in the light of the overall cost of moving goods and transportation costs.
Blake Stevenson.
Mr. Speaker, while the rise in the APR threshold to £2.5 million is a welcome step for farmers, does the Minister recognise the broader economic concern shared by the Ulster Farmers Union that inflation and steadily rising asset values will, over time, pull more family farms into inheritance tax liability, even when their real wealth and income may not increase?
Well, I'm grateful for that question. As the honourable member will be aware, the government announced that the allowance for 100% rate relief will be increased from £1 to £2.5 million. This means a couple will now be able to pass on up to £5 million tax-free between them, on top of the existing allowances such as the nil rate band. And the President of the Ulster Farmers Union, William Irvine, welcomed the changes. He said, in fact, we are in a better position today than we were yesterday.
Claire Haber.
The Growth Fund was a UK government policy that had been working, supporting some people outside of the labour market into decent work and helping address Northern Ireland's low productivity rates. But UK government have changed that policy and the capital revenue split in a way that works for Treasury but not for organisations in Northern Ireland. Funded groups are being directed to Peace Plus, but their funding criteria does not work for most. Can I ask, why are voluntary and community sector groups being asked to distort SEUPB rules rather than UK government policy adapting to local needs?
Well, I met with NICFA and CO3 last week to talk about this. It is a difficult situation because of the way in which capital and resource have been allocated through the Local Growth Fund. Of the 12 million resource funding available, we agreed with the executive that 3 million would go to Succeed at their request, 9 million will go to the economic inactivity programmes, but we are exploring other potential sources of funding. Peace Plus is one. The other is the Northern Ireland Executive has a record settlement. It had £9 million yesterday in additional Barnett consequentials. It could choose to invest some money in these programmes.
Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Minister agree with me that Northern Ireland, like Scotland and Wales, share the benefits of a United Kingdom and its collective spending power, generating jobs and opportunities across the 4 countries of the United Kingdom?
I certainly would agree with my honourable friend. All parts of the United Kingdom derive strength and benefit from being part of that union, and we see in the figures I quoted a moment ago the benefit that is being obtained in Northern Ireland in terms of how the economy is doing.
O'Connor, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Windsor framework was meant to give Northern Ireland the best of both worlds: unfettered access to the UK internal market and barrier-free access to the EU. Not so, according to a recent survey by the Federation of Small Businesses, who report over half those trading between Great Britain and Northern Ireland are having difficulties, with over a third having stopped altogether. The figures are stark. Less than 1 in 6 Northern Ireland businesses say they benefit from dual market access, whilst nearly 80% rate government support as poor or very poor. So will the Secretary of State commit to a specific, time-bound plan to make dual market access work, or does he accept Northern Ireland got the worst of both worlds?
Well, I don't accept that Northern Ireland has the worst of both worlds, but he does rightly draw attention to the issue facing small businesses, highlighted by the FSB report and others, including Lord Murphy's independent report. As he will have noticed, Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor announced a £16.6 million package in the budget, which will include a comprehensive one-stop shop regulatory support service to help precisely those businesses to be able to trade more between GB and Northern Ireland.
Alice MacDonald.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 3, 9 and 12 together. Mr. Speaker, the defence of our country is always the first duty of any government. Last week I met businesses big and small, the Northern Ireland Chamber, representative bodies, as well as our great universities, to discuss how the defence growth deal for Northern Ireland can pack the biggest punch possible. With £250 million across 5 deals, including one in Northern Ireland, there is huge potential here, and I'm determined that we seize it.
Alice Badenoch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In Northern Ireland, the defence sector offers many opportunities to apprentices, as it does across the rest of the country. I met 2 from MSI Defence in my constituency of Norwich North yesterday. Would he join me in celebrating apprentices up and down the whole of our United Kingdom? And can he set out how we will support the next generation of skilled workers in this vital industry?
I'm very happy to join her in doing that. In fact, just last week I was at Malahan, where they had 4 apprentices that were having incredible opportunities as a result of taking up that job, and they would, I'm sure, agree with my honourable friend in her assessment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend will already be aware that the defence industry sector is well established in my constituency of Stevenage and is building links with its counterparts in Northern Ireland. So does the Minister agree that the defence industrial strategy presents a huge opportunity for businesses in constituencies right across the country, in Stevenage and most certainly in Northern Ireland, where it can help boost investment, job creation and economic growth?
Minister.
My honourable friend is totally right that it's not just about the defence of the realm. There are economic opportunities that come with this. The defence growth deal that we are working on in Northern Ireland will be taking advantage of that and ensuring that small businesses in particular can benefit.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's doing good work to encourage young people into their careers via apprenticeships, and it's National Apprenticeship Week this week. In my constituency of Rugby, we have GE Benova, which is ramping up its apprenticeship scheme. We have Rugby College, and that's part of Warwickshire College Group, with 750 young people and adults getting apprenticeship programmes underway. Does he agree with me that it's vital that the government goes further to support apprenticeships in the vital defence sector in my constituency of Rugby and all across our United Kingdom, including, of course, Northern Ireland?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and actually some of the apprentices that I met just last week explained to me, Mr. Speaker, how they were over 4 years over £100,000 better off for having taken that apprenticeship. So it's good for them, good for businesses, good for the country.
Samuel Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday I met with 2 apprentices who are engaged in firms which are delivering defence contracts in Northern Ireland. They were enthusiastic with the skills and their prospects, yet Northern Ireland benefits minimally from defence contracts across the United Kingdom. What steps is the Minister taking to ensure that more defence contracts come to Northern Ireland, and will he ignore the comments of the First Minister, who does not want defence contracts awarded to Northern Ireland?
This government is supporting businesses in Northern Ireland. The work that I'm doing with them on the defence growth deal is designed specifically to ensure this will benefit them and all of their supply chains as well, and I'll continue to do that work.
Katie Lamb.
Speaker, whatever the defence industrial strategy aims to do, its aims will not be met if we cannot find and recruit people willing to use the equipment and technology that is created. People will be far less likely to risk their lives to keep our country safe and free if they can't rely on the government to stand by them, both during and after their service. So can the Minister tell us, please, what assessment he has made of the impact on the military and the defence industry of this government's decision to allow our veterans who served in Northern Ireland to be dragged vindictively through the courts?
I reject the characterisation. The immunity that was offered by the last government was false. I don't think we agree with that in principle, and actually the veterans we speak to don't want immunity under the law, they want equality before it. It was also this government that gave our armed forces the largest pay rise in over 2 decades. This is a government backing our armed forces.
Alex Easton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Secretary of State agree that there is a clear need for a stronger role for Northern Ireland firms in the UK defence supply chain? And will he commit to encouraging far greater inclusion of Northern Ireland SMEs and MOD framework contracts and subcontracting opportunities?
Minister.
I absolutely do accept that we can do even more to support those companies. In fact, the companies I've been meeting in relation to the defence growth deal have said that the opportunity to showcase the talent and expertise that exists in Northern Ireland is really important. I want to support them in doing that.
One more call.
Number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Tuesday.
The autumn budget provided Northern Ireland with an additional £370 million on top of the record spending review settlement and will assist families with the cost of living by offering help with cutting energy bills, lifting the two-child benefit limit and raising the minimum wage.
Cool.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The government's child poverty strategy aims to lift over 550,000 children out of poverty by 2030. What assessment has the Secretary of State made of the impact of the abolition of the two-child benefit cap for families in Northern Ireland?
Well, the lifting of the two-child benefit cap in Northern Ireland will help more than 17,000 children and more than 48,000 people in Northern Ireland households. We are, of course, also increasing the national minimum wage, which will benefit 170,000 people, and increasing the state pension will benefit 330,000 pensioners in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cancer is a thief and a homewrecker, and sadly Northern Ireland has the worst cancer outcomes across the UK. I recently lifted the lid on breast cancer referrals, with red flag appointments taking in excess of 14 weeks. Whilst the autumn budget has been helpful, can he confirm if conversations are happening with Treasury for transformational money to help us transform our health service so that cancer wait times and medical pathways can be improved once and for all?
Well, I share the honourable member's wish, as does the whole House, to improve cancer treatment and cancer waiting times for those who are currently waiting too long. There is the Public Services Transformation Fund. The first phase of projects was funded last year. Decisions are about to be taken on the second phase of funding. But there also needs, as my honourable friend mentioned earlier, to be reform of the way in which the health service works. We're seeing progress under Mike Nesbitt's leadership. We need to see more.
Charlie Dewar, Shadow Minister, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the increase in national insurance contributions is having a devastating impact on the hospitality sector in Northern Ireland, with over a quarter of businesses reporting losses and a further 20% only breaking even. So how is the Northern Ireland Executive expected to achieve its target of doubling tourism in the next 10 years if the Chancellor of the Exchequer is putting pubs, restaurants and hotels out of business?
Well, the increase in national insurance was a decision that the government took to deal with the inheritance of the last government. Well, it is a fact, and no one can argue that that is not the case, to put the economy on a stable footing. The fact that the Northern Ireland economy overall is growing in the way that it is, the fact that it has the lowest unemployment in the United Kingdom, is a sign of the fundamental strength of the economy in Northern Ireland.
Sarah Hall.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 5 and 10 together. Mr. Speaker, chances in life are set early. While, of course, education in Northern Ireland is devolved, we must work together. So that's why it was my privilege to bring the Minister for Early Years to Belfast recently to visit with schools and to present to Northern Ireland ministers at the East West Council. We discussed the school twinning programme, the theme of which is reading for pleasure. And as a new dad, I'm reading quite a few baby books at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Chair of the APPG on Inclusion and Nurturing Education, I welcome the Northern Ireland Department's Education's independent research showing that nurture provision delivers measurable improvements in pupils' behaviour, attendance and attainment. What discussions are being had to share this good practice in inclusive education with the rest of the UK, including officials in England, as the government seeks to improve inclusion and educational outcomes for all?
Minister.
Well, just last month, with the Early Years Minister, I went to schools that are really focused on being inclusive and nurturing for pupils. My honourable friend is totally right to highlight how this work can have such a positive impact on the children in our schools.
Just Upwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister agree with me about the importance of the Northern Ireland Executive and the Government sharing knowledge, expertise and best practice as we all seek to improve outcomes for children in all our schools?
Minister.
I absolutely do, Mr. Speaker. I've always said this is not the case of cutting a cheque and walking away. There is work we can do with the Northern Ireland Executive, and we continue to share best practice. In fact, just this week I wrote to the Minister for Early Years to explore further opportunities for collaboration.
Greg Rickham.
Mr Speaker. Last year's spending review, the NIO announced a £2 million allocation to support the integrated education sector. Given that there are a range of schools in Northern Ireland that have been offering an integrated educational ethos for many years, will they review that policy to support integrated education per se across a number of schools in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
We support integrated education. Integrated schools are a really important part of that. I was recently at some shared education schools, which at the request of the Minister, I was impressed by some of the work being done there, but I don't think it's just one route for the schools in Northern Ireland.
Oh, Jim Shum.
Mr Speaker, can I thank the Minister for his answer? Minister, the Education Minister in Northern Ireland, Paul Given, has been keen to introduce in the schools a smartphone restriction upon students. He has a pilot scheme in place. Government here are happy to do the same thing. Has the Minister had an opportunity to encourage the Minister in Northern Ireland educationally to bring in the smartphone restriction in schools, while there's one member of the executive, one party in the executive, who wish to stop that? The will of the people is to make sure that it happens.
Stop.
I was with the Minister for Education recently. This is not a topic that came up. Obviously, these matters are devolved and are matters for the Northern Ireland Executive, but I would obviously be happy to speak to Minister Given as he suggests.
Sir David Davis. Just told you.
Mr Speaker, there are currently 6 Republican paramilitaries facing prosecution for Troubles-related killings. The Commission is already investigating a number of IRA atrocities, including the M62 coach bombing, the Guildford pub bombing, and the Warren Point massacre. And under the Troubles Bill, the Commission will benefit from information sharing by the Irish authorities.
2,058 people died at the hands of Republican paramilitaries during the Troubles. 2,058. Despite that fact, only 19 IRA members are currently in prison. So the Secretary of State laughably claims there was no amnesty under the Good Friday Agreement, and he gives us these few he's just talked about. Can he tell the House how many prosecutions of IRA members he expects to arise under his Troubles Bill, and how many families of people murdered by the IRA will find out what happened to their relatives?
Secretary of State.
Well, the answer to his first question is... The answer to his first question, it will depend, as he well knows, on the evidence in any individual case. That decision will be taken by public prosecutors in the normal way. Secondly, he will be aware that between 25,000 and 35,000 paramilitaries were imprisoned during the course of the Troubles for a range of offences, including murder, and the purpose of the reform is to ensure that more families are able to find answers to the questions that they are still asking about what happened to their loved ones.
The Select Committee, Tony Antoniazzi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On the subject of the Troubles-era violence, this week my committee published a unanimous report calling on the government to formally name Agent Stakeknife. The government have said that the Supreme Court judgment in the Thompson case has implications for their decision, but lead officers have said it does not. So what is preventing the government naming Stakeknife, and when do they plan to do so?
Well, I have, of course, seen the report that the Select Committee has published. There are ongoing civil proceedings, and the government is, as I indicated previously, still considering the implications of the Thompson Supreme Court judgment for this decision. I have promised the House that I will return when the government has reached a decision on the request that's been made from Sir Ian Livingstone, and I intend to honour that promise.
That completes questions. A point of order to the question you raised.
In view of the inadequate response I received from the Secretary of State for question 7, I give notice I intend to raise this matter on the adjournment.
What I would say is, the Honourable Member put it on the record his decision. What I would say, I'm not going to extend Northern Ireland questions. So I'm now going to move on to the Prime Minister's questions. But before I do, I would like to welcome the President of Parliament, the Speaker himself, And I've got to say thank you to his delegation for arriving with us today from Estonia. So first of all, we now go to one said Toby Perkins for Prime Minister's questions.
Number one, sir.
Prime Minister. I just said I didn't know the Prime Minister was that popular on this side.
Mr. Speaker, can I start by saying this? My thoughts, and I'm sure the thoughts of the whole House, are with the 2 children stabbed at Kingsbury High School in Brent. And my heart goes out to everyone affected by this appalling attack. We thank the police for their rapid response. It's important now that we give them the space to pursue their investigation. And, Mr. Speaker, this morning I conveyed the UK's deepest condolences to Prime Minister Carney and the people of Canada for the devastating shooting in Tumbler Ridge. Mr. Speaker, I'm determined to fix the broken SEND system. No parent should have to fight for the support their child needs. Today we announced a 10-year plan to fix the crumbling school estate that we inherited, delivering a more modern and inclusive classrooms that meet the needs of every child. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues. Now, there's been quite a few of those this week. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Thank you. I'd like to associate myself with the Prime Minister's remarks there. The Prime Minister's commitment to 1.5 million more homes will require 48,000 new entrants to the construction industry every year. In Chesterfield, we're doing our bit. The Construction Skills Hub brought 70 new entrants into the construction sector, and we did see a welcome increase in numbers across the country last year. But we need a step change. We need numbers to double. So can the Prime Minister tell the House what steps he is taking to get more people to commit to construction industry careers and get those numbers up where we need them to deliver on his housing ambitions?
Prime Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is right. The task of rebuilding our country is a huge opportunity to give young people a brilliant career. And we're backing apprentices with a record £3 billion budget. And we're making sure companies who bid for major contracts commit to high-quality apprenticeships here in the United Kingdom. And, Mr. Speaker, we're creating 13,000 new opportunities for young people as plumbers, engineers and bricklayers, securing their future and rebuilding this country.
We come to the Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Badenoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate my side of the House with the Prime Minister's words on the horrific stabbing in North London yesterday, as well as the shooting in Canada? When he was Leader of the Opposition, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "I never turn on my staff. When they make mistakes, I carry the can." What changed?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've accepted responsibility and apologised for the mistakes that I made. But let me say this, Mr. Speaker. Morgan McSweeney helped me change our party and helped me win a landslide election victory, which delivered for them the smallest Tory party in over 100 years. And what's her great achievement? To make it even smaller.
Kemi Badenoch.
The Whips have done a great job today. This is like the 37th... Oh, you said, yeah, exactly. Done a great job today getting them cheering. We all know that they've been sick for the last week. Because let's remember, Mr. Speaker, just last week, he told us that he had full confidence in his Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney. On Sunday, he sacked Morgan McSweeney. Last week, he resigned. Yes. Last week, Mr. Speaker, he was defending the Cabinet Secretary. Now he is sacking him. What changed?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in January, she said she had full confidence, 100% confidence, she said, be no more defections from her party. 48 hours later, the Shadow Foreign Minister defected. 8 days after that, the former Home Secretary defected. The only question now is, who's next? She needs to wake up. Her party is dying.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is demonstrating stratospheric levels of delusion if he thinks the problem is on this side of the House. And he didn't say anything about why the Cabinet Secretary is going. We know the truth. It is because he is throwing everyone under a bus except himself. And, Mr. Speaker, the Mandelson episode was not an isolated incident. A few weeks ago, he announced a peerage for one Matthew Doyle, his former Director of Communications. Immediately after that, the Sunday Times published on the front page that Doyle campaigned for a man charged with child sex offences. Yet, despite the Prime Minister knowing this, he gave Doyle a job for life in the House of Lords anyway. Why?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Matthew Doyle did not give a full account of his actions. And on Monday, I promised my party and my country there would be change. And yesterday, I removed the whip from Matthew Doyle. I'll tell you what other action we've taken, Mr. Speaker. Along with the Safeguarding Minister, I and this government have introduced the most far-reaching violence against women and girls strategy. And I'll tell you what else we've done. This government has introduced a pay rise for millions of working-class women. What did the Leader of the Opposition do? She opposed it. This government's introducing greater protection for women at work. What did the Leader of the Opposition do? She opposed it. And I'll tell you what else she opposes. This government removing the disgusting rape clause that they put in place.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister pretends not to know about Matthew Doyle. It was on the front page of the Sunday Times. He cannot explain why he gave this man a peerage, and I think they should be wondering why they're still cheering for him after that. And the Prime Minister, sometimes likes to claim, as he just did, that he cares about violence against women. The truth is, he only cares about the victims when he's trying to save his own skin. They can shake their heads. We saw it with grooming gangs. We saw it with Mandelson. And now we see it with Doyle. Isn't that what a former prosecutor would call an established pattern of behaviour?
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take no lectures from the Tories in standards in public life. She defended Partygate for months and months and months. And even now she says it was overblown. The Shadow Foreign Secretary broke the ministerial code by bullying. Boris Johnson kept her. The Leader of the Opposition promoted her. She sits on her front bench. Her former Shadow Justice Secretary complained about not seeing enough white faces in Birmingham, and she was too weak to sack him for racism.
Nobody buys it, Mr. Speaker. Not even the Labour women, because they know he always puts the Downing Street Boys Club first. And how dare he criticise us? We weren't the ones stuffing government with hypocrites and paedophile apologists. He can't build a team, Mr. Speaker. He has no plan. He can't even run his own office, let alone the country. He is now dealing with a new scandal of appointing someone who campaigned for a man convicted of having indecent pictures of girls as young as 10. Isn't the Prime Minister ashamed that that will be his legacy?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my legacy is changing my party and winning a general election. And I'll tell you this, I kicked my former leader out of my party. Her former leader, Liz Truss, broke the economy and has descended into bonkers conspiracy theories. I kicked her out of Parliament. She's too weak to kick her out of their party.
Mr. Speaker, he hasn't apologised for appointing Matthew Doyle because he won't take responsibility. He never does, and they know it. The Prime Minister is now telling everyone that he's never lost a fight. It's because he won't step into the ring. He's never lost a fight. He's walked away from welfare reform. He won't stand up to the unions. He won't stand up to China. He can't even stand up to Mauritius. He's had, Mr. Speaker, he's had 3 cabinet secretaries, 4 chiefs of staff, 5 director of communications in just 18 months. And now he is mired in yet another scandal. Does he ever look in the mirror and ask himself, is the real problem staring him in the face?
Mr. Speaker, I delivered a landslide victory for our government. Only 4 people have ever led the Labour Party to victory in a general election. I am one of them. And she talks about numbers. Let us remember, Mr. Speaker, 5 Prime Ministers, 7 Chancellors, 8 Home Secretaries, 8 Foreign Secretaries, 16 Housing Secretaries, all completely useless, all failed Britain, and this Prime Minister's clearing up the mess. She comes here every week desperately fighting to save her dying party. I'm fighting to change our country. Interest rates down, inflation down, waiting lists down, child poverty down, and I'll tell you another thing's down, the number of Tory MPs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has delivered the funding needed to rebuild the new Frimley Park Hospital after the party opposite made empty, unfunded promises to my constituents. Now we urgently need to get on with announcing the preferred site, along with the investment needed to improve public transport, road access and parking. Will the Prime Minister urge NHS England to make this a priority and help give much-needed clarity to Bracknell Forest residents?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, delivering the new Frimley Park Hospital is a priority. Under the party opposite, his constituents were given totally empty promises. They failed patients and they failed staff. We put a proper plan and the funding to match, and the Trust are making real progress on the business case, and I want to see spades in the ground as quickly as possible.
Said David, Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Mr. Speaker, can I associate myself with the Prime Minister's remarks about the dreadful stabbing of 2 children in Brent and about the horrifying shootings in British Columbia? Our thoughts and prayers are with the children's parents and the people of Canada, especially those grieving the loss of loved ones. Mr. Speaker, to appoint 1 paedophile supporter cannot be excused as misfortune. To appoint 2 shows a catastrophic lack of judgment. The Right Honourable Gentleman once told this House that when a Prime Minister refuses to take responsibility, and I quote, "It only serves to convince people that things cannot get better, that governments cannot improve people's lives, and that progress is not possible because politics does not work." Does he still agree with himself? And does he share my fear that that is exactly what is happening now?
Minister.
People in this country, millions of people, have been let down for years and years and years. And one of the reasons was austerity, which his party supported. He should take accountability and take responsibility for what he has inflicted on this country.
Surrender, David.
Mr. Speaker, I think I touched a raw nerve. But I think the whole House will agree that the Manson scandal has shown yet again why we need a duty of candour for anyone and everyone in public office. Mr. Speaker, there should be no more delays in putting the Hillsborough Law on the statute books. After the long fight by the bereaved families and so many others, like the Mayor of Greater Manchester. The Prime Minister once said it would be one of the first things he did in number 10. Will he finally do it now, even if it's the last thing he does?
Prime Minister.
The panel report in the Hillsborough case was when I started working on the Hillsborough case. That was in 2012, when his party were in power. And they could have passed this law a long time ago and saved a lot of grief. I'm proud that this Labour government is bringing in a Hillsborough law, something I've committed to for a very, very long time.
Richard Quigley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Prime Minister will have heard me say, the Isle of Wight is a fantastic place to live, work and learn, despite the leader of the opposition trying to give us to China. He will also be aware of some of the challenges we have in cross-Solent transport, reliability, frequency and price. The emissions trading scheme, which ironically only applies to hybrid vessels, may increase fares further. Despite exemptions granted for Scotland and Northern Ireland, the lack of grid capacity to fully decarbonise, I am deeply concerned about the impact on our island community. Will the Prime Minister urgently ask DESNZ ministers to review this issue?
Minister.
Well, thank him for his question. I know how important affordable ferries are for his constituents' everyday lives. The ETS scheme will make journeys cleaner, and we're working with ferry companies on the grid connections in ports that enable greener vessels. I'll make sure that he gets a meeting with the relevant minister.
Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, if I've just listened to the Prime Minister correctly, he's essentially rolled the same pitch in relation to Matthew Doyle as he did with Peter Mandelson, that they weren't clear with him. He appears to be the most gullible former Director of Public Prosecutions in history. But he has a slight problem, Mr. Speaker, because some of us do read the newspapers. And towards the end of last year, indeed on the 30th of December, having written to the House of Lords Appointments Commission, I received a response from the Chair, who advised me that as part of their vetting, they provide confidential advice to the Prime Minister on the propriety of a potential nominee. Will he release that advice?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've made my position for clear. He knows how the system works. But, Mr. Speaker, he says he reads the newspapers. He will have read that in 9 days their former party chief executive goes on trial for embezzling money. And if he'll have read that the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, we see one of the worst failures in Scottish public life. Vulnerable children and adults put at risk. Evidence of serious warnings to the SNP government were ignored. He should have been looking at those, not looking at the newspapers. The First Minister should act, because families deserve accountability.
Can I just remind the Prime Minister we don't discuss live cases because it's sub judice. Anna Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I met Leighton, a T-level construction student at Bradford College. He was working on the remediation of wrack at Airedale Hospital. In the last few years, Bradford has made tremendous progress in reducing the rate of young people not in employment, education or training. So will the Prime Minister reconfirm his commitment to vocational and skills training and set out how this Labour government is ensuring that young people like Leighton have career opportunities in construction and other critical industries?
Well, I thank my honourable friend. Leighton's success is a testament to what young people can achieve with the right support. We're creating technical excellent colleges and delivering training places for 60,000 skilled construction workers. And Labour's creating opportunities for every young person whilst building the homes, the schools and the hospitals that our country needs. And that's what I'm fighting for.
Rebecca Smith.
Last year, Plymouth was named the National Centre for Marine Autonomy and given a defence growth deal. However, the SMEs in the unmanned surface vessel sector, many based at Turnchapel Wharf in my constituency, are having their work held back because of out-of-date regulations from the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency. Last week, I was told that draft regulations exist, but that they require primary legislation. Now, without these new regulations, many of these vital SMEs developing autonomous vessels that have dual commercial and defence use are at risk. So, Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister show some backbone and consider finding a slot for primary legislation as a matter of urgency, or at least consider adding it to the King's speech later this spring, assuming that he is still in charge of the legislative programme by then?
Mr. Speaker, we are taking action, but in the particular case she raises in her constituency, if she sends me or my team the details, I'll see if there's anything we can do to support what is obviously an important issue.
Steve Race.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister will be aware of Lorraine Cox, a resident of Exeter, who in 2020 was murdered by a man whose asylum claim had been denied but who is not removed from this country. Would the Prime Minister set out what more this government will do to make sure deportations of people who have no right to be here and of those who have committed criminal offences will be sped up? And would he meet with Lorraine's father to discuss the family's campaign for justice for Lorraine?
Prime Minister.
Well, my honourable friend raises an awful case, and my thoughts and those, I'm sure, of the whole House are with the loved ones of Lorraine. Tackling violence against women and girls is a critical mission, and I'll make sure the Home Office Minister meets the family. I want to be absolutely clear, Mr. Speaker, illegal immigrants who commit such appalling acts should not be in this country. That's why we've already removed nearly 60,000 people with no right to be here, and deportations of foreign criminals is up by a third. We're also reforming human rights law to allow us to swiftly remove those with no right to be here.
Glover.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Oxfordshire constituents are sick of widespread potholes, particularly at Milton Interchange, Didcot and along the A417 serving Challow and Stamford in the Vale. Yet the government is cutting funding for Oxfordshire County Council by £24 million over 3 years, which is equivalent to its annual highways maintenance budget. The Prime Minister is of course entitled to dig a pothole for himself, but why is he cutting funding for Oxfordshire's roads?
Prime Minister.
We put a record amount of money into dealing with potholes. He needs to ask his council, run by his party, why they're not using that money.
Douglas McAllister.
Source of great pride to Scottish Labour MPs that as Chancellor, Gordon Brown lifted more children out of poverty than any other Chancellor before him. It's also a source of great pride that this...
Order. Mr. Flynn, you don't need to cover your hand. I can still hear you. Your voice is louder than mine. Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's also a source of great pride that this torch is now passed over to our government, and by removing the two-child benefit cap, we will lift more children out of poverty in a single parliament than ever before. 2,260 children in Western Bartonshire, 95,000 in Scotland. Does the Prime Minister agree that this demonstrates true Labour values in action across Scotland and the UK?
Well, on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we know the damage that growing up in poverty does to the life chances of children. The Tories put hundreds of thousands of children into poverty, and they'll live with that for the rest of their lives. We are undoing their damage. Our decision will benefit almost 100,000 children in Scotland as we deliver the largest reduction in child poverty in any single parliament.
Neera Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The manslaughter of baby Gigi Meehan at a nursery in Cheadle. 21 counts of child cruelty at Riverside Nursery in Twickenham Green in my constituency. 56 charges of sexual assault and creating indecent images at a nursery in Camden. And just this week, 21 counts of sexual abuse at a nursery in Bristol. Mr. Speaker, CCTV was critical for convicting the criminals in most of these cases. So will the Prime Minister ensure that no parent ever has to fear for their child's safety while they go to work by introducing mandatory CCTV in nurseries and a childcare workers register?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank her for raising these cases? And they're harrowing cases for everyone in this country. The safety of children is, of course, paramount, and we're acting to keep them safe. We're implementing all the proposals consulted on to strengthen safeguarding as part of our early years foundation stage framework. Expert group developing guidance on the effective use of CCTV, the point she makes, and considering whether it should be mandatory in early settings. And I'll make sure that she's updated as we take that work forward.
Catherine West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 126 years ago, this House legislated to make Alexandra Palace available for the free use of the public forever. And last year, Luke the Nuke changed darts forever by rewriting the record books. Today, Ali Pali plays host to World Championship Darts, Master Snooker, Haringey Huskies, Greyhounds for ice hockey, plus music, comedy, drama and more. Will the PM today keep the Palace competitive as the international venue for darts by supporting my campaign to raise a one-off public-private £500 million investment for urgent capital improvements?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend? The People's Palace is an iconic British venue, a home for darts, snooker and world-class music. It's vital that we support brilliant venues that give so much to our cultural life. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we're providing almost £200 million to preserve heritage buildings across the country, so venues like Alexandra Palace can have a bright future.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, Stark Bay was devastated by storm damage, homes and businesses wrecked, and an important A road severed. Thousands who used it to commute to school, work and healthcare are stranded, bus routes broken, emergency vehicles blocked. And the 300,000 visitors who come annually and underpin our fragile tourist economy now in doubt. But this is a place that has stepped up twice to defend our country. Once, when 1.5 million cubic metres of shingle were dredged out of the bay to build the naval dockyards in Plymouth, and again, when it was used as the training ground for the D-Day landings, at a cost of 750 American soldiers' lives. It is also the site of a unique national nature reserve with rare species found only here. This storm damage is of national significance, so I ask the Prime Minister if he will ensure that the myriad of government agencies and departments needed will work together with experts to find and fund a sustainable long-term solution to the coastal erosion that is inflicting so much...
Order! It's a very important question, but I'm sure the Prime Minister must have got it in the first 2 minutes. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I know communities have been badly affected by recent storms, and damage to the A379 is very concerning. I'm pleased that she, I think, is meeting the Roads and Floods Minister today, I think. We are investing £10 billion to improve coastal and flood defences, and I want to thank the Environment Agency staff who are working hard right now, putting extra protections in place and supporting people ahead of further wet weather.
Please, Corgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For too long, communities like mine in Bartley Green felt decisions were made about them, not with them. 14 years of austerity did not just close neighbourhood offices and youth services, it broke trust. Through Pride in Place in Woodgate, this government is helping residents restore the Woodgate Valley Cafe and so much more. What is the Prime Minister's message to my constituents about how politics can be a force for good and that he will never walk away from my community and the country we love?
Well, I thank her for a question. My message is that I've always believed that those with skin in the game make the best decisions about their community. And I know just how much her constituents want Woodgate Valley Visitor Centre back open. Together, I do think we can make that happen. And if you want to know, Mr. Speaker, where hope is in Britain is in our communities, and that's why we're investing so heavily in our Pride in Place initiative.
James Wilde.
Thank you very much. My constituents' mum, sister and stepfather were killed in a horrific dangerous driving crime, and a foreign national offender was sentenced to 10.5 years. But the family have just been told that he may be released imminently in order to be deported, having served just 3 years. Will the Prime Minister look at this case and what steps can be taken to prevent that release, given such a pitiful service time? 3 years for 3 lives would be the final insult and undermine public confidence in our justice system. Prime Minister.
Can I thank him for raising what is obviously a terrible case, and I'll make sure that it's looked into if he could provide further details so we can do it as quickly as possible.
David Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our democracy in this House relies on the spoken word, but many with speech disabilities are left without a voice. I have a speech impediment. So do 2 million adults and 1 in 12 children. It can rob people of their confidence, lead to discrimination, and limit our opportunities in work and in public life. It's time to tear down these barriers. Can the Prime Minister share with what this government is doing to help people with speech disabilities get the support they need so their voices can be heard?
Prime Minister.
Can I start by saying he is an inspirational and powerful campaigner on this issue, and by doing what he's doing, he will give great courage to other people to take the same steps. I'm proud we're increasing the number of NHS speech and language therapists. We're trialling new ways of identifying and supporting children with speech and language needs in their early years, because I agree that every child deserves the help they need to reach their potential.
Dr. L. Pinkerton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Surrey Heath constituent, Christopher, was discharged from the RAF in 1966 solely for being gay. But despite the government committing to restoring the medals, the berets, and indeed acknowledging the injustice of those discharged from our armed forces prior to 1967, his case has been dismissed out of hand, with only a letter that contained the track changes from the template that the MOD issued. So can I ask the Prime Minister to take a personal interest in this case to ensure that it's resolved swiftly, and to allow Christopher to march on Remembrance Day as he wishes to, with his medals and his beret and his dignity restored?
Prime Minister. I will do everything I can to ensure that that happens, which is absolutely what should happen. This was an absolute scandal, the gays in the military ban, and it's absolutely right that it was overturned, but we must follow through on that, and I'll do everything I can to make sure that we deliver on what he's asked me to deliver on.
Daniel Zeitner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the government launched a consultation on establishing a growth development corporation for Cambridge. And in the meantime, Peter Freeman, the chairman of the Cambridge Growth Company, is on the record as saying we should aim to be the most livable city in Europe. That's a fantastic ambition, one which I entirely agree with. And I'd ask the Prime Minister, given that this will be good for growth, not just for Cambridge, but for the region and the wider economy, what more can the government do to help us, not least to help that generation of young people who can barely afford a home?
Prime Minister.
Well, his constituency is already home to brilliant research, innovation and economic growth. And through a greater Cambridge Development Corporation, we'll put in the powers and resources to unlock its full potential. I want to let local people have their say. We'll make sure that we create a fair plan with attractive, well-connected and thriving new neighbourhoods.
Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Prime Minister share with me the concern that while some ambassadors retiring in disgrace get tens of thousands of pounds in payoff, many other civil servants are failing to get the retirement that they are due and are expected to turn to their old departments for bridging loans? This is clearly a scandal. Would he put all of his effort behind making sure that those who have served with integrity are treated with the dignity that they deserve?
Prime Minister.
Yes, we are taking steps, and he's right, we should take further steps, and I think that will be agreed across the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The announcement that pubs and music venues would receive a much welcomed reduction in business rates is a positive step. However, in our manifesto, we did promise root and branch reform of business rates. Hospitality and leisure businesses in my Stourbridge constituency are facing a projected £20,000 increase in business rates over the next 3 years, along with employment cost increases and energy costs. Hospitality and leisure play a vital role for our communities, providing jobs and spaces to socialise. So will the Prime Minister consider a similar rates relief package for hospitality and leisure?
She's right that we need the conditions for flourishing high streets, and it underscores the importance of 6 interest rate cuts, the £5.8 billion that we put into Pride in place, and the work to put money in people's pockets. I'm pleased we've delivered a 15% cut and a 2-year freeze for pubs and live music venues. That comes on top of the £4.3 billion to support businesses and permanently lower rates for retail, hospitality and leisure properties.
Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for raising the stabbing at Kingsbury High School yesterday. It is absolutely right that we allow the police to get on with their job of investigating this terrible atrocity, and indeed the police are out there now providing reassurance to parents and people in the community. And indeed, I'm sure I speak for the whole House when our thoughts and prayers are with the victims, their families, and also those that witnessed this atrocity. But will the Prime Minister now look at what needs to be done to combat knife crime across the country? It is absolutely wrong that people are carrying knives in the first place when they don't need to, and indeed they're drawn into this terrible atrocity. We owe it to the victims to ensure this happens.
Prime Minister.
Can I thank him for raising this case? And it's one of the most powerful and important things that we do as MPs in this place, particularly when there's such awful cases. And he's absolutely right. We must do everything we can to reduce knife crime. There are initiatives and steps we've taken to remove the accessibility of knives where they can be bought. We need to do much more work with our schools and young people to ensure that people don't carry knives. And we need to work with the police and law enforcement to make sure that these incidents are investigated as quickly and as effectively as possible. And I think that's a shared endeavour across the House.
Sarah Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency, the beautiful Grade 2 listed Chetwynd Bridge on the A513 between Eddingale and Alwas has been restricted to cars and light vans since October of 2023. So farmers are facing a 25-mile diversion, and with severe flooding now hitting Eddingale multiple times a year, this vital route risks being cut off for emergency response times as well. Bridges like this, with a clear economic impact on communities, should be the focus of the government's new structures fund, which I welcome. So can I ask the Prime Minister to encourage his ministers to meet with me so that we can find a solution to this issue for my rural constituents in town?
Well, can I thank her for raising this issue, and just hearing her makes it absolutely clear that we need to find a solution to this, so I'll make sure that she gets the meeting that she is requesting with the relevant minister, so we can move as quickly as possible.
Ayab Khan, final question.
Mr. Speaker, rubbish is building up right beneath my very nose. It's becoming...
Easy, Tiger.
It's becoming a serious problem in Birmingham. In Birmingham, bin strikes are now running over close to 2 years. So can I ask gently the Prime Minister to intervene and perhaps speak to the leader of Birmingham City Council to see if he can re-enter negotiations with Unite the Union?
Yeah, he's right to raise this, and we're doing everything we can to resolve the situation, which absolutely needs resolving.
That completes Prime Minister's questions. Point of order, Rachel Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, yesterday a Reform UK MP visited a synagogue in my constituency and failed to notify me of this visit. It was a political visit. It is part of a pattern that has been observed at a time when we need to work together in our communities to tackle anti-Semitism, this terrible form of hate. I would like your guidance, please, on the correct procedure for members in terms of whether they should show their courtesy.
Mr. Tice, please. It's very important to hear this point of order. No, I need to hear it. Please, just...
I would like your guidance, please, on the correct procedure for members in terms of when they should or should not show the courtesy of letting sitting Member of Parliament know of their intention to visit.
OK. Look, I'm very clear on this. When members of Parliament go into another member's constituency, they should let the member know in advance of that visit. And I'm going to say it's not just one party, it's all parties that continue to do it. All I say is, these are the courtesies and the rules that we expect. So please, just remember the rules. Let the member know when you're going in. Point's been raised. I'll leave it at that. Right, we now come to a 10-minute...
To the short-term letting of accommodation with regulatory authorities, to amend the Data Protection Act 2018 in connection with that requirement and for connected purposes. Mr. Speaker, I am honoured to represent the cities of London and Westminster in the heart of London, a truly unique constituency in a number of ways.
How many can say that they have the Tate Britain, Ronnie Scott's and Abbey Road studios on their patch? How many can boast 78,000 businesses and 2 million jobs? And how many can point to having been the home for a unique wealth of historical figures like Mary Seacole, Millicent Fawcett and Aluda Equiano? But this centrality does come at the cost of one of the most competitive housing markets in the world, where long-term residents are forced to compete against commercial real estate, luxury developers and foreign oligarchs. Chief among the forces hollowing out our communities is the unchecked proliferation of short-term letting hosts on Airbnb, Booking.com and other sites. These individuals turn our homes into hotels, our communities into commodities and our neighbours into nighttime nuisances. My inbox is full of such stories. Fire services being called because of guests leaving cookers on. Families with children being kept up with drug-fuelled James Bond-themed parties taking place right next door night after night. And even organised crime outfits renting out apartments for a weekend to harass Londoners, snatching phones and wallets before leaving with their ill-gotten gains. Shame. Amidst this bad behaviour is the flagrant breach of the London-wide regulation that short-lets operate for no more than 90 nights per year without planning permission. This is operationally impossible to enforce because of how difficult it is to get accurate information on how many nights a short-term let is being used. Mr. Speaker, in some parts of my constituency, as many as 30% of homes are being used as short-term lets, and in the process, making the homes that are left less affordable for long-term residents. Research from King's College London shows that doubling the density of short-term lets is associated with an 8% growth in per-bedroom rental prices, or more than £4,500 per year. This overheated housing market has become unaffordable for locals and hollowed out communities like those in the West End, which was historically the beating heart, cultural heart of London, home to William Blake, Shelley and Constable. The average one-bed flat in Soho costs £2,400 a month to rent privately, over double what they would have been at the turn of the millennium. And at the same time, average prices have tripled from £300,000 to nearly £1 million. When non-residential forces crowd into a residential market, it's working people who are the losers. It is no coincidence that Soho's population has been shrunk by 2/3 over the same time period, and that the knock-on effects of these changes are felt. Since my election, I have had to fight for institutions used by local residents, including schools and community facilities such as the Jubilee Hall Gym and the Central YMCA, to stay open, and frequently their landlords have complained about a lack of footfall. Mr. Speaker, London isn't just special because of its landmarks or its economy. It's special because of its people, its historic communities living and working together and generating some of the greatest cultural and social achievements produced by this country. And if we want to keep London as a world-leading city, we need to ensure that its people can afford to make a home here and that they feel safe and at ease living here. We have to fight for this city, and that is exactly what I intend to do. I would like to take a moment to pay tribute to the City of Westminster's pioneering short-term lets team, who work day in and day out to enforce existing rules around illegal subletting and the 90-day rule, and antisocial behaviour in problem properties. Since coming into power in 2022, Labour has doubled their size, and I've been working with them, launching a short-term lets commission, directly reporting properties flagged by my constituents to council officers and ensuring they are taken off these sites for good. And the government is on the side of my constituents too, in pushing forward with a mandatory short-term lets registration scheme. This will be the first time to give us a clear, uncontested data on where the short-term lets are and who is operating them. Hosts will have to enter their property's address and receive a unique reference number, which will then appear on all sites where it is let. And they will have to confirm that they are following existing regulations which apply to short-term lets, such as fire, gas and electrical certificates. This will be transformative for how we enforce short-term lets in London. With a unique reference number, teams like those in Westminster will be able to make much more easily pinpoint problem properties and take them off major sites for good. But there is a piece of information which this scheme must collect, which right now we cannot. the number of nights for which homes are being let out. Without this crucial data, enforcing the 90-day limit will remain an elusive task to local authority planning enforcement teams. Data from Air DNA indicates that nearly 6,000 short lets in the cities of London and Westminster are being let out at over the 90-day limit. These are almost certainly the worst offenders when it comes to the other community disruptions which I have already mentioned. If we simply made these actors follow the law, or better still, took them off the market entirely, we would significantly reduce the disruption caused by short-term letting. So why can't we take this data? It's because of the Data Protection Act, which currently prevents this information from being shared. While crucial for ensuring that our personal data is more secure than in comparable countries outside of the EU, in this case, the Data Protection Act is standing in the way of effectively regulating short-term lets. A number of exemptions do, however, exist in the legislation, and my motion today would extend this exemption to include the number of nights short-term lets are used. This, however, cannot be the only action which is needed on tackling short-term lets. Time and time again, my constituents do bring up licensing as a possible solution to the spread of short-term lets, backed by reams of research from policy experts. Just as if a business were applying to open a bar or a cafe in a local area, so too should a short-let host have to apply to their local authority before opening what is, in essence, a micro-hotel in the middle of a residential block. While every local authority should be able to undertake their own approach to this, local authorities like Westminster and the City of London, where concentrations are so high, need to have the power to decide where homes can be let out and under what conditions. The government's upcoming database is a crucial step in this direction, as it can, for the first time ever, provide an authoritative data set on the extent of this problem, and this will benefit members of Parliament and their constituents across the country. My constituents are ready to engage with this database and report poor practice. The local authorities I work with are on hand to upscale their work, which the benefits of it can bring. All we need now is this final piece of the puzzle, knowing how many nights homes are let out for. This piece is well within our grasp, and it is up to us in this House to deliver it.
That the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare to bring in the bill?
Rachel Blake, Lizzie Collins, Florence Eshalomi, Dame Meg Hillier, Alison Hume, Jane Kirkham, Joe Powell, Anna Geldard, Will Stone, Noah Law, Tony Vaughan, Dr. Scott Arthur.
Rachel Blake.
Short-term let accommodation data sharing requirements bill.
Second reading what day?
27th of February.
27th of February. A point of order, Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd be grateful for your advice as to how I register my utter disgust at the Member of Parliament for the City of London and Westminster scoring a cheap political point about me visiting a synagogue in this constituency.
Well, first of all, it's not a point of order, and you have corrected by putting on the record. What I would say is, a point of order is made, and this is where I stand by my ruling. If you are visiting for prayer or visiting in a private capacity, one wouldn't be expected to be told. But if one is doing it in an official position and are going to a synagogue as an invite, it is only right that it is on all of us to ensure that the Member of Parliament is aware. And I will leave it at that. I'm not going to continue the debate, but just want to reaffirm to all members, whether shadow ministers or backbenchers, please ensure the Member of Parliament is aware of a visit. And when I say visit, not in a private capacity, but in a political capacity.
Point of order.
A point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to raise a point of order on a previous point of order that I've raised regarding the Royal Mail and Postal Delivery Services. The reason I mention it, Mr. Speaker, is that recently I wrote to some constituents about my point of order and letter delivery services, and the letter, House of Commons First Class, took 12 days to arrive. Now, the fact is that there are many, many members across this House who are writing on important issues on House of Commons paper, in House of Commons envelope, and they are taking many, many days to arrive, meaning that many of our constituents might be ill-informed about the speed in which members of Parliament are responding, which, of course, you will know, Mr. Speaker, can be raised with the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards.
What I do know is it's certainly not a point of order, and that's the first part to where we start. What I would say is, quite rightly put it on the record, I'm sure your constituents are well aware that you're diligent in your replies, and it's literally down to Royal Mail rather than the 12 days that they were hanging on to your letter. What I would say for all of us, that Royal Mail, quite rightly, has a duty of care. It says first class, we expect a first class delivery service. With the price of postage, the Royal Mail should be embarrassed by what you've raised today. But it still doesn't make it a point of order. Right. Let me move on to motion number 2 of the House, the Minister to move.
Back to move.
Order. The question is on the order paper. The question is, as on the order paper, as many that have been say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the 7 o'clock motion. Oh, noted. Right. We now come to the motion relating to police, and I call the Minister to move the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the Police Grant Report England and Wales 2026-27, which was laid before Parliament on the 28th of January this year, be approved. Before I come to the detail of the settlement, please can I associate myself with the remarks of the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition in Prime Minister's Question Time, adding our condolences and our thoughts following the stabbing in Kingsbury High in Brent yesterday. I know we all hope that those who've been injured will be able to recover and that justice will be done in a very difficult situation. I also want to take the opportunity, before I come to the detail, to pay tribute to the men and women who work to protect the rest of us from harm. I did not need to become Policing Minister to appreciate the debt of gratitude that is owed to these dedicated public servants. But it is right to say that having the honour of serving in this post has given me a daily insight of the remarkable work of our police. I'm sure the whole House will join me in expressing gratitude to the officers, staff and volunteers who are, as we speak, performing their duties with professionalism, skill and courage. We are all fortunate to have so many brave individuals dedicated to keeping us safe, whether they be first responders turning towards danger, PCSOs immersed in their neighbourhoods, or staff working behind the scenes to track the latest threats to the public. And that is why our record cash investment in the policing system for England and Wales is so important. We are determined to provide our police forces with the resources they need to continue their vital work, as well as support to invest in their future. In 2026-27, overall funding for the policing system in England and Wales will be up to £21 billion. This is an increase of £1.3 billion compared to 2025-26. Funding available to local police forces will total up to £18.4 billion, an increase of £796 million from 2025-26. This is an increase of 2.3% in real terms. Of this funding increase, £432 million will come from additional government grant, whilst £364 million will come from police precept, assuming PCCs choose to maximise the £15 limit. Furthermore, we have worked with a small group of forces who evidenced particular financial pressures to agree additional precept flexibility. The settlement also includes at least £1.2 billion for counter-terrorism policing to preserve national security and guard against the most severe threats, as is the primary duty of any government.
As the Minister is, I thank the Minister for giving way. As she's getting into the detail of the funding package, will she just accept two broad points? The first is, on Labour's watch, the overall number of police officers in England has fallen. And second, because of cost pressures on police forces from other decisions taken by her government, the Association of Police Commissioners has said there's a £500 million shortfall in the allocation of funding from this government to police forces.
With £21 billion going in overall into policing and 18.4 billion direct going into our police forces, I do not accept that there is a shortfall in funding. There is more money going into policing this year than there was last year by hundreds of millions of pounds. On his first point, and I suspect the front bench will try to make the same points, we have, having worked with police chiefs, both introduced a big package of reform, but also removed the arbitrary headcount targets for officer numbers that local forces found so difficult to navigate, because they were pushed into recruiting officers and putting them behind desks to do jobs that staff could do. We are not going to judge our police on the number of different types of roles, but we are going to judge our police on their outcomes, which is why we are setting targets, which is why we are driving productivity, and why we are focused on tackling crime, not on arbitrary numbers. As we are, I will give way here.
Thank you, first of all, for the report coming forward. I think the figure that was mentioned by the Minister was 1.2 billion for take on terrorism, an anti-terrorism role, extra money coming in. Obviously, we in Northern Ireland have a particular critical role when it comes to addressing the issue of terrorism. It's still active in a minor way, but still active in Northern Ireland. And because we also have a border which we have to patrol, address the issues of immigration, issues of theft of farm agricultural machinery, and all those things come into the picture. Within the Barnett Consequential, could I ask the Minister, will extra money therefore be coming to the PSNI in Northern Ireland to help us? Thank you so much. Sorry.
Well, of course, policing in itself is devolved, but the terrorism risk involves working across the whole of the United Kingdom, and the Security Minister, my honourable friend, will be working very closely to make sure we are working across all the four parts of this United Kingdom to make sure we're offering the support as we need to be. Yeah.
For the Policing Minister, moving on, she will know West Mercia Police, Shropshire, Herefordshire, Worcestershire, a very good force in many ways. But is she aware that West Mercia, which will impact the Wrekin constituency, is about to see the first fall in police numbers in over a decade, and likely to see approximately 20 frontline police officers removed as a result of what the local Police and Crime Commissioner calls a shortfall in government funding?
To repeat, every force in the country has had an increase in their funding this year, and we are making sure we have the right funding to support our objectives. What I would say, again, on police officer numbers is what we saw under the last government was a reduction of 20,000 police officers and then a rush to recruit 20,000 police officers. The result of that recruitment was, for example, in the last 2 years of the Conservative government, a 60% rise in retail crime. The outcomes did not follow that arbitrary focus on numbers. We are interested in police outcomes. We are interested in driving down crime and preventing crime, but we also believe that we should give our chiefs the flexibility within their local workforce to understand what roles they need. Police staff are exceptionally important in many different roles. The number of PCSOs under the last government halved. It wasn't even government policy, it just happened because they didn't have a proper workforce plan, they didn't think about these things, and then in the latter years they didn't allow flexibility for local officers. We believe that chiefs can make the right decisions about their workforce locally, and
we will be establishing a workforce plan nationally for the first time that the Conservatives failed to do, to make sure we have the right resources in the right places at the right time.
Will she give way?
Gosh, all right.
Well, I'm grateful to the Police Minister and my constituency neighbour for giving way. She references the different kinds of people working in the police workforce and how police chiefs should have flexibility. But in the last year, not only have police officer numbers fallen by 1,300, but police staff numbers have fallen as well by 529. PCSOs have fallen in the last year by 204. Special constables, 514. And even volunteers have fallen too. Every single number has fallen. Is she proud of that?
Knife murders have fallen by 27%. Knife crime has fallen by 8%. That is nearly 4,500 fewer knife offences in the last year than the previous year. We are focused on outcomes, and the Right Honourable Gentleman will know that proper police reform involves looking at the staff, looking at the workforce, also looking at new technology. He knows and is a big fan of live facial recognition, as are we. And we are taking out of the system efficiencies to the tune of £350 million during this Parliament, just in efficiencies where money was being wasted under the previous government, that we will strip out of the system. We will be focused through the new reforms on outcomes and on delivering a local police force that will tackle the epidemic of everyday crime, and a national police service that will tackle the complex crime.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And first, can I apologise that I can't stay till the very end of this because I have a debate in Westminster Hall, but I did need to ask the Minister a question. The Minister talks about outcomes. So is she as shocked as I am that the Labour Cheshire Police Crime Commissioner has already spent £200,000 on 2 listening exercises, is expected to spend another £400,000 on listening exercises, when really they're putting up the preset by 6.7%. The police force will have to make redundancies. Doesn't she agree with me that that money shouldn't be going on vanity projects, but on frontline policing?
I would suggest that perhaps the previous government would have benefited from listening to the public, and there is no harm in listening to the public. Indeed, it is our role as elected representatives to do so. One of the challenges that we are grappling with through the white paper reform is how do we make sure there is accountability at the hyper-local and at the national level to make sure we do listen to our constituents and make sure we are targeting the crimes that they care about.
I noticed today the same Labour Police and Crime Commissioner has put an advert up for £45,000 to £55,000 for a senior public relation officer for himself and other vanity projects. Surely that money should be spent on PSOs and police on the ground and not on himself.
I don't know if the Right Honourable Lady has anybody in her team that helps her with communications. Perhaps she does. Nobody? No? I suspect she does have somebody who helps with communications, and most honourable members in this place do. And I think ensuring the public know what is happening is also a good thing. The honourable lady will know that we have said several times in this place as well that we are abolishing the role of Police and Crime Commissioner, not in any way because of the work that they have done. They have done a lot of brilliant work, and I have some fantastic colleagues that I will continue working with until 2028.
That nearly 600...
Forgive me. Order. Minister, are you taking intervention or not? I missed that. Well, continue, Minister, continue.
I suggest maybe we carry on this conversation over a cup of coffee another time. And we are also investing £1.4 billion into the wider policing system to continue our progress towards adopting the modern, cutting-edge technologies that will better enable the police to perform their most critical function, keeping the public safe. The government is supporting the police in their ongoing fight against knife crime by maintaining funding for serious violence reduction activity in every force area, alongside £28 million through our County Lines programme to disrupt organised crime and protect vulnerable and exploited children. And £119 million will go towards our ambitious programme of police reform, which will establish a new national centre to support AI across policing, enable the national rollout of live facial recognition and strengthen how data is used to support operational policing.
The policing minister, she's being very generous, as she always is, and I hope she'll be generous in her reply as well. On AI, I mean, obviously AI is already playing a part in policing, and I would hope that everybody that wants to see crime reduced would support it. But it's support with caveats, as far as I'm concerned. There does need to be legislative oversight, that it is regulated and not abused. So when will the government be coming forward with that legislation, which which the Home Secretary has mentioned is going to come forward? And just very briefly on police reform, does she recognise that West Mercia oversees a rural and semi-rural area, and any reconfiguration, restructuring should recognise the unique challenges of rural police forces as opposed to, let's say, the neighbouring force of West Midlands?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for those 2 points that he asked in one question. On AI, he's absolutely right. We need to make sure, and I hope this is now the policy of the opposition, it wasn't when they were in government, that there should be an understanding of what AI is used for and what it isn't. On the live facial recognition side, which is important and we are expanding, we are consulting at the moment on how that is used and how it is not. On AI, there is a huge amount of work going on in different police forces, and most areas have ethics committees. They have structures where they do consider and talk about the use of AI. There are certain rules around never, for example, using AI to make a decision or to have a judgment, but just to give information is very important. And we know with the recent case in terms of the West Midlands how easy it is to end up making a mistake, and we want to obviously avoid that. And on the funding point, we are baking into our funding, reform point, we are baking into the reform structures that at the hyper-local level, everybody in their ward will have a named contactable officer, that there will be targets on 999 response times, on 999 answering call times, and on responding to non-urgent calls. I understand and I hear, and I've had that message from several MPs, that that rural areas are concerned that where there's a larger force, that will mean they get less resources. That is not the intention whatsoever. Indeed, quite the opposite. By having, instead of 43 forces making 43 decisions with 86 decision makers, and spending money in 43 different ways, we will make savings that will mean that we can put more money into frontline policing in his constituency.
To the Minister, and I'm reassured to hear those words, except I'm not hearing how, because we've all seen that when you move to a larger force, the big cities, the big metropolitan areas have a political and a kind of almost a gravity way of pulling resources to them. So it needs something structural. So perhaps the Minister may not have an answer today, but would she consider looking at ways of backing up that hope to turn it into something on which rural communities in my constituency can actually rely?
Yes, as my honourable friend has just said, as two people from cities, we feel the same way quite often, that we don't always get the resources that we're also pushing for. Everybody will be, of course, interested to ensure in this place that their constituents get the funding that they need. We have set up, we are about to set up a independent review into what the structures will be going forward. He can also read the white paper that that sets out some of these ideas, but the independent review will be completed by the summer, and that will set out how many forces, how they will work, and how they will operate. And I think I'm going to make a little bit of progress, if that is okay. So, policing reform, I just want to touch on that a little bit more. Last month, as I said, we released the white paper setting out how we'll create a policing system fit for the future. Taken together, our plans amount to the biggest reforms for almost 200 years. They will see improvements to police governance, force mergers to unlock greater efficiencies, and the creation of a national police service capable of fighting sophisticated criminals at a national level. These reforms are overdue, and we know that they will not be easy, but we also know that they are necessary. Our overarching aim is clear: to establish a new policing model in which local forces protect their communities and national police protect us all.
Would the Minister allow a brief on that point?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Minister for giving way. One of the challenges that we've always had in Staffordshire is that because of a manufacturing site in Tamworth and also because of the politics of Stoke-on-Trent, we've often had to deal with very complex national issues around far-right activism and Hizb ut-Tahrir activism. With the increasing in police forces and with the national responsibilities, how is the Minister going to make sure that some of those local specialisms that we've built up in Staffordshire continue to be deployable in those places? Because sometimes our neighbourhood policing is actually the first barrier to dealing with some of the escalated problems further on down the line. It's how we make, so you'll be able to say how that knowledge transfer will carry on. Yeah.
Can I thank my honourable friend for that question? And several people have raised similar concerns. I think my answer would be that by creating a much simpler system than we actually have now, that movement of information and resources and people and the specialisms where they exist will be easier to maintain, because at the moment we have lots of different national bodies that we will be bringing together. We have the ROCUs, the regional organised crime units, that don't have a legislative basis and are funded in a sort of range of different slightly peculiar ways. We have specialist units sitting in different forces across the country looking at different things, whether that's modern slavery or funding helicopters. We have the peculiar system that doesn't make much sense, and by streamlining it, so we have a national service, regional service and local police areas, we can enable that flow of information and specialism to be, I think, clearer. But I understand his point, and it's been raised by several people, and we will certainly be very mindful of it.
This is being extremely generous. I met with the Chief Constable of Humberside last week. As the Minister will know, it's the leading force in the country. It's got the highest results. So local people are concerned about a reorganisation which could be expensive, that could draw resources away from a successful police system. How will the preparation for these changes engage with the Chief Constable in Humberside and others who are helping set very high standards now and which we don't want to see diminished in future?
I think he points to a challenge, which is that some police forces perform brilliantly, others perform less well. In the main, there's only one force in Engage at the moment, but in the main, forces will be good at certain things, bad at others, and it will vary across the country. Our aim is to make sure we have brilliance everywhere, and we are working very closely with police chiefs. I think this is the first time we have had a reform programme that has not had the criticism that perhaps you might expect from different aspects of policing. We almost to the point where we sort of sat back and kind of wondered, maybe have we got this wrong? Everybody is agreeing with us. It is really powerful to sit with police chiefs, and it is really powerful to sit with officers who are rank and file, as I did last week, and hear the challenges that they face and the solutions that they have. And we are suggesting the same solutions. And of course, it will be a difficult journey. No reform programme isn't, but we are making sure we're engaging with policing on every step of the way. I am going to make some progress, I'm afraid. I know that many honourable members have talked about the funding formula, and I know that in opposition, indeed, I called on the previous government to review the funding formula regularly, and we will, of course, as part of this reform journey, have to reform the funding formula because we are changing the structures, so I can reassure members that we will do that. This year's settlement represents a first step in our reform journey. We've streamlined the way we distribute funding and put flexibility back into the hands of police chiefs, allowing them to focus on the priorities of their communities and of this government. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of those priorities has to be neighbourhood policing, as it is the bedrock of the British policing model. A central aim of this government's agenda has been to restore neighbourhood policing after it was catastrophically eroded in the years before the general election. Our efforts are already having an impact, with nearly 2,400 more neighbourhood officers already in our communities, and the Neighbourhood Policing Guarantee delivering named contactable officers in every area. But we must and will go further, and through this settlement we will build on the progress so far. Having listened to police feedback from police chiefs and PCCs and select committees and HMIC FRS and others, we are removing arbitrary headcount targets for overall officer numbers. We believe success should be judged not just by numbers, but by how they deliver the outcomes that the public want to see. Our focus is on putting police where they can make the most difference, which often is within our communities, tackling the crime and antisocial behaviour that blights cities, towns and villages. Therefore, we are ring-fencing £363 million of funding to get 1,750 more police officers and PCSOs into neighbourhood policing roles in the next year. I will carry on making some progress, I'm afraid. Through the continued growth in neighbourhood policing, we will restore the vital link between police forces and the communities they serve. Madam Deputy Speaker, we also believe there's significant potential to revolutionise police efficiency and productivity. We are continuing to work with forces through the efficiency programme towards the target I spoke of earlier, £354 million of cashable savings by the end of this Parliament. As set out in our white paper, there are further avenues we must explore to bring policing into the modern age and deliver better value. Meanwhile, new structures will remove duplication, and the National Police Service will allow us to deal with the biggest threats on the national level. This government believes in doing things right once, not in 43 different ways. Not a single penny of taxable money should be wasted. By investing in new technology, taking away administrative burdens and moving officers out from desks and into our communities, we move closer to that goal. Madam Deputy Speaker, in 2026-27, we are continuing to invest in the police, supporting them with a record level of cash funding to do what they do best, keep us all safe. We know that it is the first duty of government and that it requires a highly effective, I will not on this occasion, and it requires a highly effective and efficient police service. A service that is equipped for the crime-fighting challenges of now and also prepared for the future. Ultimately, the test of police efficiency is the absence of crime and disorder and not the visible evidence of police action in dealing with them. These are not my words, but are Robert Peel's principles of policing laid out almost 200 years ago. And yet they are just as relevant today. We believe that policing should be about keeping people safe. Of course, the visible presence of police officers on our streets is vital, and this settlement aims to get officers away from desks and back on the front line. Equally, we cannot... I will give way one more time.
I thank the Minister for giving way. It's most generous of her. A point that has been raised by my Chief Constable is about Labour's new sentencing bill, and criminals won't be sentenced for levels less than 12 months, which says they will now be man-marking criminals on the street, and it will cost them approximately £1.6 million a year to do that. So can the Minister explain how she plans to address that issue in costs and in man-hours?
Well, there's very significant investment going into probation alongside those reforms, and of course, as she would expect, myself and colleagues in the Home Office are working very closely with the Ministry of Justice to make sure we are equipped to respond to any changes. And of course, it is absolutely true that it is often right for people to have non-prison sentences, whether that is tagging or other other punishments. And I think there is some really innovative work that we can do on that going forward, but we are having regular meetings with our police colleagues to make sure we are ready for the changes. Equally, we cannot forget the staff essential to our policing system, like the PCSOs working with vulnerable individuals, victim support staff helping people through the aftermath of crimes, or tech experts working in police HQs to track a stolen phone. This settlement recognises this and puts power back in the hands of local forces, allowing them to prioritise the right mix of skills for a modern workforce. We are giving them the resources, up to £18.4 billion, to invest in this workforce and supply them with the tools and powers they need to do their jobs. Madam Deputy Speaker, we know that to people across England and Wales, what matters most is not what we say, but what we do. We are backing up our words with action, restoring neighbourhood policing, driving down harmful threats and equipping forces for the challenges of modern crime fighting. But we will not stop there. We will maintain momentum this year and beyond, reforming policing and striving to give law-abiding citizens the safety and security they deserve. This settlement will aid us in delivering these aims, and I commend it to the House.
The question is as on the order paper, and I call the Shadow Secretary of State, Chris Philp.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me... Go on, this will be good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to, before the Shadow Minister got into his speech, in 2010, the number of police officers in Staffordshire was around 1,000. That has only just got back to that figure this year. We have never had anything but a Conservative Police and Crime Commissioner, and we've only ever had a Conservative Council and a Conservative Government. Is he able to tell me who I should hold accountable for that decimation of neighbourhood policing under the last government?
Well, he raises the last government. The last government left office with record ever numbers of police. In March 2024, when the last recruitment intake took place, there were 149,769 officers by headcount, the highest in history, and that was 3,000 higher than in 2010. And since the Shadow Minister asked about outcomes, according to the Crime Survey of England and Wales, overall crime fell during the time of the last government by about 50%. Now, I was about to say, before I perhaps foolishly... Goodness me, this is getting very congested already, but I can't possibly resist his entreaty.
I'm extremely grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. He's been most generous and he's barely begun. But I must have misheard, because I've listened to so many speeches on the topic of law and order from the party opposite, and he must have misspoken. He's suggesting that not only was there a record number of police officers left by the last Conservative government, but crime overall fell by 50%. Have these words ever been issued by the ministers, or do they try to mislead the public at every opportunity? If I'm...
Order. You want to stand up and correct the record? Go ahead.
Of course, I was saying no individual, but inadvertently, of course, in any minister's case.
Let's be mindful of our language. Chris Philp.
Well, no, it is true that members opposite forget to mention the record police numbers in March 2024 or the reduction in crime. There was actually more than 50% over the period. Now, look, I will happily give away quite a lot, but I haven't even started, and I've given away a couple of times already. And I was just going to start by echoing the Police Minister's tribute to police officers up and down the country who every day put themselves in the line of danger. I've attended the annual Police Memorial Service and seen and met with the families of officers who have tragically lost their lives while keeping us safe, and they should remain, I think, at the front of our minds during this afternoon's debate. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Police Minister threw around some big numbers earlier about the increase in police funding that has been announced. But the increase for frontline police forces, the increase being given to police and crime commissioners, amounting to 4.5%, is not enough to meet the funding pressures and the cost pressures which they face. I spoke earlier today to Police and Crime Commissioner Roger Hurst of Essex, who is, as she knows, the finance lead for the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners, and Roger Hurst told me that in his assessment, this funding settlement is about £100 million short of the cost pressures police forces will face, meaning they will have to find cuts. And it's not just Roger. The National Police Chiefs Council, the body that represents Chief Constables, said on the 28th of January, and I quote, "Many forces are planning service reductions with consequences for officer numbers staff numbers and resilience. In other words, both police and crime commissioners and the National Police Chiefs Council say this funding settlement is inadequate to maintain police resources. And it's not just them. The Labour Police and Crime Commissioner of Avon and Somerset has just had to cancel the recruitment of 70 new officers because of, in her words, lower than expected government funding. And the Cambridgeshire Police and Crime Commissioner says the settlement falls short of what is required. The Chief Constable of Cleveland says they face a £4 million funding gap under this settlement. The Essex Police and Crime Commissioner says the government settlement is insufficient to cover rising costs, as I said a moment ago. And Manchester, Greater Manchester Police, say they face a £32 million funding gap. So in summary, Madam Deputy Speaker, this settlement is not enough to enable police forces up and down the country to maintain their level of service. They're going to shrink and their services will be diminished. Now, she mentioned the money being provided for the neighbourhood policing officers, 1,750. Well, in fact, she didn't mention the amount of money being provided by the government, which is £50 million for that purpose. Now, if you divide the one number by the other, you get to £29,000 per officer. And as the National Police Chiefs Council have pointed out, the cost of an officer is on average £68,000. So the government is only funding 42% of the cost, leaving the other 58% completely unfunded. She also forgot to mention in her speech that the government is completely cancelling the funding for antisocial behaviour hotspot patrolling, something introduced by the last government, which frankly should have been continued. And when it comes to the way the money is distributed, it remains the case the funding formula is deeply unfair. Change is long overdue, but I would ask the Minister to urgently bring forward changes to the funding formula to make it fairer. The Metropolitan Police receives by far the highest funding in the country, even accounting for the National Capital City Grant and CT funding. If you adjust for that, they receive £439 per head. But the lowest funded forces, such as Dorset, £255 a head, Essex, £236, Cambridgeshire, £237, or Wiltshire, just £235 per head. They are inadequately funded, and the funding formula urgently needs updating. And I'll ask the Police Minister or her colleague, when she sums up, to address that point. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the consequence of this inadequate funding settlement is just the same as the consequence of last year's inadequate funding settlement, when my shadow ministerial colleague, the member for Stockton South, stood at this dispatch box and he warned the minister's predecessor that the funding settlement would lead to reductions in police numbers. He warned very clearly. And we now know that that has come to pass, because the most recent figures, just published a few weeks ago, show that in the year to September 2025, so a year entirely when Labour were in government, the number of police officers fell by 1,318. Numbers being cut under this Labour government. Now, they say they want to get staff. Let me just finish the point, then I'll give way. They say they want to hire staff instead to do jobs behind desks. But the number of police staff fell as well by 529. They talk about PCSOs. Well, the number of PCSOs fell by 204. Special constables down by 514. Police volunteers down by 429. Under this Labour government, that is a reduction in police workforce of 3,000 in just 1 year. Under this Labour government, they are not funding the police properly, and they should be ashamed of themselves. Yes.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. It's right, there are a huge amount of police staff that are never seen, support staff, admin staff, call centre staff, whatever they might be, and they play an important part in delivering the police services to all of our communities. But is it not the case that visibility in policing is needed, and it is only police officers who are warranted to make arrests when crime is committed? So for all the wonderful people working in the back office of all of our police forces, we still need police officers in the communities, tackling the antisocial behaviour that he references, turning up at least occasionally at the parish council where the local police officer still has a reference in the agenda, and visibility absolutely critical around the fear of crime, and a warrant with a police officer absolutely critical in enforcing the law and making arrests.
Is absolutely right. Only uniformed officers or warranted officers can make arrests. And that is why the fall in police numbers under this Labour government is just in 1 second, is so shocking. Now, they talk about neighbourhood officers specifically, but that, of course, ignores things like crime investigation. It ignores things like 999 response. It ignores specialist officers who investigate, for example, sexual offences. It focuses on only one part of policing when total numbers are falling, of course.
Gentlemen, welcome the fact that there are 2,400 more police in our neighbourhoods now than there were at the start of this government.
But the point is, she's cut other areas to do that. She's cut 999 response. She's cut crime investigations. She can use smoke and mirrors by focusing on only one part of the police world. The fact is, total police numbers are down, police staff are down, PCSOs are down, specials are down, and police volunteers are down, all under this Labour government. Now, I think his colleague from Harlow got there first, so I probably ought to give way there first.
I thank the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way, and I do thank him for lobbying on behalf of Essex to get more funding, because clearly I want more funding for Essex as much as he does. I would just quote, I will also declare an interest. I've stood against Roger Hurst in 2 elections, but I've got a lot of time for the work he does as a police and crime commissioner. I really want to make that clear. He says in his own website, however, that he welcomes another 69 new recruits into Essex Police, making it the force bigger and stronger than it has ever been before, which doesn't quite fit with what the Shadow Secretary of State said earlier.
Well, Roger Hurst, in common with many police and crime commissioners, has done a valiant job in the face of the inadequate funding. But as he said himself, and I quote Roger verbatim, the government settlement is insufficient to cover rising costs. That is what Roger himself has said. Now, let's look at outcomes, which the police minister mentioned. And it is a matter of deep concern, Madam Deputy Speaker, that under this Labour government, shoplifting has gone up by 10% to record ever levels. Robbery from business premises is up by 66% in the last year. Antisocial behaviour has gone up. Rape has gone up by 7% under this government. And sexual offences have gone up by 8%, of course.
When he says that rape has gone up, does he mean that the recorded crime of rape has gone up? And does he recognise that actually everybody in this House should celebrate when women feel more comfortable to come forward to the police?
Well, that isn't what she was saying when the rape figures were going up under the last government. Once is enough. The fact that reported rapes are going up, to the extent that reflects increased levels of offending, that would be a serious concern. Go on.
What is actually going up is rape charging, and actually, I just to make the record straight, I never ever criticised increased reporting of rape. What I criticised was the decimation under his government of rape charging that led to the worst record in history.
Well, she will know that the change in the rape charge rate followed the disclosure rule changes after the Liam Allen case back in about 2017, and the last government set up Operation Sateria and a whole rape task force designed to increase the rape charging rates, and indeed they were increasing prior to the last election, and I very much hope that this government is continuing the work of Operation Sateria that was started by the last government. Now, in relation to the police reforms the police minister referred to, while there are some functions like counter-terrorism and fighting serious and organised crime that may well be better provided on a national basis, we will certainly be opposing on this side of the House the creation of approximately 10 regional mega forces that will see county forces essentially abolished, merged into enormous entities that are very far removed from the communities they serve, which will inevitably see resources drawn away from towns and villages towards large cities. And there is no evidence that large forces are either more efficient or better performing. In fact, the two arguably worst performing forces in the country, the Met and West Midlands, are also the largest forces in the country. And the history of Police Scotland, where they merged 8 police forces into one has not been a particularly happy episode, and is certainly not a good case study for what is being proposed. So I would ask the Minister to think again about the creation of these mega forces when the examples of the West Midlands, the Met and Police Scotland indicate that large police forces do not perform well. Now, there is one area, Madam Deputy Speaker, where I will agree with the Minister, and indeed more than agree with her, actively support what she is trying to do, and that is the use of technology in catching criminals, and in particular the use of live facial recognition, which she and I have both seen being used very effectively in Croydon town centre and indeed across London, where in the last year 963 arrests have occurred as a result of using live facial recognition of criminals who would not otherwise have been caught, including a man wanted for a double rape dating back 8 years, who would not have been caught but for the use of live facial recognition. So I'd be interested to hear her plans for rolling this technology out across the country, accelerating its use dramatically. And I'd also be interested in her assurance that the consultation she's doing on the use of this technology is going to be carefully calibrated, because there is a risk that the sort of people on the fringes, left and right, who don't like this technology will try and lobby her and will try and persuade her to introduce all kinds of rules and regulations and red tape. And if she gives in to their requests, she may end up inadvertently creating a sort of very bureaucratic system that in practice is very difficult for the police to operate. So I would urge her to think about the mainstream majority who strongly support this technology. Certainly in Croydon, the public support this technology, understanding that it catches criminals and understanding that if you're not on the watch list, your image is immediately and automatically deleted. And I just ask her to make sure that if she does change the rules, she does it in a way that is quite light touch and it doesn't end up potentially strangling what could be one of the most promising and effective crime-fighting technologies this country has seen for many, many decades. And I really hope that is the approach that she plans to take. Madam Deputy, one last time.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, and he will have noted, as I did, that the Police Minister failed to answer the how. She said she wished to make sure that the creation of these massive new police organisations didn't lead to policing becoming more distant and remote and hard to influence, not least for rural communities, but she couldn't tell us how it would be done. Does he share my concern that we will end up with a larger, more bureaucratic system which is remote from ordinary people, and for people in rural East Yorkshire in particular, they're going to feel far away from decision-making?
I think my honourable friend puts it brilliantly. He has articulated exactly why the forced creation of regional megaforces is likely to be a backwards step. Madam Deputy Speaker, this I'm done. But he may find that a matter of considerable relief. Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, sometimes in conclusion are the most popular words I utter in a speech. In conclusion, this.
Right, honourable friend, give way before concluding.
This is the last time.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. But at a time of great pressure on police budgets and my Cheshire police force having to make redundancies, was my right honourable friend as concerned as I was that the Minister felt that the Labour Police Crime Commissioner could spend hundreds of thousands of pounds on vanity projects and accepting it rather than condemning it, and that money should go on frontline policing?
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right, and it was disappointing that the Police Minister did not substantively respond. She is quite right. Spending money on loads of communications officers instead of police officers to catch criminals is a misallocation of resources, and my right honourable friend is right to call it out. I will conclude here, Madam Deputy Speaker, by saying that this police funding settlement is not adequate to meet funding pressures. It will lead to continued reductions in police numbers across England and Wales, which will leave our constituents and our countries less safe.
Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I do thank the Ministers for her remarks, and she'll find very considerable support for the broad thrust of what she's saying, especially around the streamlining and the new policing models. And I know she's thinking very seriously about how to get that best return on that reorganisation in terms of serious and organised crime, being alive to those regional specialisms and expertise that already exist. So I do thank her for that, and for her commitment to better funding for our police force after the disastrous
period of austerity under the Conservatives. I do want to put some challenges to my colleague, because there are some local concerns I have. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, after hearing from the Shadow Minister about his remarks about police numbers, I've just got to say to him, in all candour, the reduction of 20,000 police officers in the name of austerity was one of the most deeply reckless and stupid things a government could ever do. And I'd just like the Minister, the Shadow Minister opposite, to come to the dispatch box and apologise for that gross dereliction of duty. I mean, the Honourable Member chunters and laughs from a sedentary position. I will in a minute. But if he would like to apologise to the country for the damage that caused, because I can tell him that the removing so many officers at a stroke, had a devastating impact. And looking at those raw numbers, you did it, the Honourable Member chunters, he fails to comprehend. I'll happily do so.
On talking about events of 14 years ago when that government were fixing the financial mess Gordon Brown left behind, I would remind him the last government left office with record ever police numbers, and I suggest he reserves his ire for the falling police numbers that are happening today under this Labour government.
Speaker, the penny hasn't dropped with the spokesperson opposite. Not to understand for 1 minute how that translated in our communities. That's the issue, because you simply did not take into consideration the loss of expertise. You cannot replace those with recruits overnight. It was the most stupid thing a government could do. I'll happily give away.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Gentleman came right onto my point at the end there. That was the devastating thing. Ripping the experience out of our police force and then dressing up new recruits as somehow a replacement for that led to higher crime in my constituency, and I know it led to higher crime in his constituency.
My honourable friend makes an absolutely pertinent point. These are the lived experiences of our constituents. That's the consequences that they had to live with. And it's said from the benches opposite, it's because of the financial situation they were left in. Of course, austerity was a political choice, and the party opposite deliberately ploughed this furrow with disastrous consequences. And they should have they should have the humility to get up and acknowledge the error that they made. Crack on.
Well, gentlemen, I've never heard someone so passionately misinformed in my life. They left a massive gaping overspend, the national debt. In other speeches, he'll mention the national debt going up under the Conservatives. We brought it down every year and fought and reduced crime as well. Left, having recovered the country, record levels of police officers and a 50% cut in crime. And he puts on this faux outrage. The lived reality for his communities and mine was an improved service and a balanced book.
The honourable gentleman should not consider it to be faux outrage. I lived in my constituency throughout that period and the damage that it caused. And we should acknowledge the damage that was caused. I'm going to be challenging my own government. I am not. I'm trying to be objective about these issues. What I will, but what's got to be understood in this place is that the consequences of those terrible decisions that were made. I do, Madam Deputy Speaker, now want to turn on, because there are issues around the Cleveland Police that I want to ask the Minister to address, because they are real issues. Because there is more to be done around improvement in funding, which does remain uneven, and where local areas continue to miss out. So I hope to explore this in an objective and rational way with the front bench. But I do want to draw attention to the urgent and growing concerns of the Police and Crime Commissioner for Cleveland regarding funding of our local police force. And despite serving one of the most deprived and high crime areas in the country, Cleveland Police remains the force with the lowest number of officers compared to 2010, a reduction of some 12%, leaving the community more vulnerable and officers overstretched. And with the greatest respect, the recent funding settlement does compound the problem. Cleveland received the smallest increase in the country, just 3.3%, which, after accounting for inflation and pay awards, leaves a real-term shortfall of around 2.4 million. That's equivalent to 40 officers. Yet the government continues to expect this deficit to be met through local council tax. And I just respectfully suggest that's unreasonable.
Gentlemen, he seemed to be, I mean, he was practically spitting with anger when he talked about the Conservative record of increased police officers and a halving of crime, but now he respectfully asked the Minister, and is it his understanding, as a direct result of the settlement that this Minister has brought to this House, that there will be a cut in service level in his deprived communities and making them less safe? Is that his understanding? And if so, perhaps his passion could rise up a little.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the difference between me and the honourable gentleman opposite, I am the right honourable gentleman opposite, is that I'm capable of being objective when facts are put in front of me, whereas he appears to be completely myopic and in total denial about his own government's record of decimating our police forces and seeing the consequences of it. So I am perfectly content with making proper representations to the government on the settlements that have been devolved out. It's a perfectly reasonable proposition to put. It's a shame he couldn't participate in a more sensible discussion. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, with almost a third of our neighbourhoods in the top 10% most deprived nationally, local residents can't shoulder a £90 increase on Band D property to restore staffing levels to safe levels. The Police and Crime Commissioner has written 3 times to the Minister seeking urgent clarity about how this settlement was calculated. Each time he hasn't had a response, and I'll just ask the Minister to reflect upon that and come back to me. Our communities and their elected PCC deserve answers. It's not just a matter of fairness, it's a matter of public safety. And without adequate funding, Cleveland Police can't meet the government's own objectives of reducing knife crime, tackling violence against women and girls, and maintaining effective neighbourhood policing. Madam Deputy Speaker, the people of Cleveland and their PCC and the officers on the front line have done everything asked of them, exceeding recruitment targets, investing in neighbourhood policing and achieving crime reductions above the national average. And of course I reflect upon their incredible efforts in the response to the riot on the 4th of August 2024. It was the most remarkable response of police and community banding together in the wake of the most violent attack upon our own community. And I must pay tribute to the incredible work that they did, because they have never ever had to deal with anything like that, and they did it with such incredible dedication and professionalism that we cannot ever be thankful enough for them to them for their efforts. But again, I would just ask that the Minister does reflect upon this settlement, because I'm not convinced that this is reflective of their efforts and redistributing scarce resources to other forces with less need. So I therefore urge the government to revisit the settlement urgently, to properly resource Cleveland Police based on need, deprivation and demand, and not on population alone, and to provide the answers the PCC and our communities rightly deserve. Madam Deputy Speaker, our officers deserve the support they have earned, and our residents deserve the safety and security that only properly funded policing can provide. Thank you.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Max Wilkinson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by declaring an interest. My father-in-law is the police chaplain for North Yorkshire Police, and my brother-in-law, here indeed, and my brother-in-law is an inspector in North Yorkshire Police too. And I'd then like to segue into thanking them, but also Inspector Steve Benbow, who leads the policing team in Cheltenham and does a terrific job in difficult circumstances. Now, the Liberal Democrats have long called for a return to proper community policing. Unfortunately, those numbers fell under the last Conservative government, and it is clear to me from speaking to people in my constituency and elsewhere that people want a visible and trusted police presence in their community to focus on preventing and on solving crimes. Far too many crimes at the moment, like shoplifting, bike theft, tool theft, and so many more, go unsolved, and ordinary people pay the price. Police stations and front desks are disappearing at an alarming rate, even under this government, leaving people with nowhere to go. Now, Labour has promised the public 13,000 more police officers, but instead frontline officer numbers have fallen. By September last year, we had 1,300 fewer officers than the year before, and in March 2025, the number of frontline police officers was down by more than 4,300 compared to March 2024. That is why it's so important that these police reforms are got right, and we must see improvements in the numbers of frontline policing as soon as possible. I will.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. I'd just like to highlight one case from Flamstead where David, who was a toolsman, a tradesman, had his van broken into 10 times. On the 10th time, he called the police while they were there, but it still took them many days to arrive. He's now decided to retire because it's too expensive to keep going. So would the honourable member agree with me? This is why that frontline community service from the police is so important.
Absolutely. My honourable friend from Harpenden and Berkhamsted makes an important point. When we call the police, we expect them to turn up. And I don't actually blame the police officers for not showing up. If there's simply not enough of them to do the job, that is a problem which is a hangover from the last government, and this government must go faster to solve those problems. Now, if we don't...
Sorry, will the honourable gentleman give way?
Of course. I give way to the member from Beverley and Holden-Neck.
He may have inadvertently just suggested that somehow there was a reduction in police numbers. There were a record number of police officers, the highest in the history of this country when the Conservatives left power, and that number has been reduced frontline and back office and PCSOs, each and every one of them reduced by that police minister, that government opposite. And I know the honourable gentleman, who's always an honest and straightforward member of this House, wouldn't want to suggest that the Conservatives had left us with reduced numbers when in fact they had increased.
I thank the honourable member for his. I thank the honourable member for his. I thank the honourable member for his interruption and also for the many communications that are coming from the other side of the chamber. I have to say, when I hear the Labour Party and Conservative Party arguing about police numbers, I just think this is an excellent advert for voting for one of the other parties. Now, if the government is serious about restoring neighbourhood policing, it needs to step up, get this reform right and get more officers back onto our streets. Ministers have suggested numbers will be increasing. We do not doubt their good intentions, but they will ultimately be judged on results. We cautiously welcome the government's suggestion that it will assign a police team to every council ward level, but the devil will be in the detail. So I ask the Minister, and I'm happy to take an intervention if she would like to put me straight, because we've asked a written question, will each ward, each council ward level, have its own policing team, and will that be unique to that ward, or is it simply assigned en masse to several wards, one and the other?
At the moment, we have a situation where each area has its own named contactable officer. We are going even further so that each ward will have its own named contactable officer. So these are hyper-local police.
And based on the Minister's answer, I can assume that that ward has its own police officer, and that police officer has only one ward to deal with.
No, you have multiple wards.
The Honourable Gentleman for Huntingdonshire, from a sedentary position, suggests that each police officer will have multiple wards. I wonder whether the Minister can clarify.
Just to be clear, by the end of this Parliament, there will be 13,000 extra neighbourhood police, and the Honourable Gentleman can divide that by... yes, please. Yes, please.
I assume the Minister's making an intervention on Mr Wilkinson, not continuing a debate. Please make the intervention and then the member can respond.
PCSOs are police, just to be clear. Police officers, they're not warranted, but they are police. 13,000 extra police in our neighbourhoods. I'll have to do the maths in terms of dividing that between each ward, but there will be a named contactable officer in each ward that people can...
And so before you... feet. The front bench will have opportunities to respond at the end of the debate as well. Max Wilkinson.
I thank the Minister for intervening. I will take the helpful intervention, I think, from the member from Huntingdon.
I would concur with this point and what the Minister just said. I know that in Cambridgeshire, our named neighbourhood officers, who are a little bit difficult to pin down exactly how many and how big an area they cover, but each officer covers a vast area. I know that the officer, for example, who covers the town of St Ives, that's the whole town, of which there are multiple wards, covers every area between St Ives and Ramsey, which includes several villages as well. So it is for the birds to suggest that Cambridgeshire Constabulary is going to have enough named officers to cover every single ward that is represented currently by local government.
I thank the member for his intervention, and this is the point that I'm trying to draw out. The white paper is somewhat non-specific on this. It does say that there will be a named contact for each ward. The suggestion is that that might be just one person or one police officer, a PCSO, per ward, with no other responsibilities for that police officer. I don't believe that will be the case on the numbers that are being presented, which means that the white paper perhaps is somewhat misleading to people. I'm not suggesting ministers for a moment would like to mislead the House, but the white paper does need clarification. Now, if communities are to have confidence that stretch local police teams can deal with local issues, particularly things like illegal e-scooters and illegal e-bikes, they need to have certainty that police teams are available and accessible. Failure to do so will lead to more people feeling unsafe and, sadly, more tragedies. In my constituency of Cheltenham, Madam Deputy Speaker, we recently suffered the loss of an 18-year-old who was riding an illegal e-scooter in a road traffic collision. And in my constituency and in constituencies up and down the country, we frequently witness e-bikes travelling at speed, often on pavements and in pedestrian areas. Police would surely deter such activities, and it must be fully funded. Visible policing will also help deter the onslaught of shoplifting this nation is suffering. We must also hope that the government's warm words on this will be backed by action. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we applaud the government for announcing the impending abolition of police and crime commissioners, because we Liberal Democrats have long opposed the politicisation of policing, and we believe that money should be spent elsewhere. However, there is a risk that by splitting these powers from police and crime commissioners between directly elected mayors and the Home Secretary, that will perpetuate the same problems with the politicisation of policing that we have experienced since 2012. The government must make sure that in doing this, it allows crime and police boards made up of local councillors and representatives from relevant local groups, perhaps also including those mayors, to take over and ensure that police resources, the grant that we're talking about today, are properly spent so we do not see money being wasted instead. Now, the Liberal Democrats are also calling for a police front desk in every community across the country. These would be in community halls like libraries, shopping centres and town halls. Such an approach would allow people to report crimes or share information with the police face-to-face in convenient and accessible locations.
Will the honourable gentleman give way?
I will.
I'm extremely grateful to the honourable gentleman. When I met the Chief Constable of Humberside last week, he talked about Bobby, which is actually an AI tool which is now able to meet 75, in fact pushing up towards 90% of queries. But does the honourable gentleman envisage these desks always being manned, or would a computer or AI-based system be suitable in his view?
I thank the honourable gentleman from Beverley and Holderness for his intervention. We would envisage these being staffed. Clearly, people want to see police face-to-face. AI can have a role, although we all know that there is a cautionary tale from the West Midlands recently that we would, I think, like to put behind us. But AI surely has a role. But in the proposals that we are putting forward, you would have staffed desks in convenient community hubs. Now, I ask the ministers to consider that before going on to say, as members in this House will know, crime is not only focused in cities and towns, and many members in the chamber today represent rural constituencies. Now, the NFU Mutual estimated that there was a cost of rural crime in 2024 as high as £44.1 million. That is a shocking cost to our countryside. We must consider the impact on those who live in rural areas, and specifically farmers who are having a really difficult time at the moment. Their mental health and mental well-being can be badly harmed by crime. A survey of 115 NFU Mutual agents found that 92% believed rural crime was disrupting farming activities in their area, and 86% knew farmers who had been repeat victims of crime, leaving them feeling vulnerable in both their workplace and in their home. Rural communities have seen increasingly organised and damaging offences, yet only a small proportion of the police workforce is dedicated to tackling them. Rural crime is currently dealt with by just 0.4% of the overall police workforce.
Will the honourable member give way?
Of course I will, yes.
I'm really grateful. He's making an excellent point about rural crime. And my concern is that as the boundaries for these police forces become greater, that the resources then tend to go to the urban areas. And we see this in East Devon, where Cranbrook has sucked in resources from villages and towns that previously have had a police presence. Does he also recognise that this effect of pulling police into urban areas is taking place in other parts of the country?
I thank my honourable friend from Tiverton and Honiton for his intervention. It was timely, and when we discuss the structures of policing, clearly if we are imposing wider boundaries as the government intends to, what we need to make sure is that their pledges for local community policing areas are followed through on. And I think the answers that we had in the debate between very many people about 5 minutes ago, they tell us that the story is not yet told by the government in a way that will reassure my community or his. Now, rural communities are increasingly concerned with the increase in crime that they are seeing, and they want to be reassured that ministers are allocating the funding needed to tackle it. With the report that we're considering today, there are so few references to rural areas in the countryside. Can we be reassured that rural crime will be tackled by a specific team in every police force? We're calling for a countryside copper guarantee, which would see properly resourced, dedicated rural crime teams or specialists embedded in every police force. And whether it will deliver, and will the government pledge to deliver the equipment, specialist knowledge and communication tools needed to tackle these crimes effectively? Now, the Shadow Home Secretary mentioned facial recognition technology. Now, we accept that this technology has the potential to improve the outlook for members of the public and to make the police's job easier too. But it does place our civil liberties at risk, and we must not be relaxed about that. In December 2025, the UK's data protection watchdog asked the Home Office for urgent clarity over the racial bias of police facial recognition technology. And official Home Office research has shown that the technology identifies the wrong person about 100 times more often for Asian and black people than it does for white people, and twice as often for women than men. We seek reassurances, I will in a moment, we seek reassurances that this technology will not be used unless the data can be safely captured, and we seek assurance from ministers that those in minority communities won't be misidentified and wrongly arrested. And we hope ministers can reassure us that the data will be stored appropriately, and this will not result in the widespread retention of data relating to innocent people. So will the government consider statutory guidance on this technology to ensure that each police force takes a common and safe approach? And I will take an intervention from the Shadow Home Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Lib Dem spokesman. Just on the 2 points he raised, I looked into those when I was police minister. On the first one about allegations of racial disproportionality, those arose in about 2017 or 2018. The system has subsequently been updated significantly and was tested by the National Physical Laboratory about 2 or 3 years ago. And at the setting the police use it, there is now no racial disproportionality at all. That is a historic problem that's now been fixed. On his second question about data retention, the way the system operates is that if a member of the public, like he or I, who is not on the wanted list, I assume, walks past the camera, then our image is automatically and immediately deleted, which I hope addresses his concern about data retention.
I thank the Shadow Home Secretary for addressing those 2 points. I can reassure him I'm not on the wanted list, but I can only speak for myself. Now, it's useful clarification. I think I would like it from ministers as well, perhaps in the summing up later on, and I'm sure ministers will be able to reassure me. Now, the minister who sits beside the policing minister there will share my view that police must be better at tackling violence against women and girls. And I know she's done a huge amount of work on this. Now, survivors of VAUG and domestic abuse deserve to know that properly funded support services will be there. We must also be reassured that police have the training to enable them to address so-called honour-based abuse. The government should look at introducing high-quality perpetrator programmes in domestic abuse cases with the aim of preventing further abuse. And for those victims already suffering, ministers must make it easier for victims to come forward. They should consider rolling out a Home Office-led national public awareness campaign that tackles myths around domestic abuse and violence against women and girls, which signposts victims to support services and promotes the role of the new Vaughan Task Force. And there is already some really good publicity going out, which we will have seen on our televisions. Survivors must always be able to safely report incidents to the police, although the complexities of these cases mean there are additional needs which must be addressed. So we seek reassurance that police forces will provide for anonymous reporting options and embedding VAUG and domestic abuse specialists in every 999 operator assistance centres. There will be both important measures to help victims report incidents to the police. Now, these should bring together officers and specialists with the training, resources and capacity to effectively support survivors, including by working in partnership with frontline women's services. So will the Minister commit to establishing these specialist task forces in every police force? Finally, we ask whether in considering this report we are yet again looking at smoke and mirrors. It's the same whichever government it is in terms of funding. The government's figures assume a maximum police precept rise in every local area, pushing part of the funding settlement discussion to local areas. Shouldn't governments of all colours just be clearer about that in their communications?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I think before I make my remarks and plead to the government, I must respond to the complete nonsense from the Shadow Minister and the members opposite. The 14 years since 2010 saw catastrophic cuts to the police service, a rise in recorded crime, unmanageable police force budget deficits, and the demise of neighbourhood policing and the near destruction of the probation service. No part of the criminal justice system was spared from mismanagement. And it's incredible that the penny still hasn't dropped, that when austerity is forced upon areas, then antisocial behaviour and fragile communities are the outcome. So the benches opposite would excuse this government for not taking lectures from the party opposite. Now, this debate is crucial as it's about how we fund the services that keep our communities safe and resilient. Safe communities are the foundation of economic growth and local prosperity. Businesses invest where towns feel secure. Families settle where neighbourhoods are stable. Regeneration succeeds when antisocial behaviour is tackled and police are visible and responsive. Public safety underpins economic renewal and long-term confidence. Our Police and Crime Commissioner, Joy Allen, has raised serious and legitimate concerns about the structural pressures facing Durham and Darlington under the current funding framework. Those concerns are not about performance. Durham Constabulary is highly regarded and delivers daily for our communities. It's about capacity and sustainability. In Durham, we have one of the lowest council tax bases in England and a very high proportion of Band A properties. Each £1 added to the police precept, therefore, raises significantly less locally than it does in many other force areas. In practice, a 1% increase in the precept in County Durham generates £490,000, where in Surrey it generates approximately £1.7 million. £1.7 million. And at a time when we are rightly focused on narrowing the north-south divide, the funding framework risks reinforcing this. North Road in Durham is a clear example of why sustained neighbourhood policing matters. It's one of the city's busiest corridors and at times has been a hotspot for shoplifting and antisocial behaviour, particularly drug and alcohol abuse, placing real pressure on local traders and a perception of fear for residents and visitors. In response, Durham Constabulary has worked with businesses to introduce Shopwatch, a scheme that it now holds regular meetings with retailers to share intelligence, coordinate action and improve visibility. And that kind of partnership approach is starting to make a difference. but it relies on having the capacity and presence on the ground to sustain it. And County Durham also covers a large and diverse geographical area, with dispersed rural communities creating distinct policing pressures in terms of travel time, visibility and response. And a prime example of that is when yobs on e-bikes terrorise our villages, our football clubs and walkers. People feel scared, but police cannot reach them in time to take action. A single national framework doesn't therefore produce equal outcomes. The same policy decision yields very different resources, and over time that gap compounds. But between 2010 and 2020, under the Conservative government, Durham Constabulary lost 408 officers, around 20% of its workforce, and officer numbers have still not returned to 2010 levels. That's meant sustained pressure on neighbourhood teams and frontline capacity across that wide geography. For 3 consecutive years, local consultation has shown that residents are willing to invest more where it protects visible neighbourhood policing and community safety. There's a democratic backing locally for strengthening capacity. The issue is not willingness, it's the ability. When funding depends heavily on council tax capacity, areas with lower property values are structurally constrained regardless of need or performance. Equal percentage increases in grant do not offset unequal precept yield. So if we want to see places like Durham flourish to attract investment, support local business and build confident communities, then the framework for funding policing must not entrench the inequality between regions that soared during the party opposite's imposed austerity measures. Safer communities... I will give way.
The Honourable Lady, I mean, she's giving a very powerful speech, and as she says, there will be that regressive impact of this police grant settlement, which is going to see higher and higher council tax on low-earning residents in her area, and because of rising costs, actually reduced policing, and that's obviously concerning. And I wonder how she's going to take that up with ministers to try and effect change.
Before they jump on their feet, it's completely up to them if they wish to take an intervention. I'm on my feet. Completely up to the member if they wish to take an intervention. Mary Kelly-Foy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. No, happy with that intervention, and the point that the member raised, if he cares to listen to my response. No?
Okay. No.
So,
yeah, exactly.
The point I'm raising, that is exactly what I'm doing now. I'm urging the government to look again at the council tax precepts, and because we are playing catch up, as you know, the government are playing catch up for their years and years of mismanagement and austerity under the members' government. So, safer communities enable growth. The settlement should reflect that principle fairly and consistently across the country if we're ever to repair the damage caused by the Conservative government's period in office. Thank you.
Ben Obsigetti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The current funding system is complex, outdated and the product of legacy decisions rather than strategic design. Not my words, but the words of the government in the last month's police reform white paper. And I agree, which is why I don't approve of the police grant report England and Wales for 2026-27, because the complex, outdated and legacy police allocation formula sees Cambridgeshire Constabulary down at the bottom of the list of forces for police funding per head, and yet the government is still using it. Since being elected to the House, I've called on the government to change this repeatedly, and it continues to be an issue that concerns my constituents. Reliance upon a formula based on data from 2001 continues to maintain the existing imbalance in funding that the government know cannot continue. And the government has already committed to updating the police allocation formula as part of their commitment to restructuring the 43 police forces in England and Wales. But this will not take place for years, and it will be years more before we see any benefit locally. So how will current recruitment and resourcing now dovetail into these new force structures? What rebalancing will take place, and would it not have made sense to have done the work on future structures first, so that the roadmap to the new model of policing could be better articulated? The government is already on the hook to fulfil their neighbourhood policing guarantee, But 2 weeks ago, the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners released a statement that clearly outlined that the settlement is only sufficient to fund the increase in personnel promised by the government under the Neighbourhood Policing Guarantee in part. With funding for hotspot policing already rolled into the Neighbourhood Policing Grant, where are we with the recruitment of the 13,000 additional police officers, PCSOs and specials? That 13,000 was first announced in February 2023 by the then Home Secretary. In March 2023, the number of full-time officers was 142,145. In March 2024, just before the general election, this figure had reached 147,745, an increase of 5,600. By March 2025, this figure had fallen to 146,442, a 1% decrease year on year. So exactly what progress has been made in recruiting these 13,000 additional officers? What is the baseline figure that this is being benchmarked against? Is it March 2023 when the pledge was made? Is it March 2024, the most recent data available when Labour came into government? Or March 2025 when the funding to recruit these officers actually came on stream? Happy to take an intervention from the Policing Minister if she'd like to clarify exactly what the baseline figure is. No. As far as I'm aware, that baseline figure has never been clarified. And when I asked that question to the previous Policing Minister, I got back a waffly non-response that didn't even attempt to answer the question. Does the government even know? No, nothing. Coming back to the point that the Liberal Democrat spokesman made earlier on when talking about the number of police officers per ward, St Ives and Ramsey in my constituency has 6 officers in total. That's across the police sergeant, PCs and PCSOs, 6 officers for 10 wards, and in Huntingdon it's 8 for 11. So that's 14 to cover 21. So we're already 7 officers down, and that's assuming that none of those officers ever have a day off, are ever on holiday, are ever sick. I do not see where we are going to gain those additional officers that the Policing Minister implies that are going to be received under the Neighbourhood Policing Guarantee in order to maintain that shortfall. We want to deliver the increase in neighbourhood policing the government has pledged, but this can only be done if it is fully funded. Current funding covers the cost of approximately 750 additional officers, so it is unclear how forces will be able to fund the remaining 1,000 neighbourhood officers to which the government has committed. The APCC Joint Leads on Local Policing, Chris Nelson and Matt Story have highlighted that, as things stand, the maths simply do not add up. Less than a year ago, we saw the government revise down the neighbourhood policing figures. A staggering 31 of the 43 police forces in England and Wales amended their figures, having overstated them, resulting in a net reduction of 2,611 police officers and PCSOs, a 13% decrease. They'd included student officers based in the classroom, not out on patrol. They included officers double counted on out-of-date HR systems. West Midlands Police had their true neighbourhood policing figure reduced by 62%, Gloucestershire by 65%, Wiltshire and Suffolk by over 50%. Is that 2,611 factored into the 13,000? The Minister earlier on said that there had been an extra 2,400 officers, neighbourhood police officers, but you're already 2,611 down, so we're net negative 211 officers. You'll forgive my scepticism about the accuracy of the government's policing plan. I give way to the Minister.
Just to be clear, there are 2,400 extra neighbourhood police in our neighbourhoods. That is our policy, is to tilt resources into our neighbourhoods because the previous government decimated neighbourhood policing and we're building it back up.
I appreciate the Minister's intervention. I understood that point. My point was that those 2,400 don't even make up the 2,611 that the government has already reduced the number of neighbourhood police officers by recounting the number of officers that we have. Smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors indeed. Last month's police reform white paper does little to clear up any confusion. We are aware the cost of police reform has been estimated at around 500 million, while the government has announced that 119 million will be allocated to the reform programme in 2026-27, said the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners. Those police and crime commissioners have been scrapped, transferring police governance in 2028 to strategic authority mayors or policing and crime boards. Whilst it mentions that the latter would be expanded to reflect larger forces in the future, it doesn't explain how strategic authority mayors' responsibilities would be restructured.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. On that topic, the point you're just making about funding and police and crime commissioners who are saying that police funding has been cut, etc., and we're getting rid of police crime commissioners, is that not money better spent directly with the police forces rather than to the Office of Police and Crime Commissioners?
To be honest, the way that we're looking at the police and crime commissioners, it hasn't really been clarified exactly how that responsibility is going to work across the country. And the point that I was trying to make there was that we're saying that the authority for policing locally is going to go to strategic mayors. That's fine, but if you're going to also merge forces, who will have primacy amongst those strategic mayors? For example, Cambridgeshire, that will devolve to the mayor of the combined authority. If that force is to merge with other forces in East Anglia, for example, a future mayor of Norfolk and Suffolk, which of those two mayors will have primacy over that area?
I'll give way. It's just that sort of incoherence which is upsetting my constituents. Humberside Police Force, the finest in the country, has a mayor on the North Bank and another mayor on the South Bank. So who exactly is going to be in charge of this police force? We don't know what's going to replace it, we don't have the detail, and we don't know what it'll cost. All we do know from government reorganisations through the years, whoever's in charge, they're normally slower, they're more costly, and they don't normally deliver as much as government at the beginning hopes from.
Good point.
Thank you. I agree with my right honourable friend, and I would hope that that will be clarified either by one of the ministers in the summing up, or there'll be further clarity within the white paper, because I've read the white paper and it currently isn't explained. We've also received little explanation of the way that the independent review of force structures will work, who the independent chair will be, and when and how they will be appointed, when the terms of reference will be published, whether we as members of Parliament will be included within the scope of the policing stakeholders referenced in the white paper. Some clarity regarding the process behind such seismic and sweeping changes desperately needs to be outlined. There are serious concerns that the new model for policing will not address some of the key resource requirements for rural forces, instead seeing cities and larger towns taking up an ever-growing share of the available resources. Last week I spoke to local NFU members in my constituency. For the second year running, concerns regarding rural crime, specifically hair coursing, were raised by local farmers. This is a topic that we rarely hear spoken about in this chamber, or by the government, and it is incomprehensible to many that idyllic rural locations could find themselves in the grip of violent organised crime. But that is a situation that so many find themselves in.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I will give way.
Is my honourable friend concerned about not only that, but also increased industrial scale dumping in rural areas, and also the additional pressures on neighbourhood policing, whether it's with increased illegal immigrants going into hotels and house of multiple occupancy, and those being let out of prison that the neighbourhood policers are going to have to man-mark because of Labour's sentencing bill?
Ben Obsujecti.
I thank my honourable friend, and there are so many different aspects to this that the police are required to pick up the slack on, and I don't think that is factored into or reflected in the way that we are looking at the force structures, and I would hope that it would be factored into the review of the forces going forwards. Coming back to rural crime, in my constituency of Huntingdon, Cambridgeshire Constabulary has an effective and successful rural crime action team. They're only 14 strong and covering a huge rural area. This must be factored into discussions and not risk being lost in the maelstrom of focus upon big-ticket policing items brought under national control and a myopic focus on urban and neighbourhood policing. And I would add to that, it is my understanding that the Rural Crime Action Team, who specialise in dealing with machinery theft, GPS theft, hair coursing, have been moved from being operational support unit officers to being designated as neighbourhood policing. They are specialist officers required to do a specialist role. They are not bobbies on the beat in the villages around my constituency, and they are never going to be that. And so it is annoying to see that they are being restructured in that way. Redesignating rural crime specialist officers and neighbourhood officers to balance the books and tick an administrative box isn't going to cut it. But Cambridgeshire Constabulary have proved themselves to be an effective force with the swift manner in which they neutralised the assailant following the Huntingdon train attack last November. Speaking to my local officers, there are huge inconsistencies with the way in which each force is managed, and I would ask the Policing Minister for clarity on how those discrepancies will be harmonised intra-force. We know that the way in which overtime for police officers is calculated lacks consistency from force to force, as does the application of the adjustment bank for outstanding hours owed. These are issues that are affecting officers on the ground. Not every issue in policing is an operational resourcing question. Much of the pressure officers are experiencing is due to administrative inconsistencies, from pay inequality with the South East allowance to officers wearing body armour that has passed its expiration date because of failings in the procurement system, a tragic front-page scandal waiting to happen. To conclude, I would ask the Policing Minister to consider ring-fencing funding for rural crime action teams in the new force structure so that rural crime can be eradicated once and for all. Pay disparities, particularly eligibility for the South East allowance and the application of overtime eligibility and management of the adjustment bank. Consortium contracting, particularly the risk posed by reliance upon one make of vehicles and indeed the use of Volvo by any forces, given they are now owned by the Chinese Xinjiang Geely Holding Group. I believe I have a forthcoming meeting scheduled with the Policing Minister, and I would be keen to continue the discussion around these issues with her then. On behalf of the officers in my county who have received a raw deal for far too long.
Edward Morello.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The 2026-27 settlement delivers a cash increase nationally, but once again fails to address the structural unfairness faced by rural forces such as Dorset. It does not properly reflect rurality, seasonal population increases, or the cumulative impact of more than a decade of underfunding. Dorset Police is consistently one of the worst funded forces in the country. It ranks in the bottom 10 nationally for total funding, receiving around 203 million, and sits at roughly 26 out of 43 forces on a per capita basis. Despite covering over 1,000 square miles of largely rural geography, Dorset Police remains below the national average funding per head and far behind most urban and metropolitan forces. The 26-27 settlement does nothing to change that relative position. The settlement assumes that police and crime commissioners will raise tax by the full 15 Band D precept. In Dorset, that assumption is particularly problematic. Around 51% of Dorset police funding already comes from local council taxpayers, compared with a national average of 34%, and as little as 20% in some of the better funded forces. Because Dorset has a smaller and slower growing council tax base, even the same £15 increase raises far less in real terms than it does in urban areas. This settlement therefore locks in a reliance on council tax in a way that systematically disadvantages rural counties. We have seen this kind of a Treasury assumption, where this kind of Treasury assumption leads before. Similar flawed assumptions in fire service funding has resulted in plans to close fire stations in Maiden Newton and Charmouth. Once again, decisions are being based on unrealistic expectations of local funding with consequences for rural communities. Although the government has stated that the recent 2.4% police pay settlement is fully funded nationally, in Dorset it's very different. For Dorset Police, that settlement alone required £500,000 of savings to be found locally. Over the past 3 years, the force has had to make £2.8 million in savings, with a direct impact on staffing levels. Meanwhile, 7 forces nationally are able to generate surpluses year after year, while 6 forces, including Dorset, are forced to find savings just to stand still or in many cases regress. This is not a fair or sustainable system. It makes a mockery of the government's neighbourhood policing guarantee, even after the proposed long-term reforms. Dorset is one of the 11 forces that has still not returned to 2010 officer levels. And when neighbourhood policing funding is examined in isolation, Dorset is the worst funded force in the country. Of course I will give way.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. Over the weekend I went on a walk around with my local police officers in Boscombe and in Springbourne, and they were talking about the need to make sure that, particularly over the summer months, neighbourhood police teams were not seeing significant, in their words, abstractions of police officers from our communities into the seafront, but also the town centre, because Bournemouth particularly sees very large tourism and large numbers of people coming in from outside who sometimes cause criminality. They also welcome the neighbourhood guarantee, which will see an increase in neighbourhood police forces. Would he agree with me that we need to make sure that we keep our neighbourhood police forces in their neighbourhoods?
Borello. I thank my fellow Dorset MP for his intervention, and he will know that we welcome a huge number of tourists, which are vital for our local hospitality and tourism economy. And while we want people to come, it does put incredible strain on our local police forces, and the funding does need to reflect that population increase. Forces that routinely... Of course I will give way. In fact,
extremely grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. I mean, one of the dangers, while you're cutting the police, 1,300 last year alone, estimated by my Police and Crime Commissioner, another 4,000 nationally could go next year, is they come up with the smoke and mirrors, talk about neighbourhood policing, and ask the honourable gentleman, does he want to protect those? If an artificial number set from the centre leads to the removal of police officers from where they're needed locally to meet local need, that's not a good thing. And I hope he, as a proper Liberal Democrat, would recognise local decision-making needs to guide this most, and we need to have a government not playing with smoke and mirrors.
Well, I thank the right honourable gentleman for saving me from the indignity of not being intervened on by him during this debate. And I do agree that local police forces do need to be local, and we want bobbies on the beat everywhere. Forces that routinely generate surpluses are able to invest in more officers, better technology and healthy reserves. Dorset cannot do that. Dorset Police serves large, sparsely populated areas like West Dorset, meaning longer response times, higher fuel costs and fewer economies of scale. Rural areas also tend to have less CCTV, fewer ANPR cameras and generally less witnesses, making crime harder and more resource intensive to investigate. National analysis shows that the average rural police force budget is 6.03 million compared with 8.52 million for urban forces. On top of that, Dorset faces intense seasonal pressures. As we discussed before, West Dorset alone sees a 42% population increase during peak tourist months, and Dorset as a whole receives 25 million day visitors each year.
Would my honourable friend give way?
Of course I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I want to follow on from my honourable friend from Bournemouth East as well. In just asking the policing minister again, would you agree that it's about time we got an
order? I don't agree. I do agree. I'm pretty neutral, so asking the member to agree and not using the term you.
I can only apologise, Madam Chair. Would my honourable friend agree that it is long overdue that the policing minister replied to the calls from Dorset MPs and Police and Crime Commissioner from November last year to look at the seasonality issue, because we simply cannot go on?
To help other members in case they make the same error, I'm not Madam Chair, I am Madam Deputy Speaker. Edward Morello.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and of course I agree with my Dorset neighbour. We have all Dorset MPs have written to repeated ministers to ask for a fairer funding settlement, and I shall speak to some of those issues. None of the additional demand caused by our population increases during the summer months is properly funded. Dorset Police faced a £3.6 million funding deficit in 2024, rising to £7.3 million last year. Despite submitting evidence-backed requests for additional funding of £12.2 million annually to recruit around 250 extra officers and staff, that support has not been provided. Instead, the police force has been forced to cut community support officers by 43%, freeze recruitment, sell vehicles and building, restrict overtime and halt non-essential spending. If the government is serious about fair policing and neighbourhood visibility, two immediate steps are needed, alongside the restructuring and long-term reforms our rural police service is calling for. First, greater preset flexibility for forces like Dorset that are already asking far more of local taxpayers than others. Secondly, as a stopgap, forces holding reserves above 5% should contribute back to a central redistribution pot, particularly when recommended levels are closer to 3%. The proposed reforms are coming too late to make a difference on the ground to what people want to see from their police force. But this police grant report delivers more cash, but no structural fixtures. This comes before the police reforms the Home Secretary laid out before this House a few weeks ago are even implemented. As part of these reforms, we must reassess how we properly fund rural police forces to allow for proper neighbourhood policing. In its current form, the grant means that rural forces like Dorset, once inflation, demand, population increases and geography are factored in, it's closer to standstill funding rather than a genuine uplift. If we want safer rural communities, visible neighbourhood policing and public confidence in fairness, the funding formula must finally reflect what rural constituencies experience on a day-to-day basis.
Steph Appero.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before I delve into the issues facing policing in Norfolk, I have to discuss some of the simply incredible ways that funding allocations are decided within the police grant report, which we're debating today. It's just another example of a part of how our government functions, which is rapidly becoming unfit for purpose and somehow is not changing fast enough with the times. An array of complex sums based on data from as long ago as 2001 census is dictating how many police officers in my constituency we can expect to see on the street over the next year. If you ask the average person in the street, Madam Deputy Speaker, how their local police force funding was decided, I'd argue very few would guess that a long formula, which includes multipliers such as the daytime net inflow in 2001, a population projection for 2013, and the number of unemployed men in between 2009 and 2012. In fact, the number of pubs and bars in an area is linked to the funding which a police force receives. In police crime top-ups 1, 3, 4 and 5 and the fear of crime top-up, the greater the number of licensed establishment per 100 hectares, the greater the multiplier the funding the police force will receive. Which leads me to a key question that I hope the Minister can answer in relation to this year's report and next year's funding settlement. With the Chancellor's ongoing war on pubs leading to closures across rural areas like mine, can she confirm that under her formula, not only would a community lose their local pub, but their local police force would also receive less funding the following year as a result? Surely we can create a clearer, more up-to-date, more workable formula than this, which delivers better data and better funding. I note that members of the Home Secretary's own party have called for reflection on this, and so I hope she will take this into consideration. People in North Norfolk want to feel reassured that they're getting a fair deal. I'm not sure the current system delivers that for them. Once upon a time, this formula may have delivered well, but I don't think with the evolving nature of crime, it's well suited for the policing needs of 2026. But whatever logarithms and multipliers the Home Secretary chooses to use, the reality on the ground in my area is clear. Our communities feel less safe than they once did. Community policing has been stripped back. Rural crime is not being handled with the seriousness that it deserves. I will.
Thank my county colleague for giving way. Does he agree that there are particular challenges in Norfolk where, under the previous Conservative Police and Crime Commissioner, not only were all of our police and community support officers made redundant, 150, but also many police stations lost their public access, and that accessibility and visible policing has been eroded as a result?
Intervention, those facts are irrefutable, and I will come on to some of the points that he makes about the unique challenges of policing an area like North Norfolk due to the unique characteristics of our shared county. We're lucky to have a lower than average rate of crime, but that doesn't mean that we should see our provisions cut back or officers' numbers reduced. Security and confidence in public safety is created by a well-funded and trusted police force, not by punishing us for not having enough crime. Maybe the Minister could listen to her colleague and perhaps the future leader, the Health Secretary, in his focus on prevention. Treating much of crime with a public health lens can provide us with sensible and holistic lessons about stopping crime before it happens, not just responding as best we can. Rural crime across the country is also at staggering rates, and that causes real fear for farmers and rural business owners in Norfolk. In Norfolk, our past Conservative Police and Crime Commissioners left us with 0 specialist rural crime officers, an unbelievable statistic for such a rural county. Latest stats show that after pressure from the Liberal Democrats, the numbers have reached the heady heights of 2 officers in 2024. Clearly, we have a long way to go, and I'll be working with our PCC and police chiefs to ensure we can deliver more to tackle rural crime, and that the government is giving them what they need to deliver it. I've said time and time again that I am proud, Madam Speaker, to have the oldest population in the country in North Norfolk, but that brings challenges in policing and the way that my residents are targeted by criminals. We know that older people are seen as good marks for fraudsters and scammers. In Norfolk last year, we saw £4.5 million lost in investment fraud. In 2023, almost 100,000 lost to pension fraud, ripping the savings for retirement away from some. We have to crack down on this awful form of crime, which has serious financial as well as emotional impact on its victims. It saddens me that this prevalence of fraud and scams could make our communities less trusting and less confident in the goodness of others, all because of the actions of criminal groups out there to steal their hard-earned money. We also need to sadly accept that with the benefits that AI can bring, it will also be one of the ways it can be damaging. Scammers with access to AI can utilise it to make their scams more widespread and more efficient, hitting more people within shorter time frames. So when the long-promised AI bill comes to the House, it would be great if we could see steps that are being taken to address this. We Liberal Democrats have called for the establishment of an online crime agency to focus on fraud and scammers who prey on my constituents. I hope the government can look carefully at our proposals and make sure that we're taking action to stop these criminals damaging our communities. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure how many more police grant reports we'll debate in this House which have Norfolk as its own line item, as the government's white paper seems to be strongly flirting with the idea of merging us with as many as 2 or even 3 other counties. In my view, this is just another step that takes us further away from policing in the community and an understanding of what an area needs. A lack of local leadership, making police chiefs even more distant, and the notion that policing priorities in Stalham could be dictated from as far away as Peterborough doesn't make sense to our constituents. The government are returning to type, centralising power and trying to sell it back to us with the promise of some meagre back office savings. It's their approach to local government reorganisation, to devolution and now to policing as well. We want them to make sure that Norfolk can stop crime, solve crime and make our communities safer, not waste time and energy rejigging structures without a promise of improved outcomes. Madam Speaker, I know that North Norfolk is a fantastic community which is lucky to see less crime than other parts of the country, but that's something which we've worked hard to achieve. I'm grateful to the hard work of Norfolk Constabulary who keep my constituents safe and supported, and now It's time for the government to listen to their needs and make sure the money and the resource they need to keep us safe is being delivered.
Final backbench contribution, Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As my honourable friend, the member for Cheltenham, said earlier, Liberal Democrats have long called for a return to proper community policing. After years of Conservative chaos and mismanagement, it's clear in Wokingham and across the country that there are not enough police officers. Residents in Wokingham are always telling me that they want to see more bobbies on the beat, and they want a visible and trusted police presence in our communities, focusing on preventing and solving crimes. This community presence is important, but it is not the only reason that we need greater police numbers. Many in Wokingham tell me that they need to see better police responses to crime as well. Shop managers don't want to feel that shoplifting isn't important when they contact the police. Early last year, I visited several stores in Wokingham, Minbrook and Arborfield to speak with managers about shoplifting. Stores were seeing increasingly frequent and targeted incidents of shoplifting, which was impacting their business and their customers. It was clear that store managers needed better responses from the police to tackle shoplifting when the incident is actually happening. Needless to say, better police responses to tackle crimes as they happen also helps to prevent future crimes. If the government really wants to restore neighbourhood policing and rebuild public trust in policing, then they need to make sure reforms are done properly and more police officers are put onto our streets and into our communities.
I come to the Shadow Minister, Matt Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I join the House in thanking our frontline police officers and staff for the incredible commitment, contribution and sacrifices they make to keep our streets safe. I'm grateful to the Minister for her statement that I must say has the familiar quality of a government announcing success while the public are left wondering where exactly it's occurred. Because the Minister has come to the House today to present this police funding settlement as a turning point, as if police numbers aren't actually falling, and as if criminals across the country are now packing up their tools and reconsidering their life choices. But outside Westminster, Madam Deputy Speaker, the country looks rather different. The public judge policing in a far more old-fashioned way than ministers do. They judge it not by the tone of a statement, but by whether they see officers on the streets, whether the police answer the telephone, whether they turn up, and whether crime is dealt with when it happens. And on those measures, too many of our constituents feel that policing is being stretched to breaking point. This debate cannot take place without confronting the central fact that sits behind it. Labour promised more police on our streets. Yet since Labour entered government, police officer numbers have fallen, down by more than 1,300. That's not a minor adjustment. It's not an accounting quirk. It's 1,300 fewer police officers available to respond to crime, protect victims and patrol our communities. Gladly.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. We talk about reduction in the officer numbers. Is there any consideration or thoughts on actually the numbers that you're talking about have been reduced? Are actually those perhaps officers coming to retirement, ill health, so we've been on restricted duties, and not actually the officers that were on the street being seen by public, and therefore the perceptions to sustain?
This is the net number of police officers out there on Britain's streets making the difference. There were 149,769. There are now nearly 2,000 less. That has to have a real impact. And while, you know what, we hear about this neighbourhood policing noise, we try to badge things up. Neighbourhood policing has a huge part to play in the policing model, but you can't take away the police who respond to those 999 calls. Should we badge police up, redeploy them, and leave people waiting longer for a response to 999 when they really need it? I will.
I'm extremely grateful to my honourable friend. The powerful speech from the member for North Norfolk. He talked about the rise of scammers and fraudsters. And in that light, I'm concerned about the fact that Humberside, it's been publicly announced by ministers, is getting a 2.4% increase in funding. When you take the costs through, the Police and Crime Commissioner shows it's a 2.9% cut. That's why 1,300 police officers have been cut so far. That's why another expected 4,000 reduction next year, while the Minister goes for this carefully curated number of neighbourhood officers. The overall number is down, and they're not being straight with us.
I couldn't agree more. That's why we're seeing the number of robberies against businesses surge. That's why shoplifting is up. That's why people feel less safe on our streets. Between September 24 and September 25, a period entirely on this government's watch, the number of officers has fallen by 1,318 compared with the year before. More broadly, there are 3,000 less people working in our police forces across this country to keep us safe. In terms of headcount,
I'm grateful to the Shadow Minister for giving way. I hear what he's saying about police numbers, but what was he saying when we lost 500 from our police numbers in Cleveland on his government's watch? Was he concerned then?
Back in 2010, I was deeply concerned about lots of things. The damage to our economy, the number of people without a job, the challenge that the government had to make and those difficult choices. But actually, the last government left office with record numbers of police on our streets. And we'll take another intervention.
I'm grateful. The measuring of police effectiveness by looking solely at numbers is absolutely flawed. Does he accept that the way that Theresa May allowed police numbers to plummet and claimed that crime was not falling was, in retrospect, completely flawed, and we lost a lot of experience through those years?
So when the Conservatives last left office, we had record numbers of police on the streets. I don't know how many police officers we had on the streets when the Liberal Democrats last left office. Progress. I'm going to make some progress. More broadly, there are 3,000 fewer less people working in police forces to keep us safe. In terms of headcount, the picture is starker. In March 2024, under the last government, there were 149,769 officers, the highest number since records began. As of September 2025, that number stands at 147,621, a decrease of more than 2,000. So when the Minister speaks about supporting the police, the House is entitled to ask a simple question. How does the government support policing while presiding over fewer police? Concerningly, the bad news does not stop there. Both the number of officers in the British Transport Police and the number of staff working in the National Crime Agency have also decreased. At the same time as the government announced a National Police Service, which will be created from organisations including the NCA, the staff who will make up this organisation are leaving. This is critical because the grant we're discussing today comes against a backdrop of many forces warning of their long-term financial stability. As the chair of the National Police Chiefs Council stated, the overall financial picture remains challenging. Many forces are planning service reductions with consequences for officer numbers, staff capacity and overall resilience. This is a direct consequence of the decisions of this government. There are real funding challenges with real consequences for forces and communities across the country, here and now. The APCC have said that this year's settlement leaves police forces with a shortfall that could be as high as £500 million. Across the country, Labour's own police and crime commissioners have spoken out on the challenges created. In my own part of the world, Labour PCC, Matt Story, has said that Cleveland police are having to operate with one hand behind their back, that funding had failed to keep pace with the level of inflation, and while other funding has been removed and reallocated, making it impossible to maintain current levels of service. I understand he's written to the Minister on 3 occasions and still awaits a response. Durham's Labour Police and Crime Commissioner has been even more direct in her criticism of this government's record on policing, saying that this Labour government has consistently demonstrated a complete lack of understanding of policing and community safety. The Minister will no doubt point to headline figures with great enthusiasm. Such spin fails to acknowledge inflation, pay awards and the ongoing cost of the government's jobs tax. Many at home will be stunned that our own police forces were subjected to hundreds of millions of pounds of costs by way of the national insurance increase and the fact that the government has actually taxed the police off our streets. This settlement is not the straightforward increase the Minister claims. It relies heavily on the police precept, pushing more of the burden onto local taxpayers while forces face rising costs and rising demand. In 2023, an MP spoke to this House, claiming that the last government's approach was to put up local taxes, put up council tax, push the problem onto local forces. She added, ministers had chosen to heap the burden onto hard-pressed local taxpayers through the precept. Any ideas who it might have been?
Go on, tell us.
The current policing minister, yes. Given the government's fondness for U-turns, I'm not surprised at the minister's change of view. However, we must be clear that under this Labour government, I will gladly give way.
Why didn't he do this if he was so upset about it?
You are seeing an increasing burden put on local taxpayers. When you're in opposition and you're saying one thing, you arrive at government and you have to make real choices. Those choices have meant cuts to police numbers. They've meant increases in the burden on local taxpayers. It's meant spiralling levels of retail crime and robbery against businesses. The consequences of this approach are as obvious today as they were then. The reliance on the police precept entrenches a postcode lottery in policing. Areas with strong council tax bases can raise more. Areas with weaker council tax bases cannot. Yet the need for policing does not neatly align with local prosperity. Criminals don't check council tax bans before committing burglary. They don't decide where to operate based on local authority revenue forecasts. And yet, under this government's model, two communities can face the same crime pressures but receive very different policing capacity, simply because one can raise money more locally than the other. Perhaps the Minister can tell us what it was that changed her mind about increasing the burden of police funding on local taxpayers, or also, given the articulate case made by the member for Huntingdon, she could tell us, well, in fact, the case made by her in opposition, when we'll see this review of the funding formula. The pressures on policing are not diminishing, they're growing. Forces are dealing with county lines, drug gangs exploiting children, organised crime operating across borders, cybercrime and fraud expanding at industrial scale, and domestic abuse cases which require extensive time, safeguarding and specialist capacity. They're also dealing with public order demands that have become increasingly routine. This is a modern landscape of threats that requires modern capacity, and it cannot be met with funding settlements designed for ministerial speeches rather than frontline realities. Madam Deputy Speaker, this settlement will ultimately be judged not by the Minister's tone, but by its results. Madam Deputy Speaker, this debate comes down to a difference between saying and doing. The government can say it supports policing, but too many see numbers falling. It can say it supports victims, but too many see no justice. And it can claim to be tough on crime while quietly introducing early release schemes that put offenders back on our streets sooner. Until the government's actions match its words, the public will not be convinced, and nor should they be.
Minister Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank all of the members who have contributed to this debate. Big representation from the Liberal Democrats here today. I won't repeat the details of the settlement we are debating today, as they've been set out very clearly by my honourable friend, the Policing Minister. However, I will re-emphasise the importance of the significant investment in policing. It plays a key role in our programme of police reform, through which we will enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of our police service and ensure they are equipped for the future. This settlement also supports neighbourhood policing, the bedrock of the British policing model. We are listening to feedback from forces and giving them flexibility to shape their workforce and meet the demands of modern policing. And now I will come to the points raised in the debate, of which the honourable gentleman who seeks to intervene on me raised many. He'll excuse me if I don't currently. I think that the whole House can agree No one likes the funding formula. I've got to say, I thought it was an especially good trot through from the member for North Norfolk. And whilst not of my political stripes, is considerably better than the previous member for North Norfolk, who has some responsibility, I'd say, for some of the damage that is having to be fixed in this building. But the funding formula fundamentally is if people would like to intervene and think that I've said something that I shouldn't have said, please feel free to defend the one-time Prime Minister of this country who crashed the economy.
Wrong. As ever, I'm afraid this minister gets her facts wrong.
Exactly.
But she is, despite that frailty, she is nonetheless straightforward and pretty outspoken. So could I ask her to give? We get so few of them these days, so I really do look to her to provide them. Could I get direct answers to two questions? Are there fewer police officers now than there were when Labour came to power, and were there record numbers at that time? Are those two facts correct, or are we on this side of the House misleading the House, which we wouldn't want to do?
Minister Phillips.
What I'm going to come to is the points that have been raised in the debate, and that is one, as I have pointed out, the honourable gentleman raised many times. So the answer to the question, and it was a question made by the member for Huntington, really specifically about the baseline. And so the baseline of the number of police officers in neighbourhood police, which is measured from the 31st of March, were 17,715, and that was the number of police personnel working in the neighbourhood. Now today it is 20,687. I shall also tell a story about the time I went to Cumbria Police recently. I went to Cumbria Police, and what I watched was in the call centre, which I have to say they were doing some really brilliant work, and I met some brilliant domestic violence advisors who were working in that call centre. But the people staffing the call centre were warranted police officers. I don't think that warranted police officers should be staffing the call centres in police departments. I will make some progress. I don't think that they should be doing that, and that is why we are tilting to increase the number of police, 12,000 of them, getting them from behind desks to where they need to be, working on the front line. However, I go back to the consensus in the House today from a number of members, whether it's the City of Durham, whether it's Cleveland, represented by a number of people in this chamber today from different sides of the House, to talk about some of the unfairness that exists within the funding formula, and that the funding formula, it would be ridiculous to currently reform the police funding formula and then do all of the police reforms and then paste it onto a completely new thing, is what I would say. And so, when the review of policing, which the member for Huntington has already spoken about and laid out the questions he wanted answering about the white paper, is the point is there is going to be a review of policing and exactly what that new, I like the way you've started saying megaforces as if it will be a bad thing, and to me, I've got to say, it sounds quite cool. But it sounds like something out of RoboCop, which is not government policy. But it is for the member for Huntington and every other member in this House to take part in that review and ask those questions that he asked here today of that, and ensure, like everybody will in this place, they will represent their area. And it seems a little remiss of me to not to. Anybody would listen, I have to say, to people talking from the perspective of their largely the people who have spoken today came from rural communities or semi-rural communities. One would have me believe from listening to some of that debate that where I live is basically a police state where if you call the police, you'll get somebody out in 5 minutes. I have to say, I recognise the police don't come when people need them. I recognise the exact same issues that every single rural member of Parliament raised around the needs of their police forces, and the idea that in West Mercia, I think, was one of the cases that all of that will be sucked away from Birmingham. Well, like, I feel the same way about other bits of Birmingham, or I feel the same way about other bits of areas, and that is why we need to reform this system. I was also this morning in a meeting with the three of the most senior police officers in our country who are part of the new violence against women and girls policing unit that we have created in government. And what we were talking about was the disparity between the 43 different police forces and the domestic abuse risk assessment that they use. And the disparities in where stalking or honour crime is done well in one or this is done well in the other. And I felt in that meeting, I thought, gosh, we're going to have the opportunity to start from first principles. And if I were to design the police force today on behalf of women and children in our country, I would not have designed the systems that we have today. And so I ask people to enter into the police reform issue with that spirit. With regard to the policing funding formula, there is absolutely no doubt about the fact that, and I suffer from this in Birmingham as well, that a council tax base that is low, to the members who have mentioned that, that does disproportionate, and absolutely when the funding formula as part of the reform of policing takes place, it will have to rely on need, deprivation and demand, as was laid out by the gentleman. And what I'd say with that is that need can do a huge amount of heavy lifting for the members in the room who raised the issue of things like seasonality. I will give way, and then I'm going to stop.
Ben objecting.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister mentions the factors that will go into the police allocation formula. It's currently based on the population size from 2014 and the density and sparsity figures from 2001. Will those figures, because somewhere like Cambridgeshire has received an additional 300,000 people living there since that formula first came into effect, will that be effective from? And from what date will the population data be taken? Will it be the 2021 census or the 2011 census?
Look, to answer the first question, yes, of course. It would be absolutely... 2001, did he say? I mean... Also, I really enjoyed the little bit of conflab in this debate about like who was to blame for what, and sort of went back to things being blamed on the last Labour government, which I'd just like to remind everyone in this room we have to be careful of the way that we are seen, because I wasn't old enough to vote the last time the last Labour government came to power, just to be clear that we should update some of our references. But the idea that it would go from 2001 is an absolute, that to me seems completely and utterly ridiculous. But the review will be undertaken to look. But all I can say is as recent as one would expect, as recent as is possible with data that allows. I can see that people are keen for me to be quiet. So what I would say is that we wish to... I will give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm really grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. She talked about a new funding formula need to be based on need and the challenges that the precept creates. We are never going to get fairness if the council tax system is the method of doing it. Is she ruling out getting rid of the police precept as a method of raising funding?
I mean, the Honourable Gentleman, far be it from me to literally have the authority to do that right now. I just got to be honest, but like both our colleagues from local government and policing sit here on the front bench and hear the concern about what how that interplays. But you're absolutely right. But for me, the thing is about need and trying to make sure that we look at the different things that face different areas. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are committed to giving the police the resources that they need, and that is exactly what this settlement does. We want to see robust neighbourhood policing that engages with the public to build trust and confidence. We are grateful for all the work that the incredible men and women of our police service do, and therefore are determined to provide them with the capability and flexibility, which I have to say is what they have asked for with regards to funding, to to have the tools that they require. The removal of arbitrary targets for officer numbers means that local chiefs have more flexibility to shape their workforce, to meet the demands of modern policing and do the vital work behind the scenes. This settlement is only the first step. The 2026-27 settlement therefore provides the police with immediate resources needed to continue their invaluable work alongside the opportunity to invest in the future, and I commend it to the House.
Right. The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye? Aye! Of the contrary, no? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll give the front benches a few moments to shuffle over. Colleagues should leave quickly and quietly so we can continue with the business. If the front benches are ready. We now come to the motions relating to local government finance, which will be debated together. I call the Secretary of State to move the motion on the local government finance report. Secretary of State, Steve, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the motion standing in my name on the order paper be approved. Before I begin, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to notify the House that the local government finance report has been updated with small corrections on pages 7 and 13. These corrections have been passed on to the House in the proper way ahead of today's debate. Like you, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am grateful to the Select Committee on Statutory Instruments for its careful consideration of these reports. I believe in local government because I've lived it. As a councillor and as a council leader, I saw the difference that councils make to people's lives. Local government is the part of our democracy that is closest to people and the things that they care about the most, their family, their community and their hometown. Labour took office after 14 years of ideological cuts imposed on local government. The Tories devolved the blame for their failure in national government by imposing £16 billion of cuts on councils and local communities. Even worse, they targeted the worst of those cuts deliberately on our poorest communities. The former Prime Minister was filmed standing in a leafy garden in Tunbridge Wells, boasting about how the Conservatives have stripped away funding from struggling towns so they could play politics with public money.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way on that point. Has he done the analysis on how the division of the Pride in Place funding has gone between Labour and Reform seats versus Liberal Democrat and Conservative seats?
Well, I actually thought he was going to stand up and apologise for the House for what his government did in diverting money away from the poorest communities. I'm very disappointed, and I suspect I'm not the only one, that he didn't take that opportunity. Perhaps he'll take the opportunity later on. But I would remind him and his colleagues that under the Tories, only 3 in 10 councils received funding that aligned with deprivation. With this government, it's over 9 in every 10. And local people were forced to pay a staggeringly high price for Tory venality. High streets were hollowed out and boarded up. The number of people sleeping rough on our streets doubled. The number of families stuck in temporary accommodation doubled. More potholes on our roads than craters on the moon. I give way so he can apologise for that.
Well, I was going to say thank you, actually, for the Pride in Place money, and I'm very grateful to the government for giving £20 million for my constituency. But on the subject of funding for councils, the government is now requiring district councils to pay for food recycling, which is not an unreasonable proposition. But there was a principle under the previous government of new burdens funding, where when a new burden would be presented to a council, the government would sort it out. Why has your government, sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker, why has the Minister's government decided not to support councils with new burdens funding?
Secretary of State.
Yeah. Well, I'm grateful for his words about Pride in Place, and I'm glad he's answered his colleague's question, because, of course, it is being distributed to constituencies represented by members from right across the House. The point that he makes about food waste recycling, funding for that has been built into the settlement. So it is present, and the new burden is indeed being funded in that way.
So the Minister's being incredibly kind on that. But he talks about the settlement. The settlement doesn't work. In War Forest District Council, we've had a 0% increase in the core funding, and indeed across the whole of Worcestershire, dare I say it, Madam Deputy Speaker, where there has been a district council with a Conservative Member of Parliament, there has been a 0 increase. Where there have been a district council with a Labour Member of Parliament, there has been up to a 5% increase. Can the Labour Minister perhaps explain why this has happened?
Secretary of State.
The settlement follows a funding formula, and it takes account of the costs of delivering food waste recycling in the way that he described earlier on. But if I might just return to my theme for a moment, Madam Deputy Speaker, before I take any more interventions, he will remember, as colleagues across the House will, that the Tories used to belittle local councillors as part-time volunteers, and they took away their pension rights to deter people from risking a career on the front line of local government. So today it falls to this government to fix the foundations that the Tories smashed apart. We are rebuilding local government so councils can rebuild their communities. We are making good our promise to introduce multi-year funding settlements so councils can plan for the future with certainty. We are reconnecting funding with need so we can take off the Tory shackles that have held back so many of our towns and our communities for so long. And we are ending wasteful bidding wars for funding, freeing councils to focus on filling in potholes, not filling in forms. We are putting fairness back into a system the Tories bragged about breaking. We reject the decline that ripped the hearts out of towns and communities up and down this country. We choose change.
Have to give way. For giving way. Shropshire Council is about to see a 10% cut in its core funding from central government, having been terribly badly run by the Conservatives for the previous 16 years before the Lib Dem administration took over in May. The government has given it permission to put up its council tax by 9% without a referendum. That doesn't even touch the sides of the cut in funding from central government. How is Shropshire, that needs to receive exceptional financial support in this year, ever going to fill that ever-growing black hole unless the funding from government reflects the cost of delivering services in rural areas?
Yeah. I believe she's had several meetings with my colleague, the Minister for Local Government, but I think it is right that we should align funding with need. It's very important that that is done. It's the only way to ensure that funding is fair across the whole country. That is what we promised to do in our manifesto. That is what we are doing with this settlement. Now, I've taken an awful lot of intervention so far. I don't want to leave no time for one last one, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I thank the Secretary of State? He's been very generous with his time, and may I just say that, like him, I also, as a councillor, saw appalling pressures put on our local council in Reading, whilst funding actually went up in neighbouring Wokingham, which is a much better off area and was then controlled by the Conservatives. And I do appreciate his work on readjusting the settlement to reflect need. That should be a fundamental point of any allocation of resources to local government. Would he like to say a little bit more about his work on this and how it's going to benefit residents on the smallest incomes in the most disadvantaged communities?
Secretary of State.
Well, I mean, at core, what we're hearing from all sides of the House at the moment is people's views on the fact that under the previous government, the alignment between funding and deprivation was broken, and this government is bringing it back. Because they did nothing about it for 14 years, it became extremely detached from deprivation. So putting it back in and making sure that funding goes where the need is greatest, not, as the former Prime Minister bragged, stealing money from the poorest communities to pork barrel Tory areas, can no longer go on. Now, I will...
Thank Mike Ruggenford for giving way. Can I say, I think it's been a little unfair to the Tories opposite, a little unfair. If you look at the cuts under austerity from 2010 to 2024, the biggest cuts actually came from 2010 to 2015 when the Lib Dems were in coalition. Perhaps they should share some of the blame as well.
Secretary of State.
Well, I certainly agree that the Lib Dems should share the blame for austerity. I was, in fact, a council leader myself while the Lib Dems and Tories were in coalition together. I think they cut our council by a third just over the first 1 or 2 years that they were in power. And now they have the chutzpah to stand up and complain that this government is putting some of it back. So I really think they should reflect. Now, I've taken an awful lot of interventions, more from this side of the House than from my own side of the House. So with your kindness, I will make a little progress. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I would like to thank all of those who contributed to the provisional settlement consultation. We listened carefully to views expressed by councils and MPs, and today I am pleased to announce an additional £740 million in new grant funding over and above the provisional settlement. This means that by the end of the multi-year settlement, councils will benefit from a 15.5% increase in core spending power, worth over £11.4 billion compared to 2025-26. When this government took office, we introduced the recovery grant, targeted on those areas held back the most by Tory and Lib Dem austerity. This year, we have maintained that grant, so every upper-tier council that received it will see a real terms boost. If I can make just a little more progress, then I will certainly come to him. I can announce a £440 million uplift to the recovery grant over the multi-year settlement, targeted at councils the Tories hit with below-average funding increases. By the end of this Parliament, we will have invested a total of £2.6 billion in the most deprived councils through the recovery grant, over and above what they receive through the settlement. I've also listened carefully to feedback from the sector about business rates pooling, and as a result, I'm compensating any authorities that would have lost funding this year so they have time to adapt to the new arrangements.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. I was council leader at St Helens for 5 years before coming here in July 2024. I just want to say thank you to the Minister for Local Government as well, and ministers who were there before them in the department for the engagement, because I can tell you the relationship now is different to what it was before. The conversation we've had since the provisional settlement has been constructive. It's been good. It's been done in good spirit, and I'm very grateful for the result that we've got for St Helens. Because, sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker, in 2010 St Helens got £127 million a year from the last Labour government. But party opposite, left opposite, was £13 million a year. Shame. Does the Secretary of State share my absolute shock at the brass neck of members opposite?
Interventions can be just as short and productive. Secretary of State.
I thank him very much for his intervention, and what he's seeing is the realignment of funding with deprivation, and that is as it should be. Because above all, I will take one more, then I'm going to continue.
He has been tremendously generous, and he's been doing his normal barnstorming political knockabout speech. Perhaps he may start to act more like a Secretary of State, because the low-income residents of the East Riding, of whom there are many, and in Beverley and Holderness, are going to have a £200 council tax bombshell. The smallest house is going to be paying £200 more in 3 years' time, and will have reduced overall funding to support public services after the increase in costs imposed by the government. That is the reality. And why? So my question to the Secretary of State is, he said he wants to focus on need. Why has rurality been removed from need when it's such a real issue?
Well, the easy answer to that one is it hasn't been. It's still there. Right. Above all else, Madam Deputy Speaker, this settlement is about fairness, because we on this side of the House reject the Tory belief that our poorest communities should be left to sink with less funding and worse public services than other parts of the country. That approach pulled our country apart, and in doing that, it was profoundly unpatriotic. Our settlement reflects a council's ability to raise income locally, and it reflects the fact that it costs more to deliver services in different parts of the country, retaining rurality funding for social care, because we recognise workers in those areas have to travel longer distances. We have used the most up-to-date data on deprivation to make sure funding accurately follows need. I'm going to make progress, I'm afraid. We are introducing changes gradually over the period of the settlement, so councils have time to adapt, and we are protecting councils' income, including from business rates growth. Today's settlement is a milestone in returning councils to a sustainable financial footing and a milestone in restoring fairness to local government funding. One last time.
I'm incredibly grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. He calls it a milestone. I call it a millstone. He talks about fairness. In my Spelthorne constituency, we have Stanwell. That hits the markers for the double deprivation criteria, which would have got the Pride in Place funding. But it gets diluted by the fact that we have more affluent areas in my constituency. How is that fair to the people of Stanwell, that they don't qualify for Pride in Place funding just because they're surrounded by more affluent areas? Isn't the Secretary of State just going to engineer pockets of deprivation continuing rather than helping?
Secretary of State.
I'm afraid he's misunderstood how it works, because it doesn't get diluted. The way that it operates is by looking at super output areas on a very small level, so we can ensure that the funding goes to those areas that have the highest levels of deprivation, and I would be happy to write to him about that if it would help him to understand how it works better. Now, for the vast majority of councils, Madam Deputy Speaker, incomes in council tax will be restricted to 3%, and 2%, I'm going to make some progress, I'm afraid, and 2% for the adult social care precept. There are a few councils facing extremely challenging financial pressures that the previous government turned into a crisis by ignoring their problems for over a decade. In response to requests from those councils, I am giving them flexibility to increase their council tax above referendum principles next year. Unlike the previous government, we will not agree any increases which could lead to households in these areas paying above national average council tax. But we will not let councils go to the wall and see their residents punished with failing services. These flexibilities will apply to Warrington, Trafford, Worcestershire, Shropshire, North Somerset, Windsor and Maidenhead, and Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. One fire authority will also be granted additional flexibility. These are caps, not targets, and no area with additional flexibility will see bills rise above the national average.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for making that point around council tax and having that flexibility for local councils. But will he agree with the Local Government Association, who are worried, and they state that council tax is not the solution to financial challenges facing local government, and it places an existing burden on some of the most poorest households? Does he agree that we should now be looking at council tax reform?
Secretary of State.
Well, I agree with the chair of the Select Committee insofar as council tax cannot be the only means to fix these problems. That's why we've increased the level of funding overall and reconnected it with the deprivation indices that tell us which areas have the greatest need and therefore should get a fair share of the funding that's available. Now, the Home Secretary and I have also agreed an additional £3.50 council tax flexibility for 6 police and crime commissioners in 2026-27, where this was critical to financial sustainability in maintaining law and order. It is for councillors, mayors and police and crime commissioners to set their own council tax and take into account the impact on households when taking those decisions. Nationally, council tax will not increase by more than it did last year. 6 local authorities set council tax bills between £450 and £1,000 lower than the national average because of the high value of homes in their areas. The previous government made no adjustment in the formula for this, creating unfairness in the funding formula. It is not fair that people living in our poorest communities should subsidise rock-bottom bills in some of our wealthiest areas. So I am giving these councils additional flexibility to manage their budgets as we align funding with need, as we should. For councils that need some support to balance their budgets this year, we will no longer just sign off borrowing or the sale of assets without a credible approach to reforming services to get back to financial stability. Later this month, I will be confirming arrangements for supporting councils in the most difficult positions, but they will be expected to bring forward plans for more effective and sustainable services built on sustainable budgeting into the future. I just want to make some progress because I've taken quite a lot of interventions, but I will bring them in before the end. Look, I know that local government is still under pressure, and we won't bury our heads in the sand or dodge the difficult decisions. The adult social care system is in crisis, and we're facing up to that by transforming it. This settlement makes available around £4.6 billion of additional funding for adult social care in 2028-29 compared to 2025-26, including £500 million for the sector's first ever fair pay agreement. That means more carers getting better pay with the time to provide the high-quality, compassionate care they want to give, and it will get us moving towards a national care service that gives better quality care, joined-up services, and more choice and independence for people.
Thank you, the Secretary of State, for giving way, and we're very grateful for the settlement and the announcements that he's making today. But both Redbridge in my constituency, both Redbridge and Waltham Forest are receiving significant uplifts from this Parliament, and ministers have been excellent in listening to those arguments for both of our London boroughs. But whilst this won't be enough to fill the immediate financial gaps left by the Tories, it is a step forward. However, given that temporary accommodation costs have risen so much in London by about 75% over the last 5 years, will the Minister help to set out how the Government is acting to expand the supply of socially rented homes?
I thank him for his comments and his recognition that funding is indeed now following deprivation. He'll find the answer to that in the homelessness strategy, and I'm going to come on to comments on that, and I will speed up because Madam Deputy Speaker is indicating her wrist, so I need to make some progress. Now, on children's social care again, the system was left on its knees. That is why this government is driving forward the biggest transformation of children's social care in a generation, by rolling out the Families First Partnership programme. This government has backed the programme with nearly £3 billion over 4 years, including over £2.4 billion investment in this multi-year settlement. It gives local authorities, police and health partners the tools to provide families with the right support at the right time, shifting the system from expensive statutory provision towards early intervention and preventative support. It'll help families stay together, divert thousands of children from care, and transform the outcomes and well-being of children across the country. This investment in the Families First Partnership programme marks a milestone in transforming the children's social care system, but we recognise the children's social care residential market is fundamentally broken. Local authorities are being pushed to the brink, while some private providers are making excessive profits. This cannot and it will not continue. Instead, we're working to reduce reliance on residential care and move towards a system rooted in family environments through fostering. Last week, the government set out a plan to expand fostering for 10,000 more children by the end of this Parliament. The evidence is clear that taking this approach will be better for children and better for the local authorities who provide the services. Using the new powers in the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill, we will explore implementing a profit cap in the children's social care placement market to ensure public money delivers value and care, not profiteering. It's obvious that the current SEND system is not working for children and families, and we know that it's not working for councils either, which are seeing funding for neighbourhood services diverted into a broken system. The government is bringing forward ambitious reforms that will create a better and financially sustainable SEND system, built on early, high-quality support for kids with SEND to improve their time at schools and maximise their potential throughout life. My right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Education, will set out the details of these reforms in the upcoming Schools White Paper. But crucially, we are taking action now to support local authorities as we move towards that reformed system. We will deliver this in phases. The first phase will address historic deficits accrued up to the end of 25-26. All local authorities with SEND deficits will receive a grant covering 90% of their high-need deficit up to the end of 2025-26. This is subject to local authorities securing Department for Education's approval of a local SEND reform plan. And on homelessness too, we know that temporary accommodation, as my colleague has said, is a growing financial pressure on councils, with near record levels of rough sleeping and declining social housing stock. So the final settlement also provides a £272 million uplift to the homelessness, rough sleeping and domestic abuse grant, taking total investment delivered through the settlement to £2.7 billion. On the ground, that will mean families off the streets, kids out of temporary accommodation, instead living in safe, secure homes, people's lives put back on course. And we're matching that landmark investment with our national plan to end homelessness, led by my honourable friend, to put the full might of the state behind preventing homelessness before it happens. Madam Deputy Speaker, just to bring it to an end, today's settlement is about keeping a promise to repair the broken foundations of local government, a promise to put the heart back into our communities. When the last government slashed councils to the bone, the consequences were severe. The services people use every day were undermined. Streets became filthy, and people's lives got tougher. The hard work of councillors, mayors and frontline staff kept vital services running during those hard Tory years, and we thank them for the work they did in those circumstances. Our aim is a future where councillors working with their communities have the freedom to innovate, rebuilding public services and investing in high streets, youth clubs and libraries. We are fixing the foundations so councils and their communities can build the public services, renew the high streets and shape the future they want to see.
Is the motion on the local government finance report as on the order paper. And before I call the Shadow Minister, I have a deferred division result. Order, order. I will now announce the result of today's deferred division. Draft Greenhouse Gas Emissions Trading Scheme Amendment, Extension to Maritime Activities, Order 2026. The ayes were 362, the noes were 107, so the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And I call the Shadow Minister, David Simmons.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know the Secretary of State and I will have had long experience of working with Morgan McSweeney in his many days as head of the Labour group at the Local Government Association. And I think that influence is reflected in the very political speech which we've just heard from the Secretary of State, which I have to say, despite its political excellence, I am struggling to reconcile with what is actually in the finance statement, which he has laid before the House to agree this afternoon. Now, we do have a high level of agreement that local government touches all of our lives and our communities. We recognise its huge potential to develop our economy, to improve public health, to give children a great start in life. And we know that there are over 800 different services delivered by the average local authority in this country. They are there for us literally from cradle to grave. And they are led by those democratically elected councillors who run budgets that are bigger than many government departments and in organisations that are more complex than many a FTSE 100 business. But having served like the Secretary of State as a councillor under the last Labour government, we see a swift reversion to type. Announcements of funding for social housing arriving maybe towards the end of the decade. Funding for schools from VAT on fees on private education amounting to a real terms cut in state school funding. And a massive diversion at the heart of what the Secretary of State has set out of funding away from the legally enforceable statutory duties placed on councils by this Parliament towards generalised poverty as a driver of those allocations, which are leaving councils, of course.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Does he acknowledge that the Labour government has abolished the Rural Services Delivery Grant? This has cost Somerset Council £4.1 million. It's cost other rural counties many millions of pounds in rural counties where it's more expensive to provide services. And does he agree with me that this is Labour diverting money from rural areas that are desperately in need to Labour strongholds in the north?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the member for Bridgwater is absolutely spot on. And when we look at the analysis that's been produced by the County Council's network, they made a comparison. What is the funding pressure on those statutory services facing the urban councils that are the beneficiaries of the government's largesse? It totals £180 million a year. What is the budget gap facing rural areas as a result of this government's decision? They face a £2.7 billion black hole.
Will you allow me?
Of course.
That is nothing new. In every one of the last 29 years, people in the New Forest who are lucky enough to have a modest property in the forest and a mansion in the city have come to me to complain about how much more it costs them for their modest property in council tax in the forest. And I've told them that the one is subsidising the other. But the reality is, for those people who are not in that fortunate position, young families with only one property in my parliamentary constituency, they are subsidising the north and the cities, and they can't afford it.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I hesitate to disagree with the honourable member for New Forest West. It wasn't ever thus. The Rural Services Grant referred to by the member for Bridgwater was a measure to address those additional cost burdens, direct costs arising from statutory duties, and a funding stream which is being removed by this Labour government. Of course, I'll give way to them, my constituency neighbour.
Grateful to the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way. He will remember that when the Conservative Party took control of Harrow Council 4 years ago, they did so, and presumably he campaigned on this promise, of freezing council tax. Instead, council tax has risen by 20% over the last 4 years. So will he take the opportunity now to apologise to the people of Pinner, and indeed Harrow more generally, for his party saying one thing when they were campaigning and doing exactly the reverse and increasing the cost of living for his constituents and my constituents?
Madam Deputy Speaker, not wishing to be parochial, I'm sure he would also like to join in the apologies for the appalling level of corruption that had taken place under Labour in the London Borough of Harrow, who left an astonishing legacy of cost overruns in the local authority's highways department, something which I know has been very much covered in the local and the national media, which I know has taken a good deal to recover from. I'm sure we wouldn't want the House to be inadvertently misled about the impact of that. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the warning lights, of course.
Grateful to my honourable friend, and far from my typical habit to get involved in political knockabout, but following that astonishing intervention of showing such a total lack of self-awareness, does he remember that the now Prime Minister saying that not a penny would go up in council tax? And yet this settlement assumes 5% a year on low-income people in rural East Yorkshire at the same time that core funding is cut. £200 hit for the smallest house in our area, while, as my right honourable friend commented on earlier, very valuable homes in central London seem to pay a fraction of the amount.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I apologise, right honourable member for New Forest West. But the member we've just heard from is absolutely correct. We need to reflect on the fact that when ministers talk about additional resources provided to local government, that 2/3 of the funding in this settlement, 2/3 alone, comes from the maximum possible council tax rise across the country. And a large chunk of the rest is coming from a huge rise in business rates. Of course, I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. It's interesting to hear him completely remove from his memory what happened in the 14 years of his government. You have to remember back to when this began in 2010, when council tax generated about 20% of council funding, and how it's grown over the years under the Conservative and coalition governments to actually deliver now more than half of local government funding. How can he say this is a problem when his government originated that process?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure you'll be pleased to know that that prompts me to move on to the next part of what I think we need to say, because let's recall for those who cry austerity at these benches that the last Labour government spent, on average, 10% more every year of its final decade in office than it raised in taxes, which left a colossal legacy of debt that we've scarcely yet begun to repay. Millions were squandered on projects like building schools for the future that were cancelled at the tail end of the last Labour government by Alistair Darling as they ran out of money. So when we see those authorities, I'm just going to move on a little bit, but I'll bring you in a moment. But when we look at the reports of what this means at constituency level, councils like Surrey that have embraced this Labour government's devolution agenda, that have now lost the opportunity for the mayor that they were promised, they report that this leaves them £60 million a year short. Honourable members will be ill-served by the consequences of this budget. I give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to him giving way. I'm sure he didn't mean to inadvertently mislead the House, but as I was a councillor in Hartlepool in 2010, I can tell them with absolute assurity it was the Conservatives who cancelled the Building Schools for the Future programme, and I think you take the opportunity to correct the record. You cancelled it, we initiated it. They cancelled it, we initiated it.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity. Now, one of my tasks in the world of local government was to engage with that last Labour government, and as we saw, the disastrous consequences of its overspending, they were completely clear with authorities like mine that stopped work on BSF because we were told by the Department for Education that they did not have the money to see through the promises that they were making to the public. I am very confident that my constituents understand the consequences that a Labour government has on their politics. I'll give way to my constituency neighbour.
I'd like to thank you. He's very generous with his time and always have a lot of time for the right honourable member. He's talking about our constituents in Hillingdon. Is it not the case that the last Tory government's financial settlement, which also included council tax, had a 7% cut to core spending power for our constituents in Hillingdon, and this spending settlement has almost a 40% increase in core spending power for our constituents. He seems rather depressed about this announcement. Surely that is fantastic news for our constituents. And wouldn't he agree with me that, thank God, we've got a Labour government for Hillingdon?
Madam Deputy, I appreciate he knows rather more about Camden Council than he does about Hillingdon Council. But let us reflect if we want to think about history. Our constituents last had a Labour council. Our constituents last had a Labour council in 1998. I went to that budget meeting, at which our constituents were faced with an 18.7% council tax rise, £60 million of unfunded efficiency savings by a Labour council. I think they understand where their political priorities lie and who has their interests at heart. So I'm just going to make a little bit of progress. I know Madam Deputy Speaker will want others to have time. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, history is repeating itself. And let's not forget, this is a statement that leaves 2/3 of councils in England worse off from the analysis that's been done by the Local Government Association. And that piles additional costs on top of things like last year's national insurance contributions rise, which left councils £1.5 billion net worse off. This is a statement which tightens ring fencing, so it removes the ability of local leaders to deploy, for example, homelessness funding flexibly to meet local needs. And it comes at a time when this botched reorganisation of local government has created chaos across the sector, a hokey-cokey of elections promised, then cancelled, sometimes within 24 hours from that dispatch box. And above all, Madam Deputy Speaker, of course.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. On local government reorganisation, does my honourable friend agree with me that one of the problems of the current process that is going forward with this statement in mind is that there's been no direction on how the funding is going to work out? So actually you've got some proposals on the table that would leave enormously vast rural communities in constituencies like mine, neighbouring town and urban centres that see it as an opportunity to get what they want, and that actually, given this statement, it doesn't give those rural councils any confidence that they would get the money that they need once LGR has taken place.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. My honourable friend draws attention to another significant issue facing local authorities, which is the level of uncertainty, that money has been promised, then withdrawn, budgets have been allocated and then reduced. And in that context, I'm sure her constituents will be as concerned as I am that so much of this money is simply built into massive tax rises across the country. And just turning briefly to business rates, we know, including from the question from the member from Stourbridge at PMQs, that the pressure is being acutely felt on our high streets, especially in hospitality and retail. A business owner in my constituency yesterday told me that across his food franchise, the business rates rise alone is an additional £100,000 a year. That's a lot of entry-level jobs at risk. It's price rises for consumers fueling inflation. It's a barrier to investments in our high street, and it is replicated across the country. So let's not forget that under the previous government, one of the things we are most proud of is the 800 new jobs on average created every single day that we were in office. And let us never cease to remind the benches opposite that every single month under this Labour government, unemployment has risen. This is a government, Madam Deputy Speaker, that clearly does not respect our local colleagues. It refers to leaders as mere community conveners. It seeks to reduce the level of discretion that our councillors have. It creates uncertainty through a lack of clarity on reorganisation, on SEND deficits, on whether mayoral elections are going ahead. And at a time when thousands of voters are being denied a say by this government through cancelling elections, a situation caused solely by the Secretary of State's abject failure to deliver the government's devolution plans to the proposed timetable. It is one thing, Madam Deputy Speaker, to cancel elections in a council that is about to be abolished, so voters can instead choose its replacement. Very much another one to defer them indefinitely whilst we wait for him to get his act together. Madam Deputy Speaker, our councils and our communities deserve a better statement than this. And let me conclude with some points which I hope the Secretary of State or others will address in the summing up. Because one of the things that is most striking about this statement is that the Secretary of State has come to the Chamber and said the key priority for this government is addressing poverty and deprivation. Poverty and deprivation do not feature in this local government funding settlement. They are not part of this formula that the Secretary of State is asking us to agree at all. But what is very striking is the things he says are important. Vulnerable children in education, cash flat, same as last year. Virtual schools, cash flat. The revenue support grant for our local authorities is cash flat. Personal advisors to care leavers, cash flat. Money for supporting local authorities with social care, which was specifically described as a priority, cash flat. Bog-off campaigns intended to reduce obesity in the public health environment, 50% reduction. And even Awab's law, which was championed at that dispatch box just a short time ago by the Minister for Planning, sees a cut of £26,000 from its paltry beginnings. So perhaps the Minister will reflect that what he's announcing essentially is a massive shift of funding away from the statutory duties of obligations that this Parliament has placed on our local authorities, and instead shifts it to those favoured political areas that it sees as its priority for the future.
Gareth Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Harrow Council was on the verge of bankruptcy until the substantial extra funding that ministers announced in the local government settlement. They were facing a budget deficit, council officers told the councillors, of over £32 million and were planning to use virtually the whole of the council's reserves to fill that gap if the settlement for Harrow had not been as generous as it was. They were even contemplating having to ask for exceptional financial support status. So I in particular welcome the 31% increase in funding over this Parliament following the government's announcement in December for Harrow Council. And for comparison, the last multi-year funding settlement under Theresa May and Boris Johnson for Harrow Council delivered just a 5% increase. So a 31% uplift over this Parliament is a significant step forward. And Harrow certainly needs it, because over the last 4 years, residents have become increasingly concerned about how the council has been managed. Council tax has increased by more than inflation every year. Rents and service charges imposed by the council have rocketed. Crucial parts of the council's responsibilities have been rated as inadequate and needing improvement. Basic critical services such as street cleaning have been cut to the bone. And new housing to ease the housing and homelessness crisis has been stalled, delayed or just axed. So without that increase in funding, council officers have told senior councillors that Harrow would have been facing the need to approach the Secretary of State at risk of bankruptcy and needing exceptional financial support. A combination of recent mismanagement of council finances and a decade of austerity has done considerable damage to our local public services in Harrow. Harrow remains, though, one of the lowest funded councils, both within London and nationally. And so I say gently to the Secretary of State, I hope he will understand when I say that I will continue to press for further funding to improve local services. It's worth underlining that between 2013 and 14 and 22-23, the council saw cuts in its funding from the Tory and Lib Dem governments of the time of more than £50 million, a reduction of a shocking 97% in the revenue support grants. One of the consequences of that level of austerity was vastly weakened public services locally.
Can I tell him about austerity?
I'm happy to give the honourable gentleman a way into the debate if he would like so, but perhaps he'd like to sit down and make a longer contribution later. No, okay, very much.
No, the one thing the Secretary of State got right when he was wagging his finger to my left was the implication on the Liberal Democrats. Danny Alexander was the Chief Secretary to the Treasury. I was at the heart of that administration. He had to be restrained by George Osborne, so gung-ho was he to make greater cuts. Personally, I'd have given him his head, but don't let them escape.
Yeah. Well, I'm very happy to join him in condemning, again, the role the Liberal Democrats played. But if he was the sane voice in the government at the time, I hope he'll forgive me for being slightly even more concerned about what actually was going on at the time. One of the understated problems of the austerity that Harrow has suffered has been the decline in the quality of vital local services. Children's services were rated inadequate by Ofsted just last year, with 8 areas identified for immediate improvement. Leadership stability, including management oversight of staff and social workers in particular, the quality of support, advice and guidance for care leavers, the quality of help for children who are homeless, the consistency and quality of response when care leavers go missing, the consistency of staffing to support children who were rated as needing to support children. All of those areas were rated as needing immediate improvement. We're talking about some of the most vulnerable children in my community and across Harrow more generally, being let down by Harrow Council. 2 years beforehand, the Conservative councillors who lead Harrow Council had driven through major cuts in children's services at the time, over £2.5 million. Astonishingly, the current Conservative leadership locally are proposing another round of major cuts to children's services. One particular case stands out from my constituency. Parents reported what looked like significant bruising of a child's footprint on their child at their nursery. The matter was referred to social services. The parents were arrested and went to court, and the child taken into emergency foster care. The case against the parents was rightly eventually dropped when the court accepted that the original bruising was caused by a child's foot. But in the meantime, during supervised contact arranged by Harrow Social Services, the parents found extensive injuries on the child, reported those to the social worker. There should have been a serious investigation at the time, given the scale of the injuries. There wasn't. And in the nearly 3 years since, the council have struggled to get answers to their questions, and the parents inevitably remain profoundly affected by what has happened to their child and what as a family they have been put through. I wish I could say that was an isolated case. It isn't. And so whilst I welcome the additional funding that the council will get, and as a result will be able to put into social care for young people, I do think there are other measures that I hope the Secretary of State will consider further down the line too. But it isn't just children's services that have been affected. The Care Quality Commission has also said that adult social care run by Harrow Council requires improvement. That certainly didn't come as a huge surprise to many carers and elderly and other vulnerable adults in Harrow too. The council were ordered just last year to pay compensation to an elderly resident with dementia and her family who needed medical help after she was neglected and let down by the care home in which she'd been placed in by Harrow Council. Since 2022, Harrow Council has become the third most expensive council in London for council tax, behind Tory-run Croydon and Liberal Democrat-led Kingston upon Thames. Harrow's Conservative councillors have put council tax up by the maximum possible every year they've been in power and plan to continue doing so. A 20% rise in council tax since 2022, despite their promises to freeze council tax. Council tenants too have been hit with the maximum rent increases allowable in each of the past 4 years, while leaseholders' service charges have rocketed. I will give you one in a second. Astonishingly, some leaseholders in properties owned by Harrow Council are expecting to see their service charges rise by 70% this year. One family are currently paying £2,000 annually and have been sent a bill for £3,400 for next year. Those rates are simply unacceptable in the midst of a cost of living crisis, and I hope the council will review them urgently. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way. Does he believe that people who promise not to raise council tax should not raise council tax?
Well, I'm happy to say I think the Conservative councillors in Harrow Council who promised not to raise council tax and duly did so. And I hope the honourable gentleman will join me in urging the Shadow Secretary of State to ask perhaps the leader of his council to explain better to the people of Harrow why he reneged on his promise. But let me go on. Regeneration should be an opportunity to build more affordable and social housing, and as a result to help tackle the housing crisis that we face in communities such as my own. It should surely involve local communities and be thought through to create opportunities for communities to come together and to provide for key local services. Instead, the completion of the redevelopment of the Grange Farm estate has been delayed multiple times, again a product of lack of funding and poor leadership locally.
Would you give way on that point?
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is making an excellent point. I'm very sorry to hear about the challenges his residents have with their council. There are local authorities which are doing exactly the opposite. In my area, Reading Borough Council recently opened 46 new council houses built on their own land, 46 new council houses as part of a programme to build nearly 800. So there are local authorities which are able to grip this, and I'm very sad to hear about his situation in his council. Perhaps they could learn something from Reading and other peers around the country.
Well, certainly, I would welcome the chance of news that Conservative councillors in Harrow responsible for housing were going to look at positive councils committed to building more council homes, such as those in his constituency. But that failure does mean that residents have had to put up with mice, damp and substandard accommodation for too long on the Grange Farm estate. And on other regeneration schemes in Wealdstone, plans for affordable housing have been axed. No new council housing that hadn't already been planned by the previous council has been built. A primary school that was due to be provided, again, has been axed locally too. Developers are not being held properly to account, and a major opportunity to lift the quality of life in the borough has been missed. A consistent complaint I have heard, Madam Deputy Speaker, from constituents of mine is that they find it very difficult to get to see anyone at the council, that they don't know where to go to meet council staff to sort out problems and discuss issues in their neighbourhood. Shortly after the local Conservative Party took over running Harrow Council, they closed Harrow's Civic Centre. It was due to be replaced by a smaller set of council offices in Wealdstone on what's currently the Peel Road car park. It would have given access for Harrow residents to council staff and helped increase the number of people using businesses in the local high street. It would have freed up council-owned land for much-needed affordable housing, for new workspaces, new retail and commercial spaces, as well as a new primary school, a new library, a new park for residents to enjoy, and a new town square. Instead, that civic centre remains closed, derelict, boarded up. Major decisions on regeneration have been delayed or cancelled. No new set of accessible council offices are planned, and no one knows indeed when or indeed really if new promised housing will actually go ahead. Instead, local Conservative councillors have spent thousands of pounds doing up their own council offices, yet members of the public are not allowed in. If you'll forgive me, I've given way to him once. I'll let him hope to catch the Madam Deputy Speaker's eye and contribute later. The public will obviously get their say on the situation in Harrow in May, but I think the failures at Harrow Council do raise other questions. Reversing the decade and more of austerity for local services is clearly a priority, and the settlement that was announced in December makes a good start in that objective. Harrow certainly needs a serious examination of its funding formula going forward. But surely raising the quality of local services needs to be more than just the responsibility of local people. In 2015, the parties opposite took the decision to abolish the Audit Commission, a body which usefully challenged councils much earlier on, indeed, and helped prevent many poor management practices of the sort we're seeing on a regular basis in Harrow from being developed and getting out of control. Give way to Honourable.
For giving way, and I think he makes an excellent point. Rightly, this government is putting more money back into local government after many, many years, long overdue. But that money has to be well spent. And the story that he's described in Harrow, unfortunately, is quite similar to my experience and my residents' experience in Hillingdon. The independent auditors are quite damning about the council's budgeting approach. Millions of pounds misallocated, no opening and closing, balances well into the financial year. And very recently it was reported by the press that the council, in a secret deal, had written off a former Tory councillor's debt, all whilst applying for exceptional financial support from this government. So I completely agree with him. Don't we need more independent oversight and audit of local government finance?
We certainly need more independent oversight of the way in which Conservative councils in outer London are managing their finances. I'm completely with my honourable friend on that score. And the story of what has happened in Hillingdon, almost as bad as the situation that we're facing in Harrow over the last 4 years. The one bright spot has been the increase in finance that the Secretary of State has delivered for Harrow. We need a review of the funding formula for Harrow going forward. But I welcome the settlement that we have had and look forward to continuing to persuade him of the case for more funding in Harrow going forward.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Gideon Amos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Liberal Democrats in our manifesto call for multi-year settlements for local government, for freeing of councils to generate more revenue, including from more council tax on second homes, increased planning fees, and also called for an extra £2 billion on education, including special educational needs and disability. And it's right that funding for local government is rebuilt after the consequences of the 2008 crash and the famous letter left by the outgoing Labour government that they spent all the money and there was none left. So moves forward in those areas I mentioned by this settlement are welcome, they're positive, and we do welcome them. And the announcement that 90% of special educational needs disability service debts that councils have unavoidably built up will be met by central government also does begin to address the crisis in SEND, but I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, it doesn't finish the job. The promised SEND reforms have again been delayed, and whatever the outcome of those SEND reforms, they must not be a precursor to weakening the protection disabled children rely on and their parents expect. Our five tests would ensure that SEND reforms would guarantee children's rights to SEND assessment and support are maintained, and the voices of children and young people with SEND and their families and carers must remain at the centre of the reform process. Secondly, that capacity in state special school provision must be increased alongside improvements to inclusive mainstream. Thirdly, that national government must top up funding for each child whose needs exceed the local authority provision within a given cap. And the government must get on and introduce a cap on the profits made from private sector SEND companies. Early intervention, fourthly, must be improved and waiting times cut. And lastly, schools must be incentivised both to accept SEND pupils and to train their staff. The additional funds for housing and homelessness, while small, are also, of course, welcome, and including for the Somerset Council in my own constituency. And whilst the extra funding coming through the recovery grant is also welcome, I know that places like Kingston upon Hull are telling us it doesn't go far enough and won't fill the gaping hole in financial stability that persists. It's disappointing also that social housing does not get a mention in the settlement. We need a new generation of council and social rent homes. Our plans of 118,000 per year just will not meet the level of need that's out there, Madam Deputy Speaker. The additional funding, along with provision for SEND deficits, does help enable councils like my own in Somerset to keep the council tax rise to 4.99% norm across the country. In a cost of living crisis, people cannot afford more than the minimum increase, something that Somerset MPs and the council pushed hard for, and I'm grateful to the local government minister for meeting with us and engaging with us on that. It's notable that 70 out of the 74 Liberal Democrat-led councils in the country have kept the council tax rise to the norm minimum of 4.99%. And of the 4 that are going exceptionally above that, they all inherited their from their previous Conservative administrations a council social care funding time bomb. And voters will take note that reform-led Worcestershire are taking the increase in council tax to the highest level allowed in the country. Typically, they are not here to take part in the debate on local government finance. The message is clear: reform, vote reform, and pay more than anyone else in the country in your taxes. I will give way to my friend.
Him giving way. He's giving a powerful speech outlining how Liberal Democrat councils up and down the country are doing their best in this cost of living crisis. Oxfordshire finds itself in a £24 million deficit as a result of this settlement. Meanwhile, we are getting residents on doors saying, "What about my potholes?" And he's right to point out that social care is part of that democratic deficit. Does he agree with me that we need to tackle the core issues here, and one of those is to sort out social care, because that helps everything to do with local government finance?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and Conservative members from the Senate petition are asking who runs the council, but I use the inherited time bomb word. I use it advisedly. The well-respected Conservative former leader of Somerset County Council, David Fothergill, was one of the first in the country to identify this. He told Panorama back in 2019 that adult social care was a time bomb which is ticking. That time bomb, Madam Deputy Speaker, has now gone off around the country. Council taxpayers are having to bail out a broken social care system.
Would my right honourable friend give way? I'd like to thank my right honourable friend for giving way for Torbay Council, which I also still serve on. There are unreasonable, well, incredible assumptions being made about the levels of council tax being collected. This results in, for a small unitary authority, a deficit of £13 million in year 2 and 3. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the Labour Party have been learning from the Conservatives that they are planning to balance the books of councils on the backs of local taxpayers?
I certainly agree with my honourable friend who's championing Torbay on a regular basis in the chamber that councils are suffering reductions in their funding settlement across the country, and that's one of the reasons we can't support this in the amount of support they're getting from central government. Yes.
Look, again, there's a memory loss going on over there, isn't there? In coalition, we had the biggest cuts to local government funding and the start of passing funding responsibilities over to the council tax system. That began with the Lib Dems in coalition. Why doesn't the honourable gentleman apologise to this chamber and to people up and down the country for what the Lib Dems did for them when they were in government?
It's a responsibility.
The honourable member of Sheffield South East is right that there were massive savings made after the financial crash in 2008. And some would say around £40 billion over the years of the coalition. He would be horrified to learn that the only people suggesting greater cuts than 41 billion were the Labour Party. In their 2010 manifesto, proposed 56 billion of cuts. He doesn't believe me. If he doesn't believe me, look at the headlines at the time. Alistair Darling, we will cut deeper than Margaret Thatcher, said Alistair Darling in 2010 in his budget. Who began austerity? Who began the cuts? It was under the Labour government, and they were planning to go further, faster and deeper, according to Alistair Darling, than the Liberal Democrats or the coalition did. And I'll give way to the honourable gentleman on the right.
Just wanted to ask the honourable gentleman, does he agree with the words of the Labour leader of Sheffield, who says that cost pressures continue to outstrip increases in funding, both specific inflationary pressures in major service areas, particularly for care, accommodation and construction, and the increasing volume of demand for housing and care? Is the Labour leader of Sheffield correct?
I hesitate to get too involved in the politics of Sheffield, but I'm concerned that what we're seeing is government funding for councils across the country being reduced, and particularly, if I may go on, to the case of rural authorities who are particularly hard hit by this settlement. They find delivering social care and other services far more costly than in tightly drawn urban areas. Somerset's 4,000-mile road network, for example, is a massively more onerous proposition than a tightly drawn urban area. It's inexplicable that despite consultation, that considered maintaining the remoteness funding uplift across the country and across all funding heads of local government, it's been taken away from all funding heads apart from adult social care. Why is it less costly to provide children's services than it is adult services in a remote rural area? Why is it less costly to provide flood relief and flood protection in a rural area than than it is to provide services to adults? A whole range of really remote authorities are affected, from Westmoreland and Furness, Somerset, Devon, Cornwall, all are particularly badly hit. Remote authorities have much greater areas to protect from flooding as well, as I say. And I have to tell the Minister that, having spent yesterday and recent days with families in Staithe and Boroughbridge in my constituency on the Somerset levels, I've seen how heart-rending it is for them as they watch the water coming closer and closer to their homes. 200 metres when you go to bed, when you see the water 200 metres away, can be only 20 metres when you wake up the next morning and look out through your window. And for some houses I visited, the water is lapping up against the houses themselves. And when Conservative Prime Minister David Cameron came down last time we had severe flooding in 2013-14, he promised to Somerset money would be no object. It turned out he meant that Somerset residents' money would be no object, because Somerset's New Rivers Authority became the only one in the country not to be funded by central government and to rely on local taxpayers. The flooding minister came down to Somerset yesterday and said that Somerset will not be forgotten. So I'd like to ask the local government minister what extra support the minister is providing to Somerset Council to deal with a flooding major incident, one which could easily become a national emergency if effective measures are not taken now, and I mean in the next few days. The water levels are still rising, Minister. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, we need an end to the massive expense of all this top-down, costly reorganisation of local government where people don't want it. Forcing change on the structures of natural communities people know and love can only distract from the work, the important work, reducing flooding, delivering care, and all the other priorities that councils put first. No one I've met in Taunton, Wellington, or Somerset, or on the levels, told me what they really want to see is a metro-style mayor come down the road for their area. Spending almost £500 million on mayors, is that really going to help any of our constituencies in ways that known, understood and strengthened local councils would do? While we welcome the limited extra funding this settlement leaves too many questions unanswered on how send costs will be met, it is still going to lead to big cuts in services for rural and remote authorities, and on social care it leaves council taxpayers bailing out a broken system. For all these reasons, we cannot at this stage support this settlement.
Chair of the Select Committee, Florence Eshalomi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State, who's not in his place, for opening this debate on the settlement. I know the work that he has led on, and the Minister who's here in terms of bringing forward this statement and being strong voices for our local government colleagues. I should declare that obviously the Secretary of State and I served both at Lambeth Council, and the Minister served as a councillor in Southwark, in one of my neighbouring boroughs. And also to pay tribute to the former Minister, the member for Oldham West, Chedderton and Royton, for the work that he did with many councils in terms of making sure we are at this place. I know that many local authorities across England will be delighted to see that the government is covering the 90% of debts built up through supporting children with special education needs and disabilities. This is an issue that comes into all our inboxes, regardless of which council's at political lead. It's a big issue that's been ongoing for many councils, and it's about how we continue to support some of the most vulnerable children who need to ensure that councils are adequately funded in terms of those areas. And if we're honest, Madam Deputy Speaker, these costs are not of the council's making, but if, you know, the Shadow Secretary straight highlighted, it is as a result of the broken system which finally this government is addressing, and I hope the government will continue to address in the upcoming schools white paper. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the first things that everyone across local government asks for is certainty from the government. Certainty so that authorities can make the long-term investment in the infrastructure. Certainty that they can have the funding to build the homes that we need. Certainty that they can start turning around, I know members don't like to hear it, but the 14 years of underinvestment in local government, the underinvestment in SEN, the underinvestment in temporary accommodation, the underinvestment in adult social care. So we should all welcome the first multi-year settlement in a decade, ending that year-on-year waiting game that held back that investment for too long. And this is something that's been called for not just by the current Housing, Communities and Local Government Select Committee that I chaired, but also the predecessor committee chaired by my wonderful colleague, the member for Sheffield South East. And it's good to see that this government is finally listening on that. So we do welcome a reduction in the number of grants, where you see a situation where we are asking our cash-strapped councils to continue to bid for small pots of money. That's officer time taken away from frontline services, bidding for those pots where in some cases they may not even be successful. That is not a good use of vital officers' time. And it's a case of, you know, in some cases those councils had to justify submitting those bids in the first place. So we really do welcome this really crucial area. But there are two areas that I want to focus on in the short time that I have. One is around the fact that many members and right honourable members have already raised it this afternoon. The reality is, even with this funding, welcomed funding, a number of councils are still going to face budgetary issues. The Local Government Association anticipates that more councils may be applying for exceptional financial support. We have to ask ourselves, when you see more councils applying for that emergency funding, there is nothing exceptional about it. We cannot have a situation where councils are having to rely on emergency funding so that they can carry out day-to-day services and they don't effectively declare bankruptcy. So I hope that the government will be looking at this area going forward. I will give way to my colleague.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the honourable friend for giving way. I agree with what she's saying. I'm very concerned that the government's support package for councils like Woking Borough Council, which went effectively bankrupt several years ago following Conservative mismanagement, is by allowing them to borrow more money to pay off the government loans. Does he agree that EFS needs to change immediately?
I thank the honourable member, an excellent colleague on our cross-party select committee, and I think this is an area that we did look at on the select committee with our report in terms of local government finance. And our committee, he will remember, quote, stated that we have to look at the capitalisation direction and the stopgap measures that avoid Section 114 notices that allow councils to produce short-term balanced budgets but can weaken councils' finances and capital investments in the long term. So there is an issue. We cannot keep burying this issue under the carpet and thinking that it's going to go away. It is not. In the long term, we are building more debts for these councils, and we have to look at how we address that. So I am pleased that this is something that the government are going to be looking at and making sure councils that are applying for ESF we're having a whole-scale root and branch review of how that money is being allocated. Madam Deputy Speaker, we know that this multi-year funding and process won't solve the underlying issues facing all our councils. And another area which the Minister knows that I've mentioned on many occasions, and there is growing cross-party support on this, is that at the heart of this, there's the reliance on the most regressive form of taxation to pay for those mandatory demand-led services where councils, in any effect, have little control over that demand. Council tax, as we know, amounts to about half of the settlement total, and it also assumes a maximum increase across the board, despite the fact that the government has little control on how much that figure will actually be. And the Secretary of State highlighted that in boroughs where the referendum principle will be lifted, the government is assuming that increasing council tax will help, with some councils having to increase their council tax by over 30% just to reach the core spending powers and the figures in this settlement. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I think all of us understand the challenges the government's facing when it comes to balancing the books and the inheritance which they were left with, followed by the 14 years. And they are difficult decisions that we have to make. But equally, I want to go back to one of our evidence sessions when the former member, the member for Oldham West, told our committee, and I quote, that there is a real danger to the democratic process if there is not a link between the tax that people are paying for services and the quality of services they are getting in return.
On exactly this point about the democratic point, is that in Worcestershire, my constituents were promised by the Reform candidates that they would actually cut council tax. It's a shame that not a single Reform member of Parliament has turned up to defend what they've done. But the council tax is going up, Worcester council tax is going up by 9%. But the worrying point is that we're being denied a referendum because it goes above the 5% threshold, and that bit of the democratic process has been removed from Worcestershire.
I thank the honourable member for that intervention, and I agree. I think many residents who are feeling a pinch, who are seeing, in essence, yes, we've seen fantastic initiatives, new legislation come through from this government, but that's not trickling down quickly enough. Many residents will be seeing their council tax bills in the next few months, and for a number of residents, those bills will be going up. So I think it is important that we look at that link and that democratic link, because we have
Chairman of the Committee for giving way. A £200,000 house in the East Riding of Yorkshire, depending on its 91 valuation, will be paying between £3,000 and £4,000 in council tax, a £200,000 house. A £2 million flat in Westminster will be paying £2,000. There's an opportunity to put that right. I know she's from London, the Secretary of State's from London. It feels to a lot of us out in the provinces like everybody in charge is from London. That is so egregious and wrong. And does the Chairman of the Committee not agree that something needs to be done about it? We didn't do it in our years in office, and the government said they would have a fairer system now. It's not fair.
Florence Eshalomi.
I thank the right honourable member for that intervention. I think it's fair to say successive governments have put the issue of council tax in a too difficult box. And it will, I'm hoping that will fall on this government to finally address that and make sure that we bring an end to this regressive form of taxation.
On that point, would the honourable member give way?
I'll give way.
You, Bance. I thank the honourable member, my honourable friend, for giving way. Would she agree with me that the work that has been done on the draft local government settlement to get us to this final local government settlement has actively put the principles of fairer funding into place? My local authority in Sandwell, the 5th most deprived local authority in the country, is getting an extra £28 million as a result of the continuation and the increase of the recovery grant. That money will go on crucial services that we were deprived of in my area during 14 years of Conservative austerity. I know my honourable friend will want to join with me in welcoming the work that has been done by the local government minister, by our friends in the Treasury, to make sure that the principles of fairer funding were put into place. Florence Eshalomi.
I thank my honourable friend, who's a doubted champion for her constituency and her council's needs. And I think it's fair to say that the outdated and opaque previous funding settlement caused a number of issues for councils up and down the country, and it's finally good to see this government responding to that and making sure we have a fairer settlement, a more simplified settlement, so that our councils can get on with a day job of providing those vital services for our residents. And just to wrap up, Madam Deputy Speaker, going back to the issue of council tax, we have a situation where we have to be honest and ask that if councils have to impose a council tax hike just to fulfil mandatory services, going back to the question the Honourable Member raised, where is that democratic choice for residents? If council tax is collected locally, how can it be right that what it is largely spent on is dictated by central government? And we know from this settlement today that the Secretary of State and the Minister have shown a boldness in making sure they continue to engage with local leaders, they continue to engage with the local government association, they continue to engage with cross-party colleagues and cross-party councils to get to grips with the day-to-day issues facing local government. But I urge the Minister that they need to continue on this road of being bold. They need to continue working, especially with Treasury colleagues, to properly address the growing demand on the mandatory costs that councils are facing from SEND, adult social care, temporary accommodation. These will continue to grow no matter how much money the government puts into these core services. There is a real need for a fundamental review of council tax and wider council funding. I urge the government to go further and bring in cross-party consensus on this and to truly reform council tax and bring an end to this regressive form of taxation once and for all.
James Wilde.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This settlement is supposed to deliver fair funding. That's what the formula says on the tin, but it fails the Ronseal test. For Norfolk, its core spending power in the first year of the settlement is lower than the national average, and the largest increases in core spending power are going to urban authorities. This simply fails to recognise the need of large rural counties such as Norfolk. The County Council networked assessment is that rural county and unitaries face the highest pressures, collectively amounting to £7 billion of costs by 28-29. Give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I appreciate the concerns he's raising, but as a member in a constituency that is in outer London, that for very long has been deemed as having the inner London support through finance, but actually having inner London problems in the outer London borough, where it is not particularly leafy, where deprivation is tough and taking a massive toll on our councils. Can he understand that addressing those things, addressing deprivation, addressing the costs of housing, addressing things like temporary accommodation are crucial for places like mine?
Absolutely. James Watt.
Indeed, and I'm sure the Honourable Lady, if she catches your eye, Madam Deputy Speaker, will elaborate on that. My point is about, coming on to the point about remoteness, I think this is perhaps the kernel of the unfairness. It's the lack of recognition of remoteness and its impact beyond the adjustment for adult social care. It's been removed from most of the formulae. And this is a serious cost pressure. I won't give way, there's lots of people who want to speak. This is a serious cost pressure on rural authorities, which the government has chosen to ignore. Of course, this is compounded by the removal of the Rural Service Delivery Grant in 2025. Its removal meant the loss of funding that was specifically put in place to recognise the high cost of rural service delivery. And this is a political choice made by a very political Secretary of State. And people in Norfolk can see in plain sight how this government views rural areas, coming after the farm tax, after lower bus funding that the last government put in place, scrapping road and rail schemes in our area. I asked the Minister, who's not in her place, so I hope the whip on the bench will make a note of why did ministers reject the evidence that Norfolk and other rural authorities put in about the additional costs that they face and the importance of remoteness. And after remoteness, there is the recovery grant, supposed to be a one-off formula intended to give local authorities the funding that they need. And then the formula is meant to replace it, but actually the government has decided to continue it for the next 3 years. But no funding for Norfolk County Council, despite the allocation and the additional element in the final settlement supposedly being targeted at upper-tier authorities. Apparently, it seems only if you're a Labour upper-tier authority. Little wonder that the Institute for Fiscal Studies said maintaining allocations of recovery grant does not look like a principled decision. I think that says it all. It's designed to shovel funding to Labour councils. And let's be clear, this is about shifting resources away from rural areas to unitaries.
Can I thank my honourable friend for giving way and declare my interest as a Central Bedfordshire councillor? Central Bedfordshire is going to have to find £17 million off the back of this so-called fairer funding formula. Does my honourable friend agree with me that this is nothing short of pork barrel politics?
James Wild.
I do agree with that, and the figures simply bear that out. And as a result of the settlement, it's probably the same for my honourable friend's constituents. It's council taxpayers in Norfolk who are going to bear the brunt of this through much higher council tax, and maximum council tax increases are assumed for the full 3 years of the settlement. I want to touch on the topic of internal drainage boards, which, Madam Deputy Speaker, you'll know are responsible for managing water levels and reducing flood risk, and they play a vital national role in protecting key areas, including prime agricultural land, so important for our food security. Yet the cost of IDBs falls on local council taxpayers. In the borough of Kings Lynn and West Norfolk, 40% of the council tax raised by the council goes to IDB levies, costs that other authorities do not face. And given the nationally important role, the funding should reflect that. And there has been additional support introduced by the last Conservative government and continued by this government. But this government is not operating that with inflation, taking account of the higher energy costs that IDBs are paying either. And if that support, we don't know if that's going to continue in future years, and if it doesn't, will the Minister commit to working with groups of local authorities, district authorities set up precisely to find an equitable solution to that? And of course, Norfolk is losing out yet further due to the Labour government's decision to cancel the Norfolk and Suffolk mayoral election, as well as the county council election. Two political choices I fundamentally disagree with. And my constituents were due, and those in Suffolk were due to get an annual investment fund of £37.4 million a year. But not only are our elections scrapped, the government has cut the amount of that investment fund that Norfolk will get. We are going to lose out on £48 million in the next 2 years. Why? Because of decisions taken by these ministers. Another sign of the neglect that this government has for the people of Norfolk. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do welcome the announcements on the SEND deficits, but overall it's clear this is not a fair funding settlement. There's an over-reliance on council tax increases for my constituents, no recognition of the true costs that rural authorities play, and ministerial decisions locking in inequalities for years to come. And the ministers and the government should think again.
Mary Rimmer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Life in my constituency in St Helens and Windsor is tough for many families. Too many live with the daily consequences of poverty, ill health and insecurity, many vulnerable. The impact can be soul-destroying. Average life expectancy in my constituency is 50 in Knowsley, and I'm sure my honourable friend here from Knowsley, whose whole constituency is in Knowsley, I wish to pay tribute to her for the run that she made at Christmas time. And she was the one that really started our campaign. And I pay tribute to you. The life expectancy in Knowsley is 50. St Helens, which is most of my constituency, is 57, both for men and women. The call for significant health care and support is tremendous and starts much earlier. It was a shock when I saw those figures, when I read them. In St Helens, health and social care is integrated, and that has helped with the demands that come increasingly. Many children do not benefit from the dancing classes, gymnastics, excitement, trips out or holidays. Many, sadly, are lured to county lines and drug taking. Many of our children need special education provision. Some wait for a special, unique service. The cost can be enormous. And provision rare and very often not local. These children lose out. Their families watch and worry whilst waiting for the solution to arrive. Revenue support grant was always complex, mysterious, hard to nail down. Added to this, 14 years of austerity didn't help. St Helens Council lost £127 million. We were capped in poll tax. We'd only put the rates up 2%. I was the leader at the time. But we was one of 21 that was capped. We had to deliver over 10 million overnight, or we would have been surcharged. You had 3 months to deliver a new grant. We were very poor in St Helens. Our councils are struggling to meet statutory responsibility in social care, SEND provision, not because of inefficiency in the councils, because families the funding bears no resemblance to the actual on the ground people and the lives that they have to put up with. Ever-growing numbers with complex needs, higher costs, lack of provision. 2/3 of St Helens Council's funding is spent on adult social care and children. 2/3. And we lost £127 million from government. I think it's about, I don't know, it's 9 or 11 million left. That's what we have. I won't go on to say, when I saw the need for the settlement that addresses the real pressures, we need that. I've always said that. Health, disabled, carers, attention, safeguarding, protecting the vulnerable, the aged and abused children in need. Due to the council gets money from income from the government, very little now. It's all fallen on council tax, falling on the council tax, more and more efficiency. You couldn't get more efficient councils than Knowsley and St Helens. I'll go to the Knowsley meetings, I go to St Helens. I've been a councillor at St Helens for 39 years and I praise what I see in Knowsley because it's just so efficient, so focused on the people, and not the people that working inside, the good employers, but on the people and how we compare and serve for them. Due to the deprivation of our area, the lack of assets that can be sold that other councils have, we can only raise a fraction of what councils in the South East, London and the cities do. So there's very much we can get from that. So it's all revenue, it's all on the council tax and our ability to be more efficient, look for different ways and everything. It's ingenious to watch what does happen. The settlement we were first presented with would have brought what we were consulted on seemed fair and good. And I have to say, when it came out, the provisional announcement just before Christmas, I was horrified. I was horrified. Housing had been introduced, well, housing is into the IMD, index multiple deprivation. It's that we're not suffering from that deprivation in Knowsley and St Helens. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be there, but certainly not with the weighting that it's got, because that's where our money went. We went down from the first thing that we were consulted on, like that. We would have been in, St Helens would have been high and dry. I'm not going into the details. My honourable friend here, I got the figures from Knowsley. I got the same figures from Knowsley, what impact it was going to be. I knew St Helens would be bad, but couldn't get the figures. And my honourable friend, my friend here, went off and started the work off. And we did what we could till we got things going more. So it's, although it's first called fair funding, it isn't fair funding because we're all different. You know, I listen to what you're saying about people living in the rural districts. I have sympathy for you. And we need to have a system that really does look at what costs are the highest, what's needed. But no one can criticise the people that have got this extra funding now. But it's not there forever. Following the sustained lobbying, we've got 90% off our high needs deficit. High needs deficit is the deficit we've got on send provision. And Knowsley's is tremendous, far much greater than St Helens. So that will help. That does help. And it's just wonderful what goes on. The recovery grant, we will get 14.7 million over the 3 years. But that doesn't resolve the problem because it's not part of the formula. And we will have to commence straight away to look at what we're going to do, because we would have been much worse off than we were already before it. So that's just one council, and I know there'll be others like that. So we do need to look at that thing. But I would pay tribute to the work that has gone on by the ministers. It's been the local authorities, the work in the chambers of the finance departments, the work the MPs, the work the councillors have done, and the work that the ministers have done. It can't have been pleasant for them to see what they saw. And I know that having looked at it, they've recognised things. But we will need to look at this fair funding in the future. But I do thank sincerely all those that's been involved in coming to some help for some of the worst affected boroughs in the country. It's not been party political, I can assure you of that. We don't think like that. I certainly don't, and I know this lady doesn't, know this gentleman is here. Our benches are full of council leaders from our areas, former council leaders. We've got more years as that. I've been in local government and this for 48 years. And I know what I'm talking about, but I see what I'm talking about. It's not made up. So I will be supporting this tonight, but it doesn't mean the end of the lobbying. We will obviously start again. And I'm sure the ministers will listen to what other people said, and maybe there does need to be flexing here and flexing there, but we need to recognise each area and what their needs are. We can't leave them to deprivation and deny their needs. Thank you.
Manuela Patagella.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I am incredibly proud to have been a councillor until last year, because local government is the foundation of so much that matters in people's daily lives. It keeps our streets clean, supports vulnerable families, funds social care, maintains roads, protects our environment, and makes sure children can get to school safely, keeps our bins emptied, and not everywhere, but keeps our potholes filled. And when councils are stretched to breaking point, it is residents who feel the strain. I welcome the move to a multi-year settlement, which is something we have long argued for. Councils need certainty, they need to plan beyond a single financial year, and that stability matters. But let us be clear, a longer settlement does not in itself fix a broken system. The Public Accounts Committee has warned that deficits could reach nearly 4 billion a year by 2027 to 28, and that is not sustainable. And on top of that, we now have rising demand, inflationary pressures, increases in the national living wage, and the hike in national insurance contributions. And councils are expected to absorb all of these. Further, making any material changes and for example, in the assumption or level of business rates pooling, and effectively reducing councils' funding allocation between the provisional and final settlement will cause serious challenges for many councils, including Stratford-on-Avon District Council, which could see a big cut to 5% or more of the council's total spending power. So if I heard correctly, the Secretary of State pledged to refund those councils affected by this material change, and I would like the government benches to confirm that. Our constituents are the ones who are going to be impacted and the provision of valuable local services will be affected. I am deeply concerned about the impact on rural areas like mine in Stratford-on-Avon. The shift to a need and demand model risks overlooking the real costs of delivering services across large, sparsely populated areas. Rural councils often receive less grant funding, yet face higher transport costs, greater recruitment challenges, and weaker public transport networks. That reality must be properly recognised in any fair funding formula. In my own constituency, I see the pressures on local government every day. Stratford-on-Avon District Council, led by the Liberal Democrats, has shown what responsible local leadership looks like, even in tough times. It has delivered the third highest recycling rate in England. It has rolled out natural flood management. It has installed solar panels on leisure centres to cut running costs and reduce emissions. It has allocated 600,000 to a cost of living mitigation fund to support our most vulnerable families. That is practical, sensible, community-focused governance. That is what can be achieved when councils are run competently and with a clear sense of purpose. Contrast that with the chaos we have seen at Warwickshire County Council, now run by Reform. Last week, after a grueling 10-hour meeting, the Minority Reform administration failed to pass a budget. The Liberal Democrats put forward an alternative that would have invested £20 million in tackling child poverty, protecting youth services, improving home-to-school transport, and investing in infrastructure for the future. For an extra 39p a week, we could have protected services for thousands of young people and vulnerable residents. Instead, Reform doubled down on cuts that would hit families hard, including changes that could leave children walking up to 5 miles to school, often along unlit rural roads. Reform and the Conservatives combined to block that investment, and then still could not agree a budget of their own, leaving the council in limbo. This story Reform stitch-up is costing residents in Stratford-on-Avon and across Warwickshire. As we look ahead to local government reorganisation in Warwickshire, these choices matter even more. Stratford-on-Avon District Council has made... Yes, I will.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and I'd like to touch on the point around reform councils and the promises that they made and the reality of that. In Lancashire, they're trying to balance the books by initially consulting on closing 10 care homes and day centres, narrowing that down now to just the day centres. And would the honourable member be as surprised as me to see them not here to defend their record of what they promised versus the reality of a reform-led council?
Exactly.
Thank the honourable member for his intervention. Yes, I mean the reform benches are empty, as we all can see, as the British public can see, and this is really important because and this is important because as I said, local government is the foundation of our places. They give us a civic pride in our areas. They really are the front line of delivering services, and is really disappointed. And there is chaos in Warwickshire. We are still without a budget. And as we look ahead to local government reorganisation, these choices, as I was saying, matter even more. Stratford-on-Avon District Council has made a clear case for a South Warwickshire unitary that reflects real communities and keeps decision-making closer to residents. Reform are pushing for a single county-wide super-authority that would centralise power and move it farther away from local people. At a time when trust in politics is fragile, we should be strengthening local democracy, not weakening it. We must keep local government local. Madam Deputy Speaker, local authorities are ready to play their part in delivering growth, tackling the climate emergency, insulating homes, improving air quality, building the infrastructure our communities need. But they cannot do so if they're permanently firefighting. If we're serious about strong communities and a strong economy, we must get local government finance right and not defund rural councils. We need to support them so that they can deliver for the residents. rather than leaving them to pick up the pieces of national government failure. Thank you.
Clive Betts.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, first of all, could I congratulate my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, and my friend, the Local Government Minister, for this settlement. It's a welcome change. I also thank the Minister's predecessor, the right honourable member for Oldham, for the work he did, both in opposition and then in government, to get us to this better place. To say, I'm now Deputy Chair of the Public Accounts Committee, and we did a report about local government funding recently. Just to read what the conclusions were, cross-party. Local government finance is in a perilous state. The funding has not kept pace with population growth, demand for services, complexity of need, or the rising costs of delivering services. As demand for targeted services such as social care, special education needs, and temporary accommodation has grown, there has been a significant reduction in spending on commonly used discretionary services such as street cleaning, lighting, parks and gardens and leisure services. That's the truth that councils up and down the country have known and experienced and had to deal with over many, many years. And I would at this point to congratulate councillors of all parties, in all councils across the country, for how they performed during the years of austerity, how they've continued to work and deliver efficiencies, which perhaps some central government departments, as the PSC could testify, would do well to emulate. Of course, I give my word.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State and his ministerial team for listening to my representations and those of my council. My experience, to be fair, of Tory Secretary of State listening, let alone acting, is about as rare as rocking horse dung, frankly. Would my honourable friend agree with me that the party opposite, who didn't fund local government properly for 14 years, are now the ones who are complaining and whinging about the position we're in? Isn't that their responsibility, not this government's responsibility?
Yes.
Absolutely, and I think that goes for both parties opposite as well, as my honourable friend would understand. The situation that this government's faced is clearly a serious one. Let's say they've got some things very right indeed. First of all, the multi-year settlement, which I think has been called for cross-party. Certainly the Select Committee over many years, and the Select Committee now has called for it, and it's good that we have one. It gives that degree of certainty for local councils to look at the future and be able to plan ahead. Fair funding. Now, fair funding is always a subjective term. For what on one side is fair funding, the other side will say isn't. But I just point out to the opposition that I think it was Greg Clark, who was the Secretary of State for HCLG at the time, 10 years ago promised a fair funding review by the then government. We're still waiting for it in 2024. So they had their chance and they didn't do it. We've now got a review to deal with simple matters, that some of the figures, some of the data in the funding settlement were 20 years old and more.
Tash Ryans. I thank my honourable friend for giving way on that point. And again, I'd like to join colleagues in thanking the Secretary of State and the Minister for their work on this, because when you're talking about outdated data, places like Croydon East in my constituency were treated like we had an endless pot of cash as an outer London borough and that we were endlessly wealthy, when actually the pockets of deprivation in my constituency are some of the highest in the country, and this funding formula seeks to address that. So would you agree with me that this new, fresh approach, an end to Tory austerity, is exactly what our councils need?
I certainly do, and it's the next point I was going to make, that in the funding settlement, deprivation is properly recognised. Yeah. Because that's the problem for councils who've got deprivation, either in total or in part, over many years, have taken the burden of the cuts. What happened under the previous government, both the Coalition and the Conservatives, was that those councils with the greatest needs, which previously had had the largest grants to reflect those needs, then had the biggest cuts. That's what happened. And what this funding settlement does is to give the biggest increases to those councils which previously had the biggest cuts under the last government. You know, we're getting some restoration for the funding reductions that previously we suffered. The recovery grant is right because councils need recovery where they've had their funding base decimated simply because they've had the grants that were previously needed taken away from them. My one challenge, I think, to my right honourable friend the Minister is that the recovery grant lasts, I think, for 3 years. In 2029, there is a danger of a cliff edge where suddenly those councils who get it now could suddenly lose it. So I think there's an issue there. That, thinking ahead, as the Minister is obviously trying to do for a change from previous ministers, let's start to think about that problem before it comes and hits us. So I welcome the settlement from Sheffield's point of view. I think the comments made by the leader of the council, which actually is a cross-party council, the leader of the council were about the concerns and challenges the council have faced prior to this funding settlement. I'll just read out what the finance director of Sheffield Council said about the settlement. The figures announced in the settlement back up the government's commitment to redressing the unequal cuts seen during the austerity years of the previous government and its aim to deliver more funding to the deprived areas of the country. I think that's a fair statement from the council officer in Sheffield responsible for the council's finances. So Sheffield's got about 55 billion more than was anticipated under the previous proposals in this funding settlement over 3 years. That just sort of fills the hole that we've been making cuts in the past in essential services. It means for the first time in 15 years we could start a budget process without immediately looking at cuts in essential services. First time in 15 years. 1 year after another of cuts. That's been the situation, and we've now got a situation where the budget can be balanced without those cuts. That's a real fundamental change. And start to look at maybe some improvements, some preventative measures for the future, which bring about the sort of change we all want to see. Well done to the government for getting us to that position. Another well done, dealing with the ring fences. Not just ring fences in the Minister's own department, but across government, whether it be transport or health or education. There are ring fences all round which restrict local councillors' ability to do the right thing for their communities. So it's good that the government's moved in that direction. I know the Select Committee now and previous Select Committee has called for that, and the government have really been listening to that. To be fair, under when Secretary of State Michael Gove was there was an agreement that needed to happen, but not much evidence that it did happen. So I think we've moved in a direction which everyone wants to see. So I'll say to the Secretary of State, this is a good start. It steadies the ship in terms of the cuts that those councils with high levels of deprivation have had to suffer, and it brings a strong element of fairness to the settlement. Now I'm going to bring the challenge to the Minister. I know she wouldn't expect me not to be completely complimentary in what I'm going to say. And I come back to the point that the Chair of the Select Committee made about the need for change. This is a good start, but there's now need for radical change. We came in with a manifesto of change. We've got a large majority, and with a willingness, we can deliver on it. There are the major issues of social care. I'm disappointed still that we're not going to make changes to social care funding until 2029 after the review. I think we could do it more quickly. We're clearly moving on SEND. We've got to move on children's social care as well. There is something that some councils can do to help themselves, like Warrington Council, who start to build their own children's home, so they don't have to send children to very expensive private homes. Yes.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for Sheffield South East, who's generous with his time. We may not agree on the cuts that began in 2009, but on the topics that he's raising, he hasn't yet touched on the remoteness, the removal of the remoteness uplift. Does he agree, in a cross-party spirit, that including a remoteness uplift just for adult social care, but not for children, not for any other services, must be contrary to common sense and affects remote rural authorities more than others across the country?
I'm not going to go through every detail of this settlement. It's always a balance, local government settlements, that ministers have to come to a judgment about. What I would say overall, and it's the overall impact that I think I want to judge it by, to me this is a fairer settlement for those authorities with high levels of deprivation that suffered the worst cuts under the years of austerity. I will.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Talk about whether this is a fair settlement. I think if we look on balance, we will find that if we look at the number of councils that have Labour constituencies are the ones that are benefiting from this, and the councils that are represented on this side are not, and the fairness can be derived from that.
It's always possible. First of all, of course, there are a lot more councils with Labour MPs. That's the initial start. But of course, it might just be the point that Labour MPs represent councils with higher levels of deprivation. That might be a simple explanation that one could draw from it. Right.
I'd just like to add to that standing here as an MP with a Conservative council, I've had a colleague from Conservative Croydon Council. They cheer. Unfortunately, it's a bankrupt Tory council, but luckily this government is stepping in, and despite it being a Tory council, has followed the deprivation and the need, and is properly funding it, regardless of political colour.
Absolutely. Councils should be funded according to need, not according to political representation. But before members opposite start, I don't know whether members opposite are old enough to remember Dame Shirley Porter and Westminster Council and how they were stuffed with money over visitor nights just to keep the Conservative victory at the local elections. But we'll move on from that. That's a long time ago. What I would say to my honourable friend on the front bench, there are these big challenges that do need to be addressed, and we've got to get to grips with them. Yeah. We also have a local government finance system which is fundamentally broken. And the Select Committee Chair has commented that in her very excellent speech a few moments ago. The Select Committee in the last Parliament made the same recommendations. How can you continue to fund a local authority system in the modern age with a council tax system based on valuations in 1991? It is a nonsense. It's not sustainable. You go to someone in a new house and say, how did they arrive at the value of my house? Well, it's what it was worth in 1991. But my house has only just been built. I know, but they have a guess of what it would have been worth if it had been built then. Look, this is ridiculous, and we've got to change it. It's also regressive. Michael Gove, Secretary of State, said the system was regressive, and it is. The poorer households pay disproportionately more in council tax. It simply is not fair. And every year, of course, has been going on since 2010. Council tax has taken a higher and higher share of the local government funding. Therefore, what we're doing is placing greater and greater burden on that part of the funding settlement, which is regressive. And when the Chancellor made the commitments during the election campaign not to increase certain taxes, council tax was omitted. So council tax has been going up disproportionately, an unfair, regressive tax hitting the poorest hardest. We simply have to do something about that. And it comes back to the democracy point that the Chair of the Select Committee made. While this is going on and poor families are having to pay disproportionately more, but in terms of local government spending, more is going on social care and homelessness and special education needs, the things which are really important, which most people don't receive. Then most people, particularly those on lower incomes, are paying more tax every year and getting less in services because of the cuts to other services, as the PAC recognised. That's not sustainable. It undermines the trust in local authorities. People say to me, the council put my council tax up and I'm getting less for it. Yeah. It really has to change this. We can't duck it. I will. Yes, okay.
Brash. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for giving way to my honourable friend. In Hartlepool, 70% of every penny the council spends is on social care. And my constituents pay, as a proportion of their property value, as a proportion of their income, far, far more than more affluent areas of the country, and as he's rightly said, do not receive the services that they need. Is it not time to abolish the council tax system?
Done to reform it so fundamentally, it wouldn't be recognisable for what we've got now, and that's the way we've got to try and move forward. Along with business rates, we promised business rate reform, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sorry, what we've had so far is not reform, it's some minor changes. Yes, good changes to try and help with pubs and leisure facilities, but it isn't fundamental reform. We need we could look at what both Denmark and Australia have done to reform their whole system of council finances based on land values. That's one alternative, but let's at least have a look. Let's at least accept there is a need for change, even if we can't agree precisely at this point what the change would be. And in bringing about that change, I say to my honourable friend, the Minister, let's look at giving local authority more power to actually determine their own levels of taxation. We are an outlier in Europe about how centralised our local government finance system is. That's another challenge. It partly comes from the great inequalities we have in this country, much greater than most other European countries between different parts of our country. And I welcome the ability of councils to be able to put on a tourism tax, but that's a really minute step in a move towards more safe for local councils about the money they can raise. A very small step, welcome, but very small. So I just say to the Minister, really well done on the reforms and improvements to the existing system. It's really welcome. My city, my constituents welcome that. But the big challenges lie ahead now about some more fundamental reform of the system and more powers back to local council in determining the money they raise. I say to the Minister, you probably won't agree with that today. You probably won't stand at the dispatch box and say, we completely agree, we're going to get on with it. But at least start thinking about it.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm going to keep my comments pretty brief, and they will be focused on council tax. And the reason they will be brief is because I was hoping to intervene earlier on the Secretary of State, who said he didn't want to dodge difficult topics and wanted to talk about promises. He didn't take an intervention because he probably knew what was coming. I want to talk about broken promises, and I want to talk about difficult topics. The primary one being, affecting my residents right now across Bromsgrove in the villages, in fact across Worcestershire, is the government's collusion with Reform to hike the council tax by a staggering 9%. That will be the highest council tax increase that Worcestershire County Council will have imposed on its residents. I believe it will likely be the highest increase in council tax across the country this year. And it's reprehensible, Madam Deputy Speaker, because prior to the general election in 2024, the Labour Party stood very clearly on a manifesto that said they would freeze council tax. And they know, as well as I do, that they have no will to deliver that. That the political difficulty... I won't give way because the Secretary of State wouldn't give way to me. The Secretary of State wouldn't give way to me, so I'm not going to give way and listen. I'm not going to give way and be lectured to by Labour MPs who are not upholding their promises, Madam Deputy Speaker. So the government stood on a manifesto to freeze council tax, knowing full well that they would not be able to deliver that. But worse still, last May, prior to the local elections, the Reform Party stuffed leaflets through the doors of residents across Worcestershire, indeed across the country, pledging that they would cut council tax. Now, they spoke about this Doge programme of local government efficiency. It's very interesting that there's not a single Reform Member of Parliament here in the Chamber today to defend their record. And with this Doge programme, well, where is it? Why has it revealed nothing? They thought that they were going to be able to turn the sofa upside down, give it a good shake, £100 million would fall out of it. Well, that didn't happen. But I can tell you what did happen in Worcestershire since last May. £100 million has been the overspend from the Reform administration. And as a result, they've come cap in hand to this government for emergency funding and for a council tax rise in excess, way in excess of inflation and way in excess of the 5% threshold for a referendum. I will give way to my honourable friend and neighbour.
I'm incredibly grateful to my honourable friend and neighbour, He's raising incredibly... Sorry, my apologies, he's raising incredibly important points about how our constituents were promised that they would have a cut in council tax and have been royally let down by the Reform councillors. But can I embarrass my honourable friend? It's worth remembering that there are a lot of Conservative district councils do very well, and my honourable friend, the member for Bromsgrove, was the leader of Wychavon District Council over the last 14 years, where for 5 years it was deemed the most financially resilient district council in the country, and at the same time didn't see a single penny increase in council tax. That is what Conservative councils deliver.
I thank my honourable friend and neighbour. He is far too generous. I was leader of Wychavon District Council in South Worcestershire for 5 years, where we proudly froze council tax for 5 years consistently without cutting a single service. Local government is lean. It can be run efficiently and effectively without duping the taxpayer. But back to that dupe, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Reform Administration on Worcestershire County Council came cap in hand to the government. The government has granted them emergency funding. They've agreed, in effect colluded with Reform. You've got two parties here that have agreed to put up council tax for residents who they both promised that they would not do that, and as a result, residents in Worcestershire are paying the price. So my message to the Minister is very clear. If we want to maintain trust and integrity in politics at all levels, it's very important that those promises are stuck to, that they're abided by. Otherwise, don't make them in the first place. But most importantly of all, as over 1,100 Worcestershire residents in the last 48 hours have signed a petition opposing this increase, it's crucial that this goes to a referendum and the people of Worcestershire have their say.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start with the Honourable Member for Bromsgrove, who didn't give way when I asked? I think it's really important. I will happily give way in a moment should he wish to correct the record. But he said that the 2024 Labour manifesto that we stood on promised to freeze council tax. No such promise exists in that manifesto, and I'd invite him now to correct the record.
I thank him for giving way. Madam Deputy Speaker, residents across the country knew ahead of the general election that the Prime Minister had made various very public pledges that the Labour Party would freeze council tax should they come into office. Now, if there's an omission on my part that it was not worded in their manifesto, then I apologise for that. But the reality is, coming back to that point about trust in politics, if we want residents across the country to have faith in the political system, it's important that politicians stand by their promises, whether they're written in a manifesto or said on television.
Jonathan.
I thank him for that. I would say if we want trust in politics, we need to be accurate in what we say in this place. And I appreciate you correcting the record. Sorry, him correcting the record, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before I start my substantive remarks, I do want to say that the Minister who is in her place now understands exactly what I'm going to say, and I know how sympathetic and supportive she is to this, and I'm hoping in the coming days that we will be able to deal with the issue that I'm going to raise, and I thank her for her support in recent weeks. I want to be clear about what Hartlepool is facing and why the current settlement I cannot regard as fair, but also believe to be self-defeating. Hartlepool now has the third highest number of children in care in England. That pressure has been made worse by other local authorities placing families in my town, leaving us with a £6 million overspend in children's social care alone. Now, my brilliant Labour Council has already taken decisive action, halving that projected deficit in year and putting in place robust, credible plans to eliminate it entirely. That plan is exactly what the government says it wants to see. Fewer children coming into care, more early intervention, stronger families and better outcomes. It includes strengthened early help and family support, a dedicated edge of care team, a refreshed in-house foster care model, safe reunification pathways, wholesale send reform, enhanced support for care leavers and better workforce planning. This is a serious preventative change, not sticking plaster solutions. But here is the problem. These reforms require short-term stability to succeed. This settlement does not recognise the sheer number of children in care in my constituency. In fact, it undermines the prevention, meaning we likely see more children in care, more long-term costs and worse outcomes. That's why I see this settlement as self-defeating. Ministers will rightly point to percentage increases in funding, but those percentages mean far less in Hartlepool than almost anywhere else because our baseline starts already so low. Yet the cost of a child in care is exactly the same in Hartlepool as anywhere else. And when you look at it in cash terms, the reality is stark. The increase in government grant for Hartlepool this year is just 3 million. That is the equivalent to around 6 children in care. And after weeks of discussions and representations, the final settlement for Hartlepool has remained unchanged. Yet down the road, and this does stick in the craw for me, I must say, reform-led Durham Council has received an additional £3.7 million this year, which means they are reducing how much they are increasing their council tax. That increase on the final settlement from the provisional settlement is more than our entire increase this year. I cannot describe that as fair funding. This unfairness, as we've heard from many members across the House, is compounded by a broken council tax system. Hartlepool has one of the weakest tax bases in the country, with a high proportion of homes in Band A. A 1% increase in council tax in Hartlepool raises a fraction of what it raises in wealthier areas. Yet our residents already pay far, far more, both in real terms and as a share of their income, than almost anywhere else in the country. This settlement simply does not change that reality. So when governments of all stripes talk about core spending power, and half of that core spending power is achieved by raising council tax, this calculation hammers the poorest communities most. It is a regressive tax. That's not fairness, it's entrenched inequality. To make matters worse, changes to deprivation measures and population assumptions mean Hartlepool's needs are being systematically underestimated. Official forecasts put our population at under 94,000, yet the ONS data already forecasts it closer to 100,000, growth driven in large part by other councils discharging their homelessness duties into my constituency. Hartlepool's not asking for special treatment. We are asking for support to deal with a problem not of our making, so we can deliver. I'll happily give away.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the honourable member is actually touching on an important point that in particular affects a lot of councils across the north of England, including Blackpool, neighbouring to myself, where larger metropolitan areas are effectively exporting their children in care problems to much cheaper areas such as Blackpool and Hartlepool, as the member